morning, good morning, good morning, 13th jurors. Hello. I love it when y'all come in and take your seats. Take your seat. Hello. It is Friday. It is Friday. And boy, am I happy about that. It has been, oops, let me turn my alarm off because it's about to go off to remind me that I have to be here with y'all. I get to be here with y'all, I mean. This has been quite a week. We have this morning plans to finish that insane cross-examination. Mark, the MVP of the trial, in my opinion, some people don't like him. I love him. I think he's a fantastic lawyer. He will be getting up there this morning, and I can guarantee y'all he was reviewing notes and facts and getting himself together. I just picture him like Rocky, like just prepping to finish the job this morning. So that'll be interesting. So we have that. I think the state might have one more witness. And y'all, we might actually get to see Travis on the stand today, depending on how long they take. I know that they are leaving at 5 o'clock today. He said he's not going to keep them late. They're leaving at 5 o'clock. But we might actually get to see Travis on the stand today if I don't know who the next witness is. But they're their last, because I think they said they have one more. So I don't know who the last one is, but we might get to see. It will be interesting. Good morning, Angela. That sounds really good. Cinnamon rolls, and coffee. I had part of a leftover ham sandwich for breakfast, but it was worth it because I didn't take time to make myself breakfast this morning because me and Lucy went for a walk on the beach and played in the waves. And she played in the waves, and I just took pictures of her. If y'all could see my camera roll on my phone, it's like, ridiculous meme screenshot, 27 pictures of Lucy doing absolutely nothing. Like she'll be laying there and I'll be like, oh my God, it's the cutest way that I've ever seen any dog lay ever. And I'll have to take a picture and then she'll like move like a centimeter. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this is even cuter. And I'll have to take 20 more pictures. It's ridiculous. Yes. And I have had 2 cups of coffee and a Monster trying to wake up from this. The rest of it is tonight, I think is, I know Miranda Lambert's playing tonight, so I'll be at that one too. Let me see who else is on there. I can't even remember. I'm so tired. It's hard to even remember. Let's see. I know Saturday, it was supposed to be Morgan Wallen, and he canceled all of his appearances everywhere. So now Kenny Chesney's taking his place, which I've seen Morgan Wallen in concert and I've seen Kenny Chesney, and they're both really good. Okay, so tonight is Miranda Lambert and Justin Moore. All the other ones I won't have time to see because I'll be here with y'all in court. And then tomorrow, Kenny Chesney, Chase Rice, Ernest, Bailey Zimmerman, and Lily Rose. And then Sunday, Kane Brown, Gabby Barrett, Dylan Scott, Mackenzie Porter, and Seaforth. I don't know who Seaforth is, but the other ones I know. So that is my weekend music festival plans. I've been planning this for about a year, and I'm so excited. I love me some Morgan Wallen. I will tell you, I went to his concert in Nashville, and it was such a good show. I mean, he brought out everybody. He brought out, and we actually had floor seats. And it was worth every penny. It was a lot, but it was worth every penny. Me and my friends took a little road trip and went and stayed. And we were sitting there on the floor, and then all of a sudden, like, people would come out like right beside where we were, and we were like, oh, we watched him go by. It was really cool. He brought out Little Dirt to do the Broadway Girls song, and he brought out Hardy opened for him. Hardy was here last night. That's who was at the music festival last night. But he brought out Jason Aldean. He brought all kinds of people. His Nashville show was amazing. He has something wrong with his vocal cords, so he canceled. He was going to be the one of the headliners for Saturday, I think. So Kenny Chesney's taken his place. Tomorrow night, Kenny Chesney's taking his place. Y'all, before I forget, because the third cup of coffee, 2 cups of coffee and a Monster Energy drink hasn't kicked in yet. Let me do this. Let's show our first to the tailgate this morning. We had our first one is Sharon McDonald. Sharon, congratulations. You get a non-existent red throne, and we are so excited for you. It's red and it's made of real gold, 14 karat. It's plush. It's borrowed from a palace, and it's all yours in our imaginations. Congratulations to you. It is super comfortable. Candace Hoff, second day in a row, you get to keep your fancy yellow stool, and we are so excited for you. Maybe I should look into getting a stool with a backrest for y'all. You know what? I care about y'all. Maybe I'll do that. And then, of course, third in chat in the tailgate was red pin with a blue beanbag. So congratulations to y'all. I am so excited that y'all showed up early and came and hung out with us. I have to tell you something funny too while we're waiting on court to start. Yesterday, I was talking. Well, first of all, my face got red because I was so angry at the what is happening to my screen over here? I was so angry that there was no investigation. I was getting mad. And when I start getting really, y'all say hi to Lucy. Say hi, Lucy. Hi. Hi, big girl. She's like, I'm over your crap. Let me go. So my face was getting red because I was getting so mad. And then of course I keep my air off normally because I don't want the noise to bother y'all. Well, then a bunch of y'all were telling me you can't really hear it anyway. So I was reading some emails last night and this morning, and y'all are so sweet. I had some emails from y'all saying, don't worry about your air. We can't really hear it. Keep it on because I'm in Florida and it gets hot in here. So I was reading some of those and I was like, oh, this is so sweet. And then I got to an email where somebody told me that they would watch my stream, but they can't because I don't have enough eyebrows. That if I considered putting on makeup to do something with my eyebrows, that maybe she would come watch. You cannot make this stuff up. So I thought about responding like, I'm a blonde. You get what you get. You don't pitch a fit. Like this. These are the eyebrows I've been dealt in my life. And I was like, I'm not even going to respond to that. So if you're in here hating on my eyebrows, look, you get what you get and you don't pitch a fit. I'm a blonde. I am not. And, I went to high school, I graduated in 2001. So I was of the era where you pluck the bejesus out of them till there's nothing left, and so I'm blonde anyway. So all of my hair and everything is blonde. And so you don't see much of them anyway. But then what is there, it was plucked so much in the late 90s and early 2000s. And my hair, it just doesn't, they're not there. So if my eyebrows bother you, if my eyebrows bother you and it distracts you from this trial, you can go watch On Law and Crime and I won't be offended. How ridiculous is that? My eyebrows. I can't watch justice for this man because your eyebrows aren't dark enough for me. I should have come on with like those like real bushy, like the ones like the fake mustache, things that you stick on. I should have just come up with one of those on there. People are so funny. Goodness gracious. And then I was like looking for like an LOL, just kidding, that's my sense of humor, but no, no. So I won't call her out, but if I see her in stream today, you guarantee I won't be like, oh, so you've got over the eyebrows. I will call it out. So if you're in here right now, just know that if I see your screen name on here, I will find you. How funny is that? People are ridiculous. So funny. Yeah, shocker. Blondes have blonde eyebrows. Something else that any of y'all who follow me on Twitter, we'll talk about this real quick while we're waiting on. And before I forget too, while we were in the tailgate, Red Pin joined the jury. Red Pin, congratulations. Congratulations. All right, so let me get this pulled up while we are waiting on them to start. We have a little bit of movement in the courtroom. Let's see. Nothing's really starting yet. So those of you who follow me on Twitter, what did I just do to that screen? I have told y'all before about full screen. I told y'all before about Lori Shaver. If you remember, she is my longtime college friend. She is one of her, or was one of her friends. She invited my friend over to come roast marshmallows and stuff with their kids, and then we found out that she killed her husband and buried him under the fire pit. So they were roasting marshmallows over his dead body. Well, she filed some court papers yesterday because she's going to trial for this. She tried to say that her daughter, who was 7 at the time, wanted to testify and take blame for it. So, which I don't even have words for that. So let's see. We'll keep an eye out on them. Make sure I don't have it muted. So anyway, she filed court papers yesterday. Well, and let me say, the judge had denied the motion. Daughter is not going to be up there saying that she was 7 and she shot her dad. But she did file some court papers yesterday. I've already put in the request to get them the full papers. But I know that she put in a request, a motion to use prior bad acts against him. They had a domestic violence dispute in like 2014. So I'm assuming that that's what it is, because that's the only thing I've ever been able to find on his record. And that was the thing with both of them, everybody. And from what I've heard about, from all of the people who know them, is that she was the aggressor, not him. So I guess we'll see. But I guess she's now going to try to use the 2014, their domestic dispute against him, saying that she felt sorry, JT was texting, that she felt like she had to shoot him in the head and bury him under the fire pit because he was abusive. But my friends all say absolutely not, that she was nuts, but he was the calm one. It's not my friend who did it. My friend is a friend of my friend. So her name is Lori, and she lives in Claremont, Florida. And my friend, my college roommate, she and I have been friends for decades. Her and her husband, I actually set her and her husband up in college because they were both my friends. I set them up, and they are still married. They have a child. Their child goes to school with Lori's kids. And so they became friends and hung out. And my friends went over there, roasted marshmallows. And then she was talking about, she's got a new husband now. She was talking about her first husband that had disappeared, was missing, ran out on her. There's all different stories, and that it was all, my friend was telling me it was all kind of weird. Turns out that she killed him and buried him in the backyard under a fire pit. So my friends that were over there roasting marshmallows with their children were roasting marshmallows over his body. Crazy. I put some stuff on Twitter about it, and I started making a video about it, but I've been so busy between this and night court and life in general. I haven't been able to finish the video, so I've been posting about it on Twitter. But she had a hearing a couple days ago, and then she filed the papers yesterday. So I'm trying to get. I put in a request for the papers, so as soon as they release them to me, I'll say what all it is. So crazy. So court is being delayed a little bit, so I'm sure the judge is excited about that. I'm sure he's thrilled. Yeah, it sounds like a movie. And I was talking to my friend about it. And she was telling me that that at one point, I guess when they were over there, her Lori's new husband, they had all been out there drinking around the fire pit and had been drinking, and they got into a conversation about just how it is, drunk talk, and they got into a conversation about what's the worst thing you've ever done. And I guess her new husband started to say something, and Lori stopped him, and she said it got really uncomfortable, knowing now what we know. That might have been a whole different conversation than what they were expecting. We're thinking like, oh yeah, I got drunk and went and shot BB guns at a stop sign or something. Not like, oh yeah, I helped bury a dead body. Hello. We have a new member. Welcome to the jury. We are glad you're here. You can tell my coffee's kicking in, huh? Good morning. Well, she moved his body. She wrapped him up in tarp and ratchet straps, and I guess drug him on out there. Insane. What's really insane is that her daughter is 14 now, and from what I hear from my friends, like this is, seems like this is years of manipulation that's happening with this. But she's saying that the mom is saying the daughter wants to testify and say that it was her. Bite Me gifted a membership. Thank you, Bite Me. Let's see who it went to. Martha Irene. Welcome. Gifted a membership. Thank you. Jane. Let's see. Doesn't look like there's a chair for Heidi. I didn't see her yesterday, but somebody else said that they saw her. But Mark's doing a great job though. So let's see. Virginia Little, I am not really sure, actually, because I don't know how Florida law works for that, with him testifying. I'm not really sure, or with him not being considered, the victim, with him being defendant. I'm not really sure. I'm sure some of our mods know because they are on it, doggone it. They are so good. Silent Justice, I so wish there were instructions on how to navigate groups and chats for us old folks. Look, I'm right there with you because I did not even know how to work YouTube 3 months ago. all of this started, I didn't know anything about YouTube, and now look at me. It's weird, huh? My kid always used to tell me, like, he never watches TV. He only watches YouTube. And I was like, that's so weird to me. Now look at me. I very rarely watch TV, and I'm always on YouTube, and I even have a YouTube channel. What is this life? Let's see. Whimsical Joe, I am shocked that you didn't know that eyebrow color is a scientific indicator of intelligence. Yeah, well, I know now. There's been a couple hundred people that have joined us since I said that. I got an email saying that from a woman saying that she would watch my stream, but my eyebrows aren't dark enough, and it bugs her. So maybe if I consider drawing them on or whatever happens with that.
Everybody, go ahead and take your seats, please. You ready to bring the jury in? Okay, let's do it.
I love y'all. I ain't drawing my eyebrows on for you.
Okay.
So funny. So funny. Thank you, Annie. My eyebrows love you right back. Oh, feed is choppy. Let me see. I might have too much stuff open. Look, we can already hear the audible sighs. She is. What is happening to... Hold on. While they're bringing in the jury, let me swap feeds real quick because this is... Let me see if I can fix this to where we're not choppy.
All right, welcome back, folks. Everyone take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you've been very patient and diligent, and I appreciate it very much. And I'm sure I speak for the parties and the lawyers as well. All right, let's bring Deputy Vanderlaan back up. Vanderlaan, excuse me.
What is happening?
And let's swear her in again.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I said deputy, I meant detective. I'm sorry. All right. Are you ready to continue cross-examination from yesterday?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You may.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
You aware that Dominique Jones spoke to Mrs. Rudolph just before this homicide?
No, ma'am. Or no, sir.
Not aware of that?
Before?
Yes, ma'am.
No.
You're not aware that
Oh,
Dominique Jones...
I'm sorry. Yes, I am.
Okay.
Pardon me.
How do you know that?
The phone records.
Did you ask Dominique Jones what she told Miss Linda Rudolph on the phone?
No.
And you're talking phone records only from Dominique Jones, the one you know erased phone messages,
Hold on.
right?
Let me see if I can do something with my router. Hold on.
Same Dominique Jones, right?
The previously discussed single text message. Yes, sir.
You don't know that. You're not a phone expert. You can't tell this jury she erased other stuff, can you?
I am not an expert. You're correct.
You have no clue what she erased, do you? Other than the one she confessed to when you had her brother's phone, right?
I suppose. Yes, sir.
Never tried to get Mrs. Linda Rudolph's phone to see what the real text messages were, did you, ma'am?
No, sir.
Speaking of Linda Rudolph, isn't it true that she said before she wants a lawyer before she makes a statement to you?
Yes, sir.
People can do that, right?
Absolutely.
And she also told you that it was self-defense, didn't she, ma'am?
Sustained.
Well, you said yesterday you had no information other than what these young men told you. That's not really true, is it, ma'am?
It's true, sir.
So despite what Linda Rudolph told you, that's not contrary to what you knew?
Making a simple statement such as that is not information which would lead me to have probable cause or cause at all to believe that there's further evidence that needed to be searched.
You ignored what Ms. Rudolph told you, right?
Absolutely not.
Right? Your probable cause means you just have to write a report that someone probably did something, right? Based on your report that you write.
I
what
wouldn't
it
say
is?
that's what probable cause is, sir. No.
You disagree that probable cause is not a report that you write under oath, and you include whatever you think is important, and that's what you base your arrest on, what you believe is probable cause, your opinion.
Well, the first thing you said, sir, was that it's a report of something that somebody probably did. I disagree with that. It's based on evidence.
Doesn't probable cause mean probably, possibly, probably, or you disagree? It means definitely.
I didn't say it means definitely, but I wouldn't say it's probably. It's based off of evidence.
Well, it's based on the evidence you want to include. You're the one who's the author of that report, right?
Sustained. It's argumentative.
Who writes your report?
I wrote my report, sir.
Okay. And that's completely different than beyond a reasonable doubt, isn't it?
Absolutely.
There's plenty of reasons why somebody wouldn't talk to you as a police officer, isn't there?
I'm sure there is.
You just arrested Mr. Rudolph's son. The moment he came out of the house, he was arrested, right?
No, sir.
Put in handcuffs?
He was detained.
Oh, detained. Was he allowed to leave?
Absolutely not, because he was detained, sir.
Put in a police car?
Yes, sir.
Hands
Because he was
behind his
detained.
back with handcuffs?
Yes, sir.
And you don't call that an arrest?
No, sir.
Well, you don't know how Miss Rudolph felt, did you?
No, sir.
You have no idea if she thought you were the best detective in the world or the worst detective in the world. You have no idea what was going through her mind, do you?
Absolutely correct.
You could have got a subpoena the next day, 2 days later, a month later, 6 months later, and compelled her to come in and give you a statement, couldn't you, ma'am?
I wouldn't do that in this situation.
I didn't ask if you would do it. I said, couldn't you?
Physically, could I? Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Not physically. That's what detectives do. People who aren't cooperative, you get subpoenas to find out what they know, and you compel them, just like we bring people into court under subpoena. You could do that too, can't you?
I can, but it's based off of what we think is best, and I do not think that would be best in that situation.
You didn't want to be best because it might contradict what you did, and you didn't want to be wrong, right?
Absolutely not, sir.
Daryl Rudolph. Same thing. He didn't trust you, did he?
You would have to ask Daryl Rudolph, sir.
Okay, well, we'll do that later, but I'm asking you. You don't know?
I'm not going to speculate as to what Daryl Rudolph feels.
He didn't want to talk to you either, did he?
No, he did not.
He said, I want a lawyer before I talk to you, right?
Yes, sir.
You're allowed to lie to people, aren't you? As a
I
detective.
am. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you're trained to lie to get answers from people, right?
Well, I'm not trained to violate their rights, so.
Well,
that
not
wouldn't really
violate their
apply.
rights in terms of whether they have a lawyer or not. I'm asking you if you can lie to people and say, oh, I have got Johnny in this back room here, your partner, and he just told me you were at the 7-Eleven as the getaway driver, and that may not even be true at all. You could say something like that to get someone to admit something to you, right?
I can. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and you're trained to do that.
Yes, sir.
Same way you're trained to look at jurors when you give answers instead of looking at me. You're trained to do that, right?
I feel more comfortable speaking to the person that I'm addressing, so that's why I do it.
All right, were you trained to do that is my question?
I wouldn't say trained.
Okay, so none of the courses tell you when you're on a jury trial, make sure you're making eye contact with everybody. No?
Not necessarily, no, sir.
I'm not asking you necessarily. I'm asking you, are you trained to do that?
I have never taken a course where I was instructed to look at the jury as I speak to them.
You didn't get a subpoena from Mr. Rudolph, Daryl Rudolph, to talk to him either, did you?
Absolutely not, sir, no.
Okay, that's another absolute.
You're right.
Yep. You didn't want to know what he had to say, right?
That's false.
What he wanted to have to say, you could have easily subpoenaed him an hour, 10 hours, a week later, a year later. Isn't that correct, ma'am? It's very simple. Hey, Miss Prosecutor, Mr. Prosecutor, give me a subpoena. I'm bringing this person in, right?
I could have, yes.
All right, and that would be recorded.
It would have been, correct.
Sure, under oath.
Yes, sir.
Usually a prosecutor present, right?
Absolutely.
All right, not just you.
Correct.
And the person could bring their lawyer with them.
They could.
And everything would be legit on the record. No ifs, ands, or buts about that, right?
Hypothetically, yes, sir.
Well, not hypothetically. That's the way you do things as a detective in homicide or any major cases, right?
Well, you're discussing a hypothetical situation, so this would be hypothetical, yes, sir.
Okay, but that's the way it works, that the prosecutor would be there, you would be there, possibly a court reporter or somebody recording it, right?
That's absolutely how that works, yes, sir.
And that person can bring a lawyer with them to make sure you're not playing games with them, right?
You most certainly can, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you expect Miss Linda Rudolph just to call you on the phone? The lady who arrested her own son and charged him with murder and say, hey, I want to talk to you. Do you expect her to do that a week later or a month later?
I don't expect anybody to do anything, sir.
Okay. Did you expect Mr. Daryl Rudolph to do that with you?
I don't expect anybody to do anything, sir.
When you're talking to people, you could record them or not. That's your option, right?
I can.
And you expect people to trust you?
Yes.
You don't have body cams, do you?
At the time, we did not.
You have one now?
It has not been issued to me yet, but our agency does, yes, sir.
All right, so let's talk about 21st of, April 6th or April 7th of 2021. I think you just said it. I'll make sure I'm clear. You did not have a body cam.
Correct. On that date, I did not have a body cam.
And today you don't have one either.
It has not yet been issued to me, sir.
And if you had a body cam, whether you had a tape recorder or not, or whether you lied or not, that would all be recorded, right?
In theory, yes.
In theory, if you turned it on, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you could also not turn it on, and the jury would never know what really happened other than what you're claiming happened if it wasn't recorded, right?
Sustained.
Well, if you don't have a body cam and you don't have a recorder and you're the only person talking to a witness, it's only your recitation of what they said that we would have to go off of, right?
Overruled. Go ahead. Answer
correct?
the question, please.
Can you repeat the question, sir?
Yeah. If you don't have a body cam and you don't put a recorder on, then if a witness is talking to you and you don't turn the recorder on or you don't have one, then what you claim that person said is really the only evidence we would have of what they said, right?
Well, I'm perfectly privileged to speak to somebody without recording, but that's correct. If there is no recording device, then it would not be recorded.
You're perfectly privileged. What does that mean, ma'am?
It means that I have the ability to speak to people without it being recorded.
Why would you do that in a homicide case? Talk to someone and not record what they have to say? What logical reason would any human being do that to another human being?
Well, we don't just constantly record ourselves. I mean, I suppose with body cams now, that's not exactly a true statement, but at the time we didn't have body cams, and we don't just turn the recorder on and record every single second of every single thing. I didn't take a statement that was not recorded. I spoke to her is what I'm saying, and it was not recorded.
I didn't ask you that. My question, you made the statement. You're privileged to do that.
Yes.
Then I'm asking you, why in the world would you ever do that? That's all I'm asking you. I'm not asking what you did in this case. I'm asking what you do. Why would you do that?
Sustain.
And you think that's good police work, right?
She
Yes, sir.
answers to the jury. She talks to the jury.
Do you think you're the judge and the jury out there on the street?
Most certainly not, sir.
You never even asked Dominique Jones if she hit Mr. Rudolph with a trophy or a bottle in his head, did you?
I did not ask that question. No, sir.
Did she ever tell you she threw a bottle at him?
I don't believe so.
Did she ever tell you about a girl named Kyla? Dominique Jones, did she mention someone named Kyla?
She didn't mention that specific name. I saw it in Mr. Rudolph's records, though.
All right, she never told you how when Mr. Rudolph left the home, she snuck into his phone and saw he was talking to other women, and enraged, and she was upset about that.
She did say that, but she never mentioned the name Kyla.
All right, did she tell you that she made Mr. Rudolph talk to this girl named Kyla on a FaceTime chat so she can see what their relationship was?
I can't recall if she said that specifically, but she did say that she was upset about communication he was having with another female.
Did you ask her how she supports herself?
I did not.
You have no idea if she was hanging on to Mr. Rudolph because she was thinking about maybe he's going to get an NFL contract again and she's going to hit the lottery, right? You don't know that.
You're right. I don't know that.
You never asked her anything about her relationship with Travis at all, did you?
Aside from the romantic nature of it, no, sir.
Okay. She ever tell you for 30 days, roughly, right before the day this happened, she didn't see him and she was upset he was in Miami on a regular basis?
I saw that in the text messages, but we didn't speak about that.
And you never went back to talk to her about it when you see it in the text message?
No, sir.
Doesn't concern you, right?
I wouldn't say it doesn't concern me, but I did not talk about that with her, no.
You didn't talk about a single text message after you saw them. You didn't talk to her about a single internet search, web history after you received them. You never went back and spoke to her about any of those, did you, ma'am?
No, sir.
You found out that Dominique Jones made calls to someone named Tyranny Coleman, right?
I saw the text messages.
Made calls to her too? Well, you don't know.
She may have. I don't remember the call records off the top of my head.
Talk to her about why she did that?
No.
You know that she made threats that she's sending her brothers over to kill or Mr. Rudolph? Do you know that?
Overruled.
I saw the text message conversation where the opposite's occurring, sir.
Right, but did she tell you she made phone calls at all saying she's making threats sending her brothers over to kill her brother?
Phone calls we didn't discuss. No, sir.
How do you know she didn't erase part of the message and only showed you the message where Tyranny Coleman is sending him back that if she doesn't cut this out, her brothers are going to get killed if they do this? How do you know she didn't erase her messages?
Hypothetically, I don't know that.
Hypothetically, I'm asking you as you sit there under oath, do you know that?
I don't know whether your hypothetical text messages have been deleted. Is what I'm
Mine,
saying.
hers, the one she sent.
Yes,
You don't know.
you're right.
No clue what she was texting and what she wanted you to see because you didn't take her phone as soon as you had an opportunity to, right?
No, sir.
And that's good police work in your mind.
Yes, sir.
Okay? You told Tyler Robinson when you talked to him around the 8th that there's cameras at the Rudolph residence, right?
I'm not sure if I informed him that there are cameras at the residence.
You sure did. You don't remember that?
I don't remember informing him of that.
Okay. You know why he had a memory lapse when he came to his deposition after you spoke to him and he couldn't remember anything about what happened at the front of the house?
You would have to ask him, sir. I'm not going to speculate.
I did. And he told me you told him about the cameras. And
What's the legal? I honestly don't recall. So, is that in evidence somewhere in this trial?
I believe so, but I can't swear to it.
All right, if you can't, then it's sustained.
It was obvious there was cameras in front of the Rudolph residence even when you got there, right?
Yes, sir.
You couldn't tell if they were on or off when you got there, could you?
No,
Remember seeing any kind of red lights on the cameras when you're outside?
I don't recall, sir.
Remember seeing any kind of lights that would show a pedestrian is walking by the home that the cameras are working?
I don't recall seeing lights specifically, but I do remember seeing the cameras.
All right. When you say you don't recall seeing it specifically, can you say there was or wasn't, or you don't know?
Well, I said I can't recall if I saw the lights specifically.
Well, maybe they're there, maybe they're not.
Correct.
Maybe they're on, maybe they weren't. You don't know.
Well, at this time, I know.
You know the outside cameras, whether they lit up if somebody came in view of the camera?
No, I know that the camera was on.
That's not what I was asking. I was asking you if a person comes up to their home, if you knew, because you were there. I was asking if you could see the red light or any kind of blue light coming on the camera screen.
Well, this is the third time you're asking me that, and I said I don't recall whether I could see a red light or not.
That wasn't important to you, right?
Nothing is not important to me, like I said yesterday.
It's important. Why didn't you look at that and put that in your report?
That wasn't something that I specifically noted, sir.
Okay. Well, you think it'll be important if someone's casing out a joint before they go do what they're going to do?
Absolutely.
Nothing in your report about that anyone passed by the house of Mr. Rudolph and did a drive-by, not shooting, but a drive-by looking at the house first.
Well, that's because I didn't have any evidence of that.
Okay. And if you don't ask the questions, you're not going to have evidence of anything, will you?
Well, not all evidence is based off of questions, so.
Especially not a 10-minute interview, right?
Bam.
Sustained.
You found out everything you needed to know in 10 minutes from Keyshawn Jones, right?
Absolutely not.
You never went on tape with him once since April 7th of 2021. You never took another tape interview ever again, right?
You're correct.
Okay. That's good police work, right?
I believe I do good police work, regardless of how many times he asked me that question.
I'm asking you on that. Just taking one statement for 10 minutes of a key witness, that's good police work in your mind, right?
Well, based off of the quality of the information that I received, I don't base my interviews off of how long they are. I base it off of the information that I received. So I believe I did a fine job with that, sir.
Quality.
You did a fine job. So
Quality.
let's talk about that. Are you a polygrapher?
Were you what? I couldn't
A
understand.
polygrapher, someone who does polygraph tests.
Oh, polygrapher.
Pardon me.
He,
Oh, absolutely
he,
not. No, sir.
You said the quality was, I can tell the quality, right?
he
What I
lied to
said
her.
was that I can tell the quality of my questions, and he was cooperative and answered my questions.
That means he's truthful.
No,
He lied to her.
How about
How
the
is that
pockets I
quality?
showed you on the video that you never looked at until the courtroom? You got any superpowers that you could look through those pockets and tell this jury definitively there's no gun in those pockets of Mr. Lowe and Mr. Sebastien Jean-Jacques?
well, I never said that I just looked at them when you showed them to me yesterday. What I said was I couldn't determine based off of looking at those images that there was definitely or even probably a gun in their pockets.
You said yesterday something that would be crazy for anyone to think there was a gun in the pocket. You don't remember that?
I never said that, sir.
Well, you don't have any superpowers that you could look through that video or their pockets and tell us there's no gun in there, do you?
I have no superpowers at all.
I took your deposition back in, you have any idea why I take your deposition back in September 30th? You know, do you understand why I'm doing it or you have no idea?
Because you're privileged to ask me questions. If there's anything that you feel you don't have information on that you would like, you can ask me that.
And you talked about civil rights. Don't you think it would be fair for someone you accused of a crime to know all the information that you gathered so I can figure out what the heck happened here?
I don't know what you're referring to with civil rights.
You mentioned the word civil rights. That was your words yesterday, remember?
Did I? I don't recall specifically.
All right, well, I'll move on. When I took your deposition back in September 30th, 2021, I asked you where Mr. Robinson's medical records were so I could see what really happened to him from the doctor's perspective. You didn't have them, did you?
At the time, no.
You didn't have them until recently this year, right?
You're absolutely right.
After I took his deposition, right?
Yes, sir.
After this case gets set for trial, then you get them, right?
Unfortunately, in this situation, yes.
That's fair too, right?
Well, it has nothing to do with being fair or not. That's just what happened.
Because that was your choice, not my choice, right? Your choice.
Well, unfortunately, I thought we had those records. And as soon as I realized that we didn't, I wrote a search warrant for those records and received them.
So it took you 2 years to realize you didn't have them. You didn't realize it at the deposition that I told you I don't have them.
I knew we didn't have them at the deposition, but I was under the impression that we obtained them afterward. And when I found out that we hadn't, I immediately wrote a search warrant and got the records.
When did you write the search warrant, ma'am?
I know it was this year. Would you like me to look up the exact date?
All right, sometime in 2023, right?
Yes, it was this year.
You ever ask Keyshawn Jones why he had a hoodie on that night?
And no, I didn't.
You ever ask him why he was rubbing his hand beneath his sweatshirt?
I did not.
Did you see that?
I saw his hand in his pocket.
You didn't see him rubbing it under the sweatshirt, down his belly?
I suppose he was rubbing it on his belly. I don't know. I saw his hand in his sweatshirt.
Never asked him about that, right?
No, I didn't.
Okay. You can't tell. You have no powers to tell or superpowers to tell he wasn't carrying a gun that night, right?
You're right. I don't have any superpowers.
There's no way you would know if he had a gun that night with him, right? Other than he told you it was left at home, right?
Based off of that image alone, absolutely not. That doesn't tell me that he had a firearm with him.
You didn't know Travis Rudolph's screen was broken and his phone was broken?
I saw that the screen was broken.
Did you turn the phone on to see if you could see the screen?
No, I certainly didn't turn on a phone that I have no business going into. No, sir.
Wow, come on. You guys don't actually go in the phone, but you can actually see if the phone is working, just like they did in DJ's room and said, I'm not taking that one because it wasn't on. You can tell if the phone was on or not.
I'm not going to molest a phone and turn it on when I don't have any business going into the phone or manipulating the phone. No, sir.
You would agree you can't tell this jury that the screen on his phone was broken and he couldn't see any images or get any images on there. You don't know because you didn't look.
I know I did say that I am aware that it was cracked, but I'm not going to manipulate his phone by powering it on to see that.
You have to power a phone on when you pick it up, and you can't just press the screen and see if it works.
If it's not on, then I would have to turn it on.
You know if it was on or not.
I don't believe it was on at that time.
How do you know it was on? How do you know it was not on and the screen wasn't working? How do
I
you know?
suppose I wouldn't know that, sir.
Okay. So you don't know if Mr. Rudolph took those pictures of his injuries or his family took those, do you?
The pictures that were taken after the incident?
The ones that the prosecutor showed you, say, look at Mr. Rudolph's phone, and you're saying they're selfies, right? You don't know if they're selfies.
I don't know if they're selfies or not. What I know is that they're images taken on his phone after the homicide.
You don't know they were taken on his phone. You don't know if they were sent to him by somebody. You have no idea, do you, ma'am?
Well, that's incorrect.
All right. How do you prove to this jury that he took those pictures with a broken phone? How do you prove that?
If you look at the records, it shows the path as to where the images were from.
What does that mean?
So the records themselves are in table format, and it tells you what the source is of the images.
You're not a phone expert in any way, shape, or form, are you?
Not an expert, no, sir.
But you can identify phones that it's the same phone from a few days later, you told us, right? You can look at it and say, that's the same phone I saw 5 days ago.
Well, overruled.
You can do that, right?
Examination.
I couldn't say
know.
it was the
Have to find
exact
out.
same phone. What I said was that when I saw the phone, it was consistent with the same phone that I saw the day before.
That's not what you said yesterday.
I never said that I can identify a phone and definitively say it's the exact same phone without looking at the number. No, sir.
That would be ridiculous, right? Say that.
To say that, yes, sir, it would be ridiculous.
All right, so I'm looking at this exhibit, and I'll show it to you in a minute, 55C. I approach the witness.
You may.
explain to this jury how you can tell these pictures emanated or started from his phone as opposed to somebody sending them in case he needed them down the road when you make a false arrest in their mind.
It is sustained.
I'll rephrase the question.
Please do.
You said you can look at those pictures and you can look at those records and you can tell this jury that they started from his phone, that the camera took those pictures from his phone. Prove that to us, ma'am.
I'm going to explain it because I can't show it to you specifically, but there is a portion in here. I'm sorry you can't see it, but this row here has a lot of information in it. One of those being source file, which is it's a bunch of information, but it says private mobile library where it's coming from. So if it comes from the private mobile library.
Private mobile library doesn't say that he took the picture from that phone. It could be somebody text messaging him. Isn't that true?
Well, it's his private mobile library, sir.
You don't know that, do you?
That's the information that I see in there, sir.
No clue. How did they all get taken pretty much at the exact same times? You told us yesterday the exact same times to the second. Almost every one of those pictures were taken at the exact same time. How is that humanly possible?
Well, they're taken within seconds of each other, sir.
Well, don't look at it. You said yesterday a lot of them were at the exact same time.
Okay.
Disagree with that?
Not necessarily, no, sir.
Look at it if you want to refresh your memory for what you said yesterday. I heard at least multiple ones. Yeah, the minute, the hour, and the seconds, and multiple pictures were taken exactly at the same time. Separate pictures.
I don't see the capture times being the same time, sir.
None of them?
I'm not seeing it to the second.
To the second, it was all
All right,
the same.
tell us the first one. You did it yesterday. Tell us the time of the first one.
1:30 and 53 seconds in the morning. Next one is 1:31 and 2 seconds in the morning. This image.
Hold on, I'm sorry. The first one was 1:31 what?
1:30 and 53.
They were
Okay,
all
how
the
much later
same
was the second
time.
one then, approximately?
I'm not going to sit here and do math, sir. I'm very bad at math. I don't know.
All right.
But it's not the exact same time is what I can say.
Well, I'm just trying to figure this out. You're going too fast for me. 153 what? 151.
No.
Tell me the first one.
Say it again slowly, please.
Yes, Your Honor. 1:30 and 53 seconds in the morning.
Why don't you blow those pictures up so we can see them? Why didn't you do that so the jury can see those?
I didn't think that I needed to do that.
Why you didn't want to see Travis Rudolph's injuries?
That's not correct, sir.
You could have blown those up, right?
I could have, yes.
Okay. 1:30:53. What's the next one, please?
1:31:02.
Okay, so that's about 7 seconds later. You disagree with that?
I
Maybe
suppose,
my math's
yes.
off, but that's what I get, 7 seconds.
I'm sure.
Okay, next one.
1:31:12.
Okay, 10 seconds later. Next one.
1:31:19.
7 more seconds. Next one.
1:31:25.
6 seconds. Next one.
1:31:30.
5 seconds. Next one.
And 1:31:34.
4 more seconds. Okay, so you can't tell this jury if someone in Mr. Rudolph's family took the picture from their phone and sent it to him. In case it was ever an issue in this case, they'd be proof that he had injuries because no one else took pictures but his family. Right?
Can you repeat what you're asking me?
Make it easy. You can't tell this jury someone in his family didn't take those pictures for him, did you? Can you?
Well, I can't say who physically held the phone and took the pictures. No, sir.
You can't swear under oath, or maybe you will, that someone in his family send Travis the pictures to his phone so they'd be in there forever.
Well, based on the information that I'm looking at, and I could always be wrong, but from what I'm seeing in here, It says that it comes from the private mobile library.
All right, so private mobile library, you have any type of training, tell us what private mobile library means.
I'm not going to go over definitions. I'm not an expert, you're right.
So can you tell the jury under oath what private library means?
Well, I'm not going to go over definitions because I'm not an expert.
So you can't, would you agree you can't tell if those pictures were sent to him by someone in his family for whatever reason, or they were taken from that particular phone? You don't know that, do you?
Based on the information that I see in the records, it would appear that they came from his private mobile library.
I ask you up here, I'm asking you to make a definite statement under oath. Are you making a definite statement under his oath that those pictures started or were taken with his broken phone?
I'm not going to make a definite statement over oath, like I just said. I could be wrong, but from the information that I'm seeing here, as not an expert, but someone who has been trained to look at that information, that is what I'm getting from it.
Yes, right?
No.
So it's definite or possibly?
I have said numerous times that it's not definite. I could always be wrong.
Don't you think that's an important issue since y'all came in here in direct examination trying to insinuate that the phone was really working?
Sustained.
Don't you think it's important when you testify in direct examination under oath, the members of Palm Beach County, a jury, that these pictures were taken from his phone? That was your statement? Don't you think it's important to find out the answer before you make a statement that may implicate someone in doing something? And maybe the phone's not an issue, but I'm just asking why you make a statement like that if you don't know the answer.
What I said was, I'm not going to say that it's definite, but from my understanding of that information as not an expert, but somebody who has been trained in basic information and looking at phones, that is the information that I received.
There's nothing on there that says that phone took Travis Rudolph's phone that was examined is the phone that actually, or the camera that took the pictures that are on here, right?
And those words are most certainly not on that paper.
There's nothing in code that says that either way, right?
Well, I believe I've said a few times now, it says native mobile library.
Why do you think somebody would take pictures of all injuries? You have any idea?
There are many reasons.
You have nothing recorded other than the doorbell cam of what happened in front of the Rudolph residence, right?
Correct.
And other than the video that shows Tyler Robinson, Linda Rudolph, Travis coming out of the house and falling with his firearm, and maybe one or two other people on the street, there's no other video of what happened, right? In terms of that we can see clearly.
There is other video, but are you referring specifically to the ring video?
No, I'm referring to clear things that we could see. Let me ask a simple question. The Nash videos, we'll call them that. That was Mr. Nash, right?
Yes, sir.
Those videos aren't clear about what really happened, are they?
I feel that they're clear. I agree that you can't see faces and I can't see guns specifically inside the vehicle, but you can certainly see what's going on.
You can't even see if Tyler Robinson got into the car or not from the backseat, can you?
We spoke about this during the depot. It looked to me like he got into the car.
I'm asking you here on the road today, not a deposition. I'm asking today. You're telling this jury he got in the back of that car?
Well, I was under oath back then too, sir, and I said it appears to me that he got into the car.
Where do you see that?
In Mr. Nash's video.
All right. Well, prosecutor will get a chance to redirect you, and the jury saw the video. Sure. Is there anything else other than that shows you he got in the car?
Anything aside from the video? No, sir.
You see the back door opening, the left back door behind the driver's seat?
The left back door behind the driver's seat. Well, that's not the door he came out of.
Okay, so what door did he go in?
I don't know exactly which door he came in,
You said you saw him go in the car. So what door did he go in?
Said that I saw the door was closed.
No. A few seconds ago, I asked you a question. You said Tyler Robinson got in the car. I could see him getting in the car before the shooting. You just said that. What door did he get in, ma'am? Tell us.
I know he came out of the rear passenger side door. I can't recall exactly which door he went into.
You just said under oath he did it. He came and went in the car. So you don't know? You made a statement that you don't know what you're talking about?
He went in the car. I saw him come out of the car.
Where did he go in the car? What door?
I don't know.
Why'd you say you saw him go in the car in the video?
Because I see 4 entities enter the video, or enter the car rather.
Okay, where did the 4 entities enter the car, ma'am?
I can only base it off of the information that I received after that, sir. You're correct that I cannot see the faces of the people entering the vehicle.
All right. Well, you absolutely told this jury you saw him go in the car, so you can't answer that question today, right? From the video.
I cannot see his face and specify it's him entering the vehicle. You're right.
Well, what door did everyone go in, the entities as you call them? What doors did they go in?
Well, I said I can't see their faces. I saw 4 people. 4 people arrived. 4 people got in the vehicle initially, but I can't tell exactly which faces, so I can't tell you exactly which doors they went into.
I'm not asking you the names or the faces. I'm asking you what doors opened up, since you saw everything so well.
That's not what you asked me. You asked me who went into which doors, and I said that I can't say that.
Well, you said you saw Mr. Robinson go in the car, so I'm trying to figure out where everybody got in, since you see better than me, and I want to know where it was.
I saw 4 people exit the vehicle. I saw 4 people enter the vehicle again, and then I saw Mr. Robinson exiting the vehicle from the rear passenger side door.
All right, so you know the doors. It's a driver's door, front passenger door, back rear door behind the driver, and a back rear door behind the passenger. I'm not asking you the names. I'm not asking you the faces. Tell me what doors opened up right before the shooting. And how many people got in each door?
I can't say that
And how do you know 4 people got in?
because that's what I saw in the video.
What doors they go in then? I can't see it. Maybe you see something I can't, so I'm just asking you to help me.
Well, again, I said I can't say who went into each door.
Can you tell us any doors that open, ma'am?
I'm not going to say which doors open and which doors didn't open. I saw 4 entities go back to the vehicle.
No, you said 4 got in the car is what your statement is, not go back.
Sustained.
Oh my gosh, she does look like Maren Morris.
What doors opened up
She does.
when the car left? Any?
Last time. Answer the question, please.
I can't, as I sit right here, specify the exact doors that opened, sir.
All right. Well, you know Tyler Robinson obviously was not in the car when he was running away, right?
No, he was not in the car when he was running away.
And you can't see him come out of the car at all, can you?
I absolutely saw him get out of the car. Yes, sir.
What door did he get out of the car?
The rear passenger side door.
You saw that door open?
Yes, sir.
You're serious?
It swings open and he runs out. Yes, sir.
You can see that.
Yes.
Okay. Does he fall on the floor like he testified in court?
I can't specifically see that.
I don't know if he. So you believe, based on your detective work, that he was in the car when he got shot and possibly got shot on the way out too, right?
Oh, I never said that, sir. I can't determine exactly when he got shot, exactly where he was, whether he was in the car, out of the car, getting out of the car. I can't say that specifically.
Tyler Robinson never told you he was on top of Chris Lowe trying to duck for cover, did he? Laying on top of him?
I don't believe he said he was laying on top of him to me. He did say that they were.
He didn't tell you that, did he?
I don't think so. You're right.
Okay. And if you got hit by bullet fragments that hit an intermediary target, do you know what an intermediary target is?
Explain that to me. No, sir.
All right. Well, if a bullet goes through a car, we heard testimony from people who've been doing this a long time saying that's an intermediary target. And then the bullets fragment.
I still don't understand what an intermediary target is.
All right, well, that's fine. Are you aware that little fragments hit Tyler Robinson? Little bullet fragments after going through the car? You don't know that.
That would make sense, but
Yeah, it would make sense if he was in the car or out of the car maybe. The bullets are going through the door and hitting him. We don't know, right?
I don't know. No, sir.
Wouldn't that be important to try to figure that out if he's telling you or trying to tell this jury that he's laying down in the car and he gets shot, and then he gets out of the car. Wouldn't that be important to look for blood to see if Mr. Robinson's blood's in the car, to see if his story makes sense?
Blood being or not being in the car doesn't necessarily confirm or refute a story.
All right. Well, if I get shot numerous times standing right here, hopefully I don't, but let's say I do.
Hope not, sir.
I'm standing right here. Okay, and no one's in this courtroom but the person who shot me. Okay, and I'm standing here. You don't think there'd be some blood around the podium, around the floor where I'm standing? Or if I'm laying down, wouldn't it be on the floor or the seat or something? Or sitting down?
There may be.
You didn't find any blood, right? In the back seat. You told us that.
You're right.
You didn't consider that, did you? Or you considered everything?
Consider what, sir?
What I'm talking to you about. You didn't even think like that, right? Wasn't even a thought in your mind. How in the world did he get shot in the car and there's no blood in there?
Well, as I said before, we don't know whether he got shot in the car, as he got out of the car, or completely out of the car. What we do know is that he was shot, and it is not always that somebody immediately begins bleeding when they're shot. That doesn't happen all the time.
Okay, so you have a medical degree to tell this jury when somebody like Mr. Robinson, how he would bleed or not bleed. You're telling us that maybe he wasn't bleeding when he got shot? That's your testimony? You know that?
I said none of those things. I'm most certainly not a medical professional. What I said was based on my training and experience, and I've seen many, many people who have been shot alive and dead. And based on where it is, they don't immediately start gushing blood like they do on TV, is what I'm saying.
All right, how many people did you actually witness get shot in person? 0, right?
Get witnessed shot immediately?
You never witnessed a person get shot immediately right in front of you?
No, sir.
How can you tell the jury they don't start bleeding immediately or not if you don't see that?
Because I've seen victims of crimes who were, or just people who were shot in different areas. And even at the time that I see them, which is not immediately after they were shot, they're not bleeding a lot.
Okay. You can't tell this jury based on the wounds of Tyler Robinson whether he would have been bleeding when he got shot or not. You have no clue, do you?
I can't say that definitively. Absolutely not.
Can't say it at all.
Can't say what?
Said definitively. I'm saying you absolutely can't say whether he was bleeding or not when he got shot.
I cannot make that determination. No.
Why is there blood drops on the car?
Where?
Outside, rear panel, driver's side.
I'm not sure.
You know about that?
I'm not recalling that off the top of my head. No, sir.
You ever have that tested?
No, sir.
You don't think it's important to know whose blood that is?
I don't know what you're referring to, sir.
You don't even have a clue there was blood drops found on the car, right?
There were blood drops found on the car. Yes, sir.
The outside of the car, not inside, outside.
On the outside where the decedent was. Yes, sir.
There was blood found on the outside of the car where the decedent was.
Yes. Upon opening the door, there was blood like in the door jamb, I guess.
I'm talking outside. In the door jamb when nobody could humanly see unless you have x-ray eyes. I'm talking when you're outside the car.
I don't know what you're specifically referring to.
Specifically wondering why you didn't test DNA from the outside of the car. Or you can't test something you don't know about, right? You didn't know about it.
You were saying blood, now you're saying DNA. I don't know what you're specifically referring to, sir.
I'm trying to talk to you about the truth. Do you know if there was blood on the outside of the car on the rear quarter panel of the driver's side?
Not as I sit here, no, sir.
And you had 2 years to prepare this case, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if you didn't know that there was blood there, you certainly didn't test it, right, for DNA?
Certainly not.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Right. How about the blood drops in, there was a stanchion number 40. There was blood drops that we heard about in 41, right near the oil slick. You know about those?
If you're going to refer to specific stanchions, you're going to have to show it to me, sir.
So you know about blood drops by the car?
By what car?
Well, there's only one car in play in this case, so.
By the Cadillac on 40th and Broadway?
Nope. Let me be specific. At the crime scene at 550 Teak or around the corner from there.
Okay. There was a trail of what we, again, like I said yesterday, called BLS. There was a trail of that. Yes, sir.
All right, and it was on the road, right? As well as the pathway to where Tyler Robinson ran.
Portions of it. Yes, sir.
You didn't test any of the stuff on the road to find out whose it is, did you?
No, I did not.
Don't you think that's important to do if somebody comes into a courtroom and possibly feigns that they've lost their memory to really know from physical evidence whose DNA it is? Well, that doesn't matter.
Again, nothing doesn't matter. However, if we have no reason to believe that the blood belongs to somebody else, we're not going to test it.
Same thing with the gun, the 9mm gun. No reason to test that, right? For DNA.
Correct.
You didn't charge. Well, do you know that Tyler Robinson was basically brought here by 2 police officers in November of 2021 to give a statement in open court?
I was not aware he was brought by 2 police officers.
Okay. You never looked into charging him with perjury for lying in a courtroom over and over, did you?
No, sir, I wasn't present for that.
No one, and you didn't bother finding out about that, right?
Well, it's not about bothering or not bothering. I wasn't present for it.
It's your case. How come you don't know about it?
No. I wasn't present for it. I didn't witness it
Why not?
because I can't.
Well, afterwards, no one told you about it?
I heard general information, but not specifics, and certainly nothing that I would be able to charge anybody with.
Okay. So do you absolutely look into it? Did you absolutely not look into this?
I did not look into it.
He's making fun of that absolutely now.
Do you have any evidence to absolutely disprove that Sebastien had a firearm in his pocket? Do you have any evidence to disprove that, ma'am?
I cannot say that I unequivocally can disprove that he had a firearm in his pocket.
You wish you could, right?
I would love if I could unequivocally disprove many things.
Sure. You can't unequivocally say under oath, absolutely say under oath, that Keyshawn Jones didn't have his firearm with him when he went up to 550 Teak Drive. Isn't that true, ma'am?
For the most part, I can't unequivocally say anything. So, no, I can't say that.
You have no evidence to disprove that he had a firearm hidden that we couldn't see. You can't disprove that, can you?
I can't prove it either.
That's always my question. Can you disprove it?
No, I can't.
Did you see Tyler Robinson's gun in that video anywhere on his person?
No, I could not.
Well, he claimed he had it in his pocket. You don't know if he had it in his pocket or not, do you?
I couldn't see from the ring video. No, sir.
All right, and if he may have pulled that gun out on the side of the house or on the front lawn, you can't prove that happened or didn't happen, can you?
You're right.
The black T-shirt on there, you never on the front lawn. You never took DNA from that, right?
I did not.
You didn't. Well, it was taken, but you never
Correct.
had it examined to find out whose DNA is on that shirt.
No, I didn't.
Did you happen to go to a private high school?
Are you asking?
I remember questioning along this lines. Overruled at this point.
I'm not asking you the name. Did you go to a private high school?
I did not.
You go to an all-girls school?
I did not.
But no one ever took their shirts off to get into a fight where you went, right?
No, sir.
Okay. How do you know that firearm, the 9mm firearm, the Taurus that was dumped by a fence by Tyler Robinson, how do you know Sebastien Jean-Jacques' DNA is not on there?
I don't.
How do you know Keyshawn Jones his DNA is probably on there because he sold it to him, right?
Not necessarily.
Maybe, maybe not, right?
Correct.
Okay, how about Chris Lowe? Do you know if Chris Lowe's DNA is on that firearm?
I didn't test the firearm DNA, so I wouldn't.
You don't know.
Correct.
Do you know why Chris Lowe, not in this day, not on April 7th or 6th, do you know why he would have put Keyshawn Jones' phone in his pocket to see if it fit?
Can you ask the question again?
Yeah. I'm not talking about the 6th or the 7th of April, 2021.
Okay.
before that, do you know why Keyshawn Jones would take, now, let me backtrack. Do you know why Chris Lowe would take Keyshawn Jones's firearm and put it in his pocket to see how it fits?
I don't know why he would do that. No, sir.
You never heard that before, do you?
I
Did
have
you?
not heard about that. No, sir.
You don't know if that's true or not. It's just me telling you. right?
I don't know if he put somebody else's phone in his pocket. No, sir.
Yeah, this is the first time you're hearing that, right?
Yes.
Do you ever run records to see if do you have any way of knowing if Sebastien Jean-Jacques ever bought a firearm?
We talked about this yesterday. No, sir. I can't look up records like that.
If I tell you right now, you can go on your cell phone and check stuff like that. You don't know about that?
To check what firearms a specific person has purchased?
You have ability as law enforcement officers to check databases, don't you?
Absolutely.
All right. Did you ever try going on your computer and checking out who bought what gun?
Well, there, to my knowledge, is not a database where I can look up that specifically.
You can't subpoena anybody to do that either, right?
I don't believe that's possible from my understanding of the way that works.
So when I go to a store with my concealed weapons permit and buy a gun, and it puts the serial number and they check my background and all that, where does that paperwork go?
Your background?
Oh, the serial number, my name, copy of my concealed weapons permit. Where does that go? Do you know?
So when you purchase a firearm, each firearm retailer is required to keep records of the firearms that they sell. They have to keep it forever. The only time that that information would go elsewhere is if that retailer closed, at which time all those records would go to Tallahassee. But otherwise, each individual retailer is the custodian of the gun sale records.
That's not exactly true, because if someone buys a gun, there's a background check done, right?
Well, I do know there's a background check done when somebody legally purchases a gun. Yes, sir.
And you put the serial number. The shop that's selling the gun puts the serial number of the gun, all the identifying information about the buyer. If they have a concealed weapons permit, they put that on there. Where's that go to? Do you know?
Well, the background check, my understanding, goes to Tallahassee.
Okay. So you know that the serial numbers also put down and what type of guns are being purchased?
It may.
You don't know that?
I don't know if that information is provided to Tallahassee, but what I do know is that I do not know of any database where I can just look up who buys what guns.
Okay. Did you ever try to do that? Subpoena those records at all to see if you can match up when a gun was purchased or who bought it?
Well, I certainly didn't do that because to my understanding, that doesn't exist.
Did you ever ask your bosses about that?
I did speak with a coworker of mine who is very knowledgeable in that area.
Ever call ATF, in charge of alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, and ask them, hey, I'm curious, guys, I need to figure out if anyone has a gun or where they bought it or when they bought it. You ever do that?
No, I haven't.
Know what a straw man purchase is?
What is a straw purchase?
Straw man purchase, they call it. I'm not making sexist, could be a straw woman. Do you know what that is?
I've never heard of a straw man purchase. I've heard of a straw purchase.
Okay. And I'm not talking about a drinking straw. I'm talking about someone buying a gun and then selling it to someone right after. But there's no waiting period. That's illegal, right?
That's not necessarily what a straw purchase is, but
Okay. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, and maybe you don't know because that's a federal offense, not a state offense, right?
I believe so.
Okay. So, but you know that if I go into a store with my friend and I buy a gun because I have a concealed weapons permit, I get it right then and there, right?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, as soon as the background comes back from Tallahassee, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And wouldn't it be true that a straw man is then I take that gun and the same day I sell it for $1 to my buddy who doesn't have a concealed weapons permit, so now the waiting period doesn't exist. I just sell it to him. That's a federal crime. That's a straw man purchase, right?
I'm not a federal law enforcement agent, sir.
That not a straw man purchase, or you don't have a clue?
I'm not going to make a comment on that, sir. I'm not sure.
Did you ever call a federal agent to ask him to check out the gun that was sold from the same exact day it was purchased from Keyshawn Jones to his buddy, Tyler Robinson?
No.
Never dawned on you that that could be a crime.
Well, as I said before, I'm working a homicide. I'm not looking for each and everything that I could possibly charge somebody for.
But you got tunnel vision. Anything else that someone may have done who's a witness, I don't care. I'm a homicide detective. I don't care if it's a straw man purchase. I don't care if it's tampering with evidence. I don't care if it's carrying a concealed firearm. I don't care if it's perjury. I'm a homicide investigator. That's all I'm focusing on, right?
I never said that I would only focus on that. I never said that I have tunnel vision. I never said that I don't care. In fact, I said that I quite the opposite, do care.
Are you too important to then work on those type of situations or on other cases that all you were trying to do is solve homicides?
Most certainly not.
You didn't charge anybody in this case with anything other than Mr. Rudolph, correct?
Correct.
You never even tried to speak to Terry Coleman, did you?
I did not know.
Well, I did not. Are you inferring that someone else did from your department after this case took place to find out what was on her phone? I'm trying to find out if you talked about the phone messages and the calls. I'll state it better.
All right.
Judge.
Thank you. Rephrase.
All right. After April 7th, April 8th, April 20th, February of 22, you never reached out to Ms. Coleman and say, what was Dominique telling you on the phone, right?
Correct.
Did you ever ask Tyler Robinson why he put his phone in the car?
I didn't ask that specific question.
Well, I think you did. And do you remember him telling you that he put it in the car because he didn't want to lose it during a fight?
Well, we were talking in more general terms. We did discuss why items were put in I think I was specifying the trunk of the car, but in the car in general. And he did say that he was concerned that the conversation would result in a fight. So they put their valuables in the vehicle to ensure that they didn't get hurt.
But then you didn't follow up and ask him if you didn't want to lose your phone, why did you bring your gun with you? You never asked him that, did you, ma'am?
I didn't ask that specific question, no, sir.
Well, unspecific. Did you ask him anything generally like that or absolutely not?
I didn't.
Absolutely not, right?
Correct.
He keeps pulling that absolutely not against her.
You ever check if there's hospital signs on the path that these young men drove on?
I did not.
Why not?
I'm not sure what I would gain via evidentiary value in doing that.
Might disagree with some of your evidence, right?
I don't know how that would, sir.
Okay. You don't even know if they told the truth that they GPS the hospital on a phone, right?
I don't know that specifically, if it was done on the phone.
You don't know it at all, do you? Other than they told you that.
Correct.
They tell you how they GPSed it, on whose phone, or if it was the car GPS?
No.
Do you know why they didn't call 911 when they first left? Did you ever ask that?
I know that they said their focus was more so on getting Sebastien to the hospital at that time.
That was what Keyshawn told you, right?
Yes.
Not what Chris Lowe told you.
Keyshawn told me that, the driver of the vehicle.
Chris Lowe said he made the call right away, right? To 911 on the way out.
I don't know if he said it right away.
Okay. Before they came to the final resting spot, right?
I don't know.
You would agree physical evidence in any criminal case, especially a homicide, is not friends with anybody, right? They have no motive. A physical evidence doesn't have a motive to lie, right? It is what it is.
Yes.
Yeah. That gun is not anybody's best friend, right? any of these guns here, right? Of
I don't believe inanimate objects are friends. No, sir.
course not. Physical evidence is what it is if you find it, isn't it?
Yes.
Why it's important in every case to get all the physical evidence you can so a jury could make a decision if there's a trial, right?
I get evidence. I receive evidence based on having information that evidence would exist. Yes, sir.
Do you agree it's important that you're checked? In other words, the police are checked by members, we the people of the public, to make sure you did your job right. That's why we have trials, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's why it's important to get everything you possibly can before you rush to judgment. Do you agree with that?
Well, it's important to get all of the evidence you can get based off of the information that you have. Yes, sir.
And you said you go in as a blank slate, so you would agree with this statement. It's important not to rush to judgment on any case, right?
Absolutely.
You didn't make any mistakes in this case, according to your testimony, right?
No, I most certainly would not say that. I am not perfect.
You arrested a guy who could be innocent, didn't you?
Based on the evidence I have, I don't believe that's true.
You have no way of knowing if Tyler Robinson had a gun pointed directly in his face and his brother's face from 15, 20, 10 feet away. You don't know if he did that, do you?
You're right. I also don't have evidence that he did.
You weren't there. How could you see it? Right?
Well, that's why I rely on evidence.
Yeah. Hopefully you do.
I
You have,
absolutely
you
do.
have no video to show that didn't happen, do you?
Nope. I also have no evidence that it did.
And you have no evidence that Sebastien Jean-Jacques, you can't disprove that he had a gun pointed at the windshield facing DJ, Daryl Rudolph, and Travis Rudolph moments before he was killed. Can you?
Correct. There's also no evidence that he did.
In your mind. You didn't sit through this trial, did you?
I have no evidence that he did.
Did you sit through this trial?
No, sir.
You telling this jury there's no evidence that's possible?
That's not what I'm saying.
You don't know that based on what your investigation showed. That was your opinion, right?
What I said was that I don't have any evidence that he did. I can't base my investigation off of what could have happened. I base my investigation off of the evidence I have, and I follow the evidence like I've said from the beginning.
Why didn't you do a thorough investigation?
I did do a thorough investigation, sir.
You never found out who someone named Hack or AP is until February of 2023, right?
Correct.
You can't explain to this jury why Tyler Robinson's texting somebody else, well, 5:50 Teak Drive, someone named Hack, right at 11:40, 11:50 p.m., roughly around that time. You have no clue why he's inviting someone or giving them that address for whatever reason, right?
I can't say that, no.
You don't know if he was ordering Uber Eats or he was ordering another friend to come help do something to Mr. Rudolph. You don't know.
Well,
You don't know that, do you?
I would know if he was ordering Uber Eats, but the basis of his question, no, I don't know that for sure.
And if you would have had this information, if you would have had Tyler Robinson's phone earlier, maybe you didn't want to do it, but maybe I could have figured this out, or someone else who cared could have figured it out who Hack was and why he was given that address, right?
Sustained.
It took you 2 years to get that information. Almost 2 years, right?
Yes.
How in the world can somebody recreate 2 years later what's going on to find out where Hack was? You didn't get Hack's phone, did you?
No, I did not.
You got it, and it would be triangulate to see if he showed up to 550 Teak or right around that area, wouldn't it?
It would also be illegal.
It would be illegal to get a phone as a detective. You could do a search warrant, or you can just go there and knock on his door and say, hey, can I see your phone? Right?
So in order to just take somebody's phone, I have to have probable cause to do so.
They can give you consent. right?
I suppose that's true. Correct.
You don't think that's probable cause? That he was probably involved in this incident if he gets an address from a man who's carrying a gun? Whatever you think he did or didn't do, and he texts this guy named Hack right before this incident happens. He texts him Mr. Rudolph's address. You don't think that's probable cause for a judge to say, okay, go figure this out. That sounds like he might be involved. Of course that's enough. That's more than enough, ma'am. You would agree with that, right?
No.
You didn't even try, did you?
No.
I did not.
How do you know it's not enough? If you don't try, how do you know?
Because I'm aware of how my job works, so I know if I have probable cause or if I don't have probable cause.
You're not aware of anything that you could say with certainty about search warrants. If you don't attempt to do it, you would have no clue if it would be granted or not.
If I don't believe that I have probable cause, I'm certainly not going to just arbitrarily write a search warrant and hope for the best. I can't do that in good faith. If I don't believe I have probable cause, I am most certainly not going to write a search warrant.
Yeah, because it might affect your investigation and disagree with you're trying to claim your alleged victims are innocent men. So it might disagree with that, right, ma'am?
Right.
No, because if I believe that I don't have probable cause, I cannot in good faith try to get a warrant anyway.
You knock on the door and say, hey, let me see your phone. Can you give me consent to search your phone? You didn't try that either, did you?
No, I didn't.
You could subpoena phone records. Even if you didn't believe there was probable cause, you could subpoena phone records and find out triangulation where this phone belonging to someone named Hack may have been on the night of the homicide. You could do that.
So I can't just subpoena somebody's phone records, that kind of information. That would have to be through a different type of search warrant, which I also did not have probable cause to obtain.
That's not true. You can get a subpoena from the prosecutor's office, ma'am. Isn't that true?
I cannot get a subpoena to show cell data information. No, that's specific information that's required by warrant.
That's not true, is it?
I believe so.
Did you try? Did you call up Miss Adrienne Ellis and say, can I get a subpoena for those records? Did you try to do that?
No.
He's a former prosecutor.
You didn't care, did you? You didn't care about Hack or 550 Teak Drive. That meant nothing to you, right?
There's never a point in this investigation that I didn't care about anything.
Well, if you didn't care, if you cared, why wouldn't you do a little follow-up, 5 minutes, a half hour? Why didn't you do more work if you really cared?
Because the things you're asking me why I didn't do them, I didn't believe I had a legal basis to do so. So I'm not going to violate somebody's rights by trying to get information.
How about my client's rights? Doesn't he have a right to a fair trial?
Absolutely.
That's not what you want to give him, is it?
Of course, that's what I want to give him.
You didn't care from the moment you got on the scene. You're trying to make a name for yourself. Isn't that true?
Absolutely not, sir.
You never subpoenaed any social media from any of the players in this case, did you?
No, sir.
People make calls on social media. They text messages on social media that may not be on the phones. WhatsApp's not contained on somebody's phone. Why wouldn't you try other alternatives to see if any of these people said anything else or did anything else to see the truth? Why didn't you do it?
Because I can't just ask for people's social media records. I have to have probable cause to obtain them, which I did not have.
That's BS. You had probable cause. You know that, ma'am. You had probable cause for everyone involved in this case. You said you got search warrants for their phones. Why couldn't you do social media? Why are you trying to say you couldn't do that?
Because I did not have probable cause to do so.
What did Chris Lowe send Dominique, Keyshawn, Tyler? What TikTok video did he send right before this homicide?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
You wouldn't know because you never tried to get it, right?
No, I don't recall off the top of my head.
Well, you know there was a TikTok message sent, right?
Yes.
Video.
Yes, that's what TikToks are.
Yeah, wouldn't that be kind of important for a jury if he sent a video saying somebody's house burned down or a drive-by shooting or something representing violence? Wouldn't you want to know that?
There's lots of things I'd like to know, sir.
Well, what attempt did you make to get that, ma'am, where you didn't have probable cause?
None legally, so none.
So you don't know if someone named Hack was at or near 550 T Drive at the time of this homicide, do you?
I don't.
Who's AP? Who's that?
I believe. May I refer to my records?
Yeah, sure.
Pardon me.
That's somebody who was referred to from Tyler Robinson's phone records when you got him, right?
Yes, sir. I believe that was somebody named Alex.
What do you have to do with this case?
Aside from showing up in the records, I did speak to him.
You did not?
I did.
Alex who?
I don't have the last name.
What's Hack's name?
I'm sorry?
What's Hack's real name? Hack.
I don't know,
Why not?
because that's not something that I know.
You know why AP got texted an address 550? Or did he get a text at 550 T Drive?
One of them did. I'm not sure if it was AP or Hack. I know that there was a text message.
Okay. You never heard from Chris Lowe that he helped beat up DJ or Daryl closer to the vicinity of the black Cadillac, did you?
No.
You never heard Chris Lowe that he sucker punched Daryl Rudolph while Sebastien Jean-Jacques was fighting with him. He went and joined and sucker punched Daryl Rudolph. You never heard that, did you?
Well, I knew there was a fight, but those specific maneuvers, no, I don't.
And I'm talking right before the moment of truth when the homicide occurs. You have no knowledge at all as you're sitting here that Daryl Rudolph was not near his home. He was closer to the Cadillac than his home, and he was being beaten up by or fighting with Sebastien Jean-Jacques. You never heard that, right?
Well, based on the ring video, it appeared that everybody who was on the front lawn moved to the street. So I guess technically that would be closer to the Cadillac. But those specific maneuvers, like I said, I can't testify to.
Well, that'd be important to know what happened the whole night and the whole day, but it would also be important to know what happened moments before the actual shooting. Wasn't it, Detective?
Yes.
All right, so you never heard anything about Sebastien Jean-Jacques fighting with Daryl Rudolph closer to the vehicle near Sable Palm Drive?
Not specifically, no.
And you never heard that Chris Lowe was by the car with Keyshawn Jones, and Chris said, I'm not going to give him a fair fight. I'm going to go help Sebastien, and went over and sucker punched my client's brother in the face or in the head.
I never received any information of the sort.
That's important, isn't it?
It would be, absolutely.
You have no idea what Travis Rudolph saw down the block, what he was looking at. Let me finish the question. When he came out of the house with his firearm, you don't know what he's looking at, if anything, down the end of the block of Redwood. I'll move on, Judge.
All right.
There comes a time you don't see my client looking down, my client going down the block. There's no camera view of that, right? The Ring camera loses him.
The Ring camera loses him, and then Mr. Nash's camera picks up.
Doesn't show him coming down Redwood. It shows him when he starts shooting, and maybe a second before, right?
It shows him walking down, yes.
You can see him from the corner of Teak and Redwood walking down the block from Mr. Nash's camera.
I didn't say that.
You see him just a moment before the shooting starts, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't know if he ran down the block to save his brother, if he walked down the block to save his brother who's getting beat up by two men, because you never heard that before. So you would not have any information about why the defendant who you charged, Travis Rudolph, with murder, you don't know from the physical evidence in the fight why he physically walked down or ran down the block, do you?
What I do know is that his brother was behind him when he began shooting.
I'm going to ask you that. Let me ask you this: when Mr. You just agreed you never heard anything about Sebastien fighting with Daryl Rudolph down the block closer to the car by Sable, and you never heard Chris Lowe joined in 2 against 1. You never heard that, so you don't know where Daryl is, do you? At that moment,
Sustained.
you know where Daryl Rudolph is. Well, assuming he's getting beat up, that was a testimony in the courtroom. There was 2 guys fighting him. Where was he?
I know there was a fight in the front yard. I'm not going to guess what the other witnesses stated, sir.
You don't know, right? You don't know where he was. I'm asking, do you know where he was? I'm asking you to guess. I'm asking if you know.
If I know where he was when, sir.
When he was getting beat up by 2 men,
I
right by the car area on Sable. Where was he?
I
know?
hear what
You don't
you're
know.
telling me where he was, but I can't say precisely where he was.
Okay. So you have no way of disagreeing that if the testimony was that 2 people were fighting with Daryl Rudolph near Sable Palm on Redwood, near a tree or near Sable Palm, you have no way of knowing if that's true or not true because you never heard any of that in your investigation, right?
I was never provided that information, no, sir.
Okay. You know, as a law enforcement officer, if someone's in fear of death or serious bodily harm from themselves or their brother, they have a right to act accordingly. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
On April 7, 2021, during your 10-minute interview with Keyshawn Jones, isn't it true that he told you he was going to chill with his friends, Chris, SB, who you know is Sebastian, and Tyler? Isn't that true?
I believe he said something along those lines, sir.
Chill, right? What's chill mean to you?
Spend time with, hang out with.
Yeah. You asked him what kind of gun Travis Rudolph had, and he told you he wasn't looking, he was driving. Remember that?
I'm sorry.
Still talking about Keyshawn.
Oh, okay, yeah, clarify, please.
Thank you. Keyshawn, right? That's what he told you. I wasn't looking, I was driving.
I don't recall if he said those exact words.
Well, what? I'll show you his statement to refresh your memory. My approach?
You may.
Actually, look at your report, or I'll show you your deposition. Either one, I think, to refresh your memory. Or you want to see it?
I was not present for his deposition or for his testimony here.
Statement he gave you.
You're talking about a transcript of the statement that he gave me?
Yes, ma'am. Your statement that you took under oath that was recorded. Your 10-minute conversation.
Oh, okay.
Have you ever seen
You had indicated you were going to show me a depo, and I'm not going to testify to a depo.
a transcript?
A transcript of my conversation with him, yes, sir.
Okay. You don't have that, right?
I don't know, sir.
All right, let me show you. I'm pointing, and I'll bring it right to you. Page 8, I'll turn it. Page 8, line 6 to 7. Oh, wrong one, this one.
Thank you.
Copy of your statement that you took on April 7th, 2021 of Mr. Jones.
Yes.
I'm directing your attention to line 6 and 7.
Yes. I asked what kind of gun was it, and he said I wasn't looking, I was driving.
What I asked you. You agree with that, right?
All I heard was shots, yes, sir.
Okay. While you were talking to him on that statement, you can go to page 12, line 3 and 4. Somebody said, "What's going on?" "That's my sister. She's crying."
Did you say page 12?
12. "What's going on?" "That's my sister. She's crying." Was he talking to Dominique Jones while you were talking to him?
No, sir.
What's that about? Because I couldn't make the context of that.
Thank you, little gaming channel. I appreciate that. I think he's doing a fantastic job. Chat is
I
very
know she wasn't there, and I know
polarized
was
on that.
in between the questions I was asking him, he was saying things because he was upset and he was distraught.
What is "my sister? She's crying"? "That's my sister. She's crying." What's the context of that?
You would have to ask him specifically. I'm not
You don't
going
remember?
to. Well, like I said, he was saying things that weren't necessarily pertaining to the questions I was asking him because he was distraught and he was thinking about different things, it appears. So I don't know specifically what he meant by that, and I'm not going to speculate to that.
I'm not asking you to speculate. You were there, not me. Was he talking to her on the phone somehow?
I can tell you, no, he was not. He was not talking to her. She was not presently there.
You asked him what he meant by "that's my sister, she's crying"?
Well, like I said, he was.
Yes or no? Did you ask him that?
Oh, no, I didn't ask him that.
I'm asking.
No.
Remember asking him if he had a gun, Keyshawn?
Yes.
I'm sorry, if he knew Travis Rudolph had a gun. You want to know if he knew if Travis Rudolph had a gun. Remember asking him that question? Page 13, line 5, he said, "I know Travis Rudolph had a gun." Remember him telling you that?
I'm going to do a poll. Everybody's so split on him. I'm going to do a poll. I'm curious.
Well, you don't remember that.
He did say, I know he had a gun.
Travis Rudolph. That's the context of that, right?
Yes.
All right, and then he told you, but nothing crazy. It's like, we all got guns. Remember him saying that?
Yes.
And then he claimed his gun was at home, right?
All right, stop using pronouns. Make sure we know, the jury knows who the he is or the him is.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Keyshawn Jones told you that his gun was home, right?
Yes, he said, like, I have a licensed gun, my gun's at home.
Then you asked him if you guys had guns, and he said, "Nope, we didn't have no guns with us." Remember that?
He said, my gun is at home. I didn't come here for violence. I came here to talk to him.
Further on, did you ask him if he told you that nobody had guns, right? Page 13, if you don't remember. Do you remember him telling you none of us had guns? I'm not asking you to read that. I'm asking you to if you remember.
I'm not going to say specifically without reading.
Is that the gist of it?
I'm not going to speculate as to the gist without reading.
Okay. So you can't tell this jury that Keyshawn Jones said none of us in the car had a gun. You have to read it to remember that?
Well, the reason I'm not going to answer that specifically is because I can't recall whether he was definitive in his answer or if he said, I don't think so. I would need to read the exact words
Right.
before I'm going to testify to
Page
that.
13, line 25, page 14, line 1.
Thank you. What he said, what I said. So none of you guys had guns with you, and his answer was, no, we didn't have no guns. I said, okay, and he
Well,
said,
did he say no guns?
but he said something after that that's
Well,
pertaining to
what I'm
that.
asking you. I'll read that if they want.
Oh, okay.
I'm asking you if he told you we had no guns. That was a simple question. That's why I don't want you to read that. We'll be here all day. I'm just trying to find out if he said we had no guns or not.
Sustained.
All right, this is real specific on page 14, starting on line 6. Isn't it true that Keyshawn Jones told you it was quiet until he came into the street, and then I heard gunshots? It wasn't no shots from us, and he's shooting back.
Yes.
You never asked him what shooting back meant, did you?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Shooting back?
Last topic, I promise. 9/30/21 was the next time you did anything in this case after April 7th, other than giving your deposition and doing your original reports. Talking about
Wait.
your supplements, your follow-up.
Shooting back was in
Refer to
the.
my supplement to be able to say that. Is that all right?
Yeah, you need to.
Okay.
Did I just hear that right? I was messing with the thing. In the statement to her, they said shooting back. Did I hear that right?
September 30th, 2021. Was that the first time you did any kind of supplements in this case?
How is this even on? What? What? We'll play it again and just.
No, that's not correct. No. So my first supplement spans from everything I did from the date of the homicide to April 16th of 2021. And then my next supplement is April 18th of 2021.
I'm talking about after I did. Let me be more clear. I'm losing my track here.
Okay.
All right, I'm sorry. So I took your deposition, remember, in September?
Yes, September 30th of 2021. Yes.
And I had whatever you gave the state at that time. In Discover, I had a copy of everything that you gave them, right? As far
Hold
as you
on.
know.
Hold on. What?
I would certainly hope so. Yes, sir.
Hold on.
Sure, except for some of the
gonna-
things we talked
I
about.
want to go
right?
back. We can put it in 1.25 and
yes.
catch back up. I
Okay.
want to go back. I want to hear this
So
again.
after that, you guys had guns, and he said, nope, we didn't have no guns with us. Remember that?
He said, my gun is at home. I didn't come here for violence. I came here to talk to him.
Further on, did you ask him if he told you that nobody had guns, right? Page 13, if you don't remember. Do you remember him telling you none of us had guns? I'm not asking you to read that. I'm asking you to if you remember.
I'm not going to say specifically without reading.
Is that the gist of it?
I'm not going to speculate as to the gist without reading.
Okay. So you can't tell this jury that Keyshawn Jones said none of us in the car had a gun. You have to read it to remember that?
Well, the reason I'm not going to answer that specifically is because I can't recall whether he was definitive in his answer or if he said, I don't think so. I would need to read the exact words
Right.
before I'm going to testify to
Page
that.
13, line 25, page 14, line 1.
Thank you. What he said, what I said. So none of you guys had guns with you, and his answer was, no, we didn't have no guns. I said, okay, and he
Well,
said,
did he say no guns?
but he said something after that that's
Well, that's
pertaining
what
to
the
that.
prosecutor can ask you that every deck if they want.
Oh, okay.
I'm asking you if he told you we had no guns. That was a simple question. That's why I don't want you to read that. We'll be here all day. I'm just trying to find out what if he said we had no guns or not.
Sustained.
All right, this is real specific on page 14, starting on line 6. Isn't it true that Keyshawn Jones told you it was quiet until he came into the street, and then I heard gunshots? It wasn't no shots from us, and he's shooting back.
Yes.
You
He's
never
shooting
asked him what
back.
shooting back meant, did you?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
He's shooting. He said it.
Last topic, I promise. 9/30/21 was the next time you did anything in this case after April 7th, other than giving your deposition and doing your original reports. Talking about your supplements, your follow-up.
I would have to refer to my supplement to be able to say that. Is that all right?
Yeah, if you need to.
Okay.
I'm
September 30th, 2021. Was that the first time you did any kind of supplements in this case?
the thing is, that didn't even hit her as something that she might need to follow up on. This is today. We rewound a couple minutes so we could, or about a minute and a half so we could hear that. So now it's on 1.25 to get us
No,
back to
that's
live.
That's not correct. No. So my first supplement spans from everything I did from the date of the homicide to April 16th of 2021. And then my next supplement is April 18th of 2021.
I'm talking about after I did. Let me be more clear. I'm losing my track here.
Okay.
All right, I'm sorry. So I took your deposition, remember, in September?
Yeah, September 30th of 2021. Yes.
I had whatever you gave the state at that time in Discover. I had a copy of everything that you gave them, right? As far as you know.
I would certainly hope so. Yes, sir.
Sure, except for some of the things we talked about, right?
Yes.
Okay. So after that, did you do any follow-up?
After September 30th of 2021.
No.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what I mean, be more specific. Let's talk about what you did after that,
Okay.
that day, or even on September 30th, 2021.
After September 30th. My next supplement is on October 1st.
You did one on September 30th too, right?
I did one on September 30th.
No.
3rd, I have the 13th,
I wish we could do all day in the 1.25.
and then October 1st.
When did you get the autopsy report?
October 1st.
Oh, okay. So it's 10/1, not September 30th?
On Friday, October 1st of 2021. That's how that supplement starts.
All right. You just put that as part of your case file, right? You didn't do any follow-up from getting the autopsy report, correct?
Follow up on the autopsy report.
You didn't do anything after that. You just took the autopsy report and you put it part of your case file, right? Of
I provided it for evidence. Yes, sir.
course. But I'm saying you didn't do further work to do anything in this case based on the autopsy report.
I don't know what you would be referring to, sir. I'm not a medical
Okay.
doctor.
Sometimes people get autopsy reports and they say, wow, I missed this. I got to go check this out. Or I'm going to go talk to the doctor. Or I'm going to go get another statement. I'm just saying you didn't do any follow-up based on the autopsy report. That's all.
No, sir. No, sir.
And you did supplement number 27 on 12/15/21, right?
It's okay that I refer to my
Please,
report.
it's hard to remember,
Okay.
of course.
Yes.
That was the next time you did something after getting the autopsy report. In this case, 12/15/21.
That was the next time I supplemented. Yes, sir.
Okay, and you would supplement every time you do something of any relevance or significance in the case, so you can keep track, because obviously 2 years later, you can't remember every day and every minute of what goes on, so you write detailed reports, right?
Correct. However, a lot of what we do is waiting for things to come back, waiting for phones to come back, as we've learned in this case, waiting for many things to come back. So just because I didn't specifically do something didn't mean that I didn't have something in the works at that time.
Okay. You weren't waiting for any DNA to come back, right?
No, sir.
You weren't waiting for any experts to enhance that video, were you?
Oh, no, sir.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
All right, so the next time you did a supplement was December 15th, 2021, right?
Yes, sir.
And what you did that day is you basically took the night owl, the DVR, and the power cord and placed it into evidence, right?
Yes, I was documenting the chain of custody for the night owl. Yes, sir.
So you rely on Detective Farron to try to get video from that camera, right?
Yes, sir.
Y'all, meaning you never try to hire an outside expert who may not be related to the police department or may have more degrees or more knowledge to check that camera system out to see if maybe there was video, but it was not readily available, that we need to check it out further. You didn't do that, did you?
Well, Detective Farron,
I'm asking if you did that.
I didn't need to. No, sir.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Didn't even think of doing that, right?
I didn't need to, like I said. So no, I didn't do
Wasn't
that.
even a thought.
As I didn't need to. No, that wasn't a thought.
You don't think someone else might need to do that or want to see that if it's possible? You ever think of that?
What's the legal objection?
No, I'm not. I disagree.
All right. Sure. Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen. Remember to obey 3 of the 4 cardinal rules.
So here's my thing with the whole shooting back thing. Okay, I see a couple of you were saying it could have been he misspoke, but it also could have been a Freudian slip. And the big point is she will never know because she didn't even try. She didn't even try. Criminals misspeak all the time, and will drop things on accident that gives them away. And she didn't even try. He said shooting back, and she didn't even try to see any other perspectives to see what that could have meant. And knowing that Keyshawn already lied, she got 17 minutes worth of testimony from 2 liars and didn't do anything else. That's why I'm so frustrated.
Okay, you may continue. Yes, sir.
All right, so you put the night owl and any of the guidebooks that were found with it, and you put the cords and all that into evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then the next thing you did was on April 5th. From December 15th, the next supplement you did was April 5th, 2022, correct?
The next supplement. Yes, sir.
And at that point, you released Mr. Rudolph's car, right?
Yes, sir.
One with the broken windshield.
Yes, sir.
And the next thing you did after April 5th, 2022 was January 27th, 23. So nothing else after April 5th, 2022, correct? In terms of supplements.
I just want to make sure. I know I was told to reference when I'm going to look at my notes. It's okay that I do that? Okay.
Please.
That was the next supplement. Yes, sir.
All right. So from April 5th, 2022, nothing of significance was done in this case until January 27th of 2023, right?
Well, I still had things that I was waiting on, like I referred to before, but I didn't have anything to report until that time. Yes.
So, simple question. Nothing of significance was done after April 5th, 2022 until January 27th of 23. Yes or no?
Nothing that I was able to report. No, sir.
Okay. So you agree with that?
Or correct. Yes. That was the next time I did a supplement.
All right. So January 2023, a few months ago, that's when you finally, you did more stuff and you documented things with phones and medical records right after that from Tyler Robinson, right? You did things with phones and medical records, right? Well, you received things from phones, right? I'm not asking you whose phone. I'm just asking you that you received information about downloads of phones or a phone.
Yes.
All right. You also received Tyler Robinson's medical records at that point, right?
And again, I'm referring to my notes. Well, I noted that I authored the search warrant, and it was submitted.
I'm sorry, on January 30th, 2023, you authored it January 27th, 23, the warrant, and then you get it 3 days later, right? The medical records from Tyler Robinson.
No, there's no immunity for them because there was no charge.
Well, the supplement you're referring to doesn't say that I received it, but I mean, I did receive it. It's just not in that specific supplement, I don't think.
All right, it's probably supplement 33 that you did on January 30th, because that says you received it that day. If you look at that one.
Okay, so you're skipping that? Yes.
Okay. So basically, the next couple of months, you looked at some more phones and looked at the data, who called who, right? Text messages from different people, different phones, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you did a couple more supplements about Robinson's phone, right?
Yes, sir.
there was no other
Yay.
interviewing of witnesses during this time period, September 30th, 2021 until today, right?
Correct.
Remember Chris Lowe telling you during, it's on page 40. Well, I can show you where it is if you don't remember. Do you remember Chris Lowe telling you that Tyler never got in the car right before the shooting?
I believe both Keyshawn and Chris thought that he never made it to the car.
Have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, you may. All right, so I'm informed that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury need a break. We'll take is 15 enough? 15-minute break? Deputy Lubinski, 15 minutes good? Yes?
And now we're back in real time. I'm like, what's that old Saturday Night Live thing where Mike Myers is like, I'm verklempt. That's how I feel. Goodness gracious. To those of y'all who have come in late, welcome. Yes, I danced my frustration away. I am all good. And then I woke up. I am functioning on very little sleep, but it was worth it. I woke up this morning and went out to the beach. We're not supposed to have dogs on this little part of the beach, but you know, Lucy doesn't count. She gets away with anything she wants because she's so precious. So I took her out and I take her out in the mornings and let her run around out there, but nobody else is out there. So we went out there like 5:30 this morning, and she was out there running around and chasing seagulls. And so I've, between dancing my frustrations away and then hanging with Lucy on the beach this morning, I was all good. And then we started cross again. Yes, where'd she go? Little heifer, I gave her a treat and she ran away. Lucy girl, Lucy, where'd you go? She's probably over there staring out the window. She has, I have a little bed for her right in front of, I have like the floor to ceiling windows in one part, and I have her little bed set right up in front of it. And she likes to watch the people on the beach and the seagulls and stuff like that. So she'll go over there and lay over there for a while sometimes. Yes, I am in Florida. Can we have a poll for who thinks the judge should make a ruling in favor or against after the state rests their case? Oh, for the directed verdict? Yes, I can do a poll for that. She's getting a flip-flop. Did y'all see? Anybody who wasn't on night court didn't see. I don't know what she's done with it. Oh, it's right here. She brought it to me too. She brought this flip-flop too. I have to show y'all this. Okay, is Jennifer Perut in here right now? Jennifer Perut in chat here sent Lucy a flip-flop toy, a squeaky toy. She loves it. She's added this now, and I don't know, like this definitely won't fit on my foot, but Lucy has brought this to me. Oh, here you go. You heard the squeaking, didn't you? Come here. She's like, why do you have my toy? But she will now add this to the flip-flop pile. Say hi. Say hi, Lucy girl. Say hi. All right, let me pull the poll. Okay, so I'm trying to scroll up. The last poll, I can't even scroll up that far now when we ended the last poll, but it was mostly, I remember the majority thought he was killing it. All right, so start a poll. Do you think judge will rule in favor directed verdict after Ricky Watson just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Ricky Watson. We appreciate you. Law Nerd Amber got 1. June Jasmine got 1. Jen D. Jules NVA. Wrestler's Mom. That little dude smiling in the camera. That was hilarious. Bless him. Okay, there we go. Oh, Angry Hoodie's on the way. Yes, we have the Angry Hoodie that we put up on the merch because it's become this thing that we've all started talking about now is the Angry Hoodie. So we put some Angry Hoodies up on the merch. And we don't make any money off of the merch. Anything that's done on there is not like money in our pockets or anything, just FYI. Somebody asked about that. Not that it's really anybody's business, but just so you know, we're not making money off of people's misery. Let's see. We just enjoy making fun of the ridiculous. All right. It's not letting me go back far enough. Does somebody see the results for the last one? The last one. It's not letting me scroll back far enough. Lisa Dempsey just gifted 5 memberships as well. Let's see. Ashley Seltzer, Mark York, Kelly Gale, J.H., and Carol O'Neill were all gifted memberships. Thank you so, so much, Lisa Dempsey. We appreciate that. Wrestler's Mom. Oh, thank you so much. I am glad that you found our channel too. We're glad to have you here. Let me explain this. Sorry, I should have explained this. So basically after this, after the state rests, it pretty much every single defense will, in the history of history will try for a directed verdict, but it's very, very rarely approved. Basically, it means that the judge has seen all of the evidence that the state has presented against the defendant and has decided that they have not proven a case and that he is dismissing the charges. He's not even going to let it go to the jury. That they're going straight into the verdict, skipping the, jury. And the defense having to present a case and all of that. So I've never even seen it done, actually. And one of the other people that I was talking to the other day that's been watching trials for a long time said that I think he's only seen it once. So it's even when they have a ton of evidence against the defendant, they will still always try for it. It's just something that they do. But I think out of all the ones I've seen, if there was ever a chance for a directed verdict, this one would be the one that I would say would be the most likely to get it. I put that option on there because they're so rare. and it's, when we are looking at this stuff, a lot of times we can get very passionate about one side or the other, but, I know that the judge looks at it as a standpoint of, everything on paper by the law. So, it very, very rarely happens. And the fact that, this even came to trial means that there's already been, evidence looked at to where they decided that this needed to be before a jury. So for them to say, nope, never mind, we don't need a jury, we're going to go ahead and let y'all scoot up on out of here. It's very, very rare. So, but if there's ever one that I was going to see a directed verdict on, I think this would be it. Let's see. We've still got 3 minutes. Oh yeah, sorry y'all. I should have explained that before I put it up there. Yes, also called a judgment of acquittal. He may do it to rush the trial along. Terry, yes. Yeah, which would be unethical, but the way he's been acting, that's kind of something me and JT were joking about too, that he may just do it just to be like, y'all get up out of here. I got other things to do. All right, let's see. Somebody posted it on Twitter. I mean, she works for Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, but I haven't pulled up anything on her. Let's see. Yes, lead detective is still on cross. Yeah, if he does do that, then Travis will not testify. That means that there will be no defense presented because there will be no reason to present defense. Let's see. This judge and prosecution are too tight for a judge to grant an acquittal. Judge has to view evidence in light most favorable to the state, so he can't take witness credibility into account, sadly. Oh yeah, the WTF show is the Sunday. We do it every other Sundays, and it's, oh my gosh, the WTF from this Sunday is going to be ridiculous because all the stuff from this trial will be on there. Plus, we've got some other stuff on there. It's going to be ridiculous. So we do a show here every other Sunday. It's our WTF show, and it's basically like just the clips of all of the WTF moments that we've seen, and it condenses them all into like about a 2-hour show where we play the clips and talk about them. Some of the stuff like will go viral on Twitter, and stuff, and we'll show some like funny memes and things like that come up from that. But basically we take all of the moments that were like, oh my God, did that really just happen? And we can, we put them all together and we have a show and we live stream and show the clips and chat about it and laugh. So anything that you've missed that was ridiculous, or anything that you were here to experience that was ridiculous, and you just want to experience it with everybody else and talk about it and make fun of it and experience it together again. That's our WTF show. It is the most fun. It's the most fun. And we do that every other Sunday. So that'll be this coming Sunday, and everything from this trial will be on there. It's going to be wild. The other show that we do, the Monday, Wednesday, Friday, is our night court show. That's our throwback trials. And right now we're doing Jodi Arias. So that one's Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays in the evenings. Jill, see if we can do that. We can add, I'll do that at lunch. I'll add that same design to a sweatshirt. Good morning. Good morning. Just remember, it's done to preserve the right on appeal in case the judge didn't grant it and should have. It is extremely rare when a jury is impaneled because it's believed the case shouldn't be removed from the jury. Yes, I do. I do. It's on my Twitter. I can't remember the name, but my little thingy for it. Let me see. Oh, my mods pop it up here sometimes. Let's see. Oh yeah, buymecoffee.com/Brandi Church. Let's see. Twitter's going nuts over her. People are not happy. White paint, I want to talk about your eyebrows. Well, you know what? So did the lady in my email. I have not seen her in here today. Bring the jury. Let's see. That is definitely going to be one that we're going to do, Scott Peterson. Okay, so here's my thing about Scott Peterson. I've always been into true crime stuff. My son, who will be 20 this year, I named him after, his middle name is Connor, after Scott Peterson and Lacey Peterson's son, because I thought it was so sad that she never got to have her son, Connor. And I was pregnant at the same time she was, so their son would be the same age as my son. And I remember that just struck me so much, and I thought it was so sad. So my son's middle name is named after Scott Peterson and Lacey Peterson's baby that never got to be born. I have hated Scott Peterson for years. I was on the pitchfork bandwagon, but that was before I started watching trials. When I started watching trials and started seeing things and started seeing how the media presents things to us based on what's actually presented in the trial, it changed everything for me. And I don't even watch media stuff anymore. I do not watch media coverage of trials at all. Will not watch it at all. I will only watch the trial footage myself. And that's one that I want to watch in full because, unpopular opinion, I think based on some of the stuff I've seen, that he may not be guilty. And before I can form an opinion one way or the other, I want to watch the whole thing. So from what I've seen, it's made me question it. And me questioning it is enough to make me want to go back and see all of it so that I can make a decision. So that's one I definitely want to do. Let's see. Yeah, the eyebrows. For those of y'all who missed it this morning, somebody emailed me and told me that she likes the show overall, but she can't watch it because my eyebrows aren't dark enough. I'm blonde. I am naturally blonde. I have blonde hair and blonde eyebrows. Did y'all see the, oh, hold on, let me find it. I gotta show y'all. This is cracking me up. All right, let me show you this. That's that was just sent to me on Twitter. Real Boring Housewife sent me that on Twitter, which I thought was hilarious. I'll have to get me some big old fake eyebrows. Is that not the weirdest reason to not want to watch your show? I'm sorry, your eyebrows aren't dark enough. Dang blonde hair. So funny. When I was going through chemo, I had even less eyebrows because they're like, it's blonde hair anyway. And I'm just not a hairy person. They're not, you know. So, but when I went through chemo, I did cisplatin chemo. So I lost about half my hair. I didn't lose it all. I lost about half my stuff. And so I had even fewer eyebrows and eyelashes. So funny. I should just put like a really crazy filter on. If I knew how to filter stuff, I could put a really crazy filter on to have like the big. So funny. I was like, you know, if my eyebrows bug you, I'm sure they have lovely eyebrows over at Law and Crime. Oh, people are so funny. Oh, yes, I could do a unibrow. That would be awesome, actually. So funny. It was probably Dominique. Probably wanting to make sure that I knew that she's not a fan. That's hilarious. Let's see. I have the utmost respect for those who can change their formed opinion when encountering new evidence. Look, I've always said my mind will always be open. I can feel very, very passionate about something and change my mind. Obviously, I felt passionate enough about the Scott Peterson case to name my child after their child that they never got to have. And so for me to feel that passionately about it, you know, and to be able to see new evidence and be like, oh, you know what? I could be wrong. I am always, always, always open to hear new evidence. And I will always be very clear about if I feel like, you know, I've heard something that will change my mind. I'm always open to change my mind, which is why when I do disagree with people, I want to hear, I love people like Abe in chat, because Abe and Distant that's in chat too. Abe and Distant, I can disagree with them, and they'll tell me why they think what they think. And I may still disagree with them, but at least I'll understand it. I always want to hear opposing sides because I am always open to change my mind. Sarah Moore, so let me ask you a question. So if you saw, you say this, but, and look, like I said, name my kid after their kid. Like, so I get it. But I think that if you saw evidence that showed that he is a liar and a cheat, but not a murderer, I think that it would be different. Let's see. Melissa Dodson, do you feel like you would need a replacement suspect, or do you feel like you would just need evidence to show that it wasn't him? Because look, replacement suspect is even better because, you know, you want somebody to hate for doing what they did. But I think the evidence could be enough to make you change your mind. But that's why I said that's one of the ones I want to watch, because I want to see everything before I make up my mind. Thank you, June, Jasmine. Thank you.
All rise, court is now back in session.
Coming back.
Everybody go ahead and take your seats. Ready to bring the jury in? Okay.
I get that, but plenty of people have affairs and don't murder. I want to hear it all. Yes, I have a tie to that one in a way. I'll tell y'all about it later. A distant tie. We'll watch together, Sarah Moore. We'll watch together.
Jury entering.
Yay, Melissa Dodson. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, folks. Everyone take your seats. You may begin redirect examination, Miss Edwards.
Thank you.
All right,
Good morning,
redirect.
Detective.
Good morning, ma'am.
See
Detective,
how
how many
this
hours
goes?
have you worked on this case?
Hundreds.
Why? What do you mean?
The amount of time it takes to do the follow-up that I've been mentioning, I can't even put a number to it. Between the investigation itself on that night, as well as the analysis of the phones themselves probably took about 100 hours. There's so much information. There's so much to go through. Going through everything that I already have, everything that was collected by the other detectives, supplemental search warrants, going through what we get back from that. I mean, altogether, it's probably several hundred hours of supplemental work.
And was this the only case you were assigned?
No, ma'am.
What do you mean by follow the evidence? What does that mean?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think
Kids.
Judge is
Oh,
being able to
okay.
hear me, Judge. So
Yep, you got to stay close to one of those mics, of
no
course.
problem. I'm utilizing this.
Thank you for bringing that to my attention.
What do you mean by follow the evidence? What does that mean?
In my job, like I said before, I can't do anything with information that I don't have.
I'm going to stop you right there.
Yes, ma'am.
On the night of this incident, did you attempt to speak to other people besides the individuals that were in the car and alive and could speak to you?
Overruled.
Did you attempt to speak to other people besides the individuals who are alive and available from that vehicle, the Cadillac?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's specifically talk about those individuals. And I understand that you did not do all the interviews yourself. Feel free to let us know when it was not you personally that did an interview. Was there an attempt to speak to Linda Rudolph, the woman that we can see in the ring video outside the entire time this incident is happening?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you provide Miss Rudolph with means to contact you when she had gotten an attorney so that she could speak to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever receive any communications, messages, texts, calls from Mrs. Rudolph?
No, ma'am.
Has she ever visited the police department to speak to you about what happened?
No, ma'am.
Let's go to Mr. Daryl Rudolph, the other gentleman we see outside on the ring video the entire time that night. Did you attempt to speak to him?
Yes.
Did Mr. Daryl Rudolph also advised you he did not wish to speak without an attorney.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also provide him with any information to be able to contact you later once he had attained that attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Has Mr. Daryl Rudolph ever, under any circumstances, communicated with you, text you, called you, come to your police department since this incident happened?
No, ma'am.
Let's talk about the sister, Miss Coleman, Tyranny Coleman. Are you familiar with that person?
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Coleman, is she one of the individuals that left the house on the day of this incident?
Yes.
Was Miss Coleman interviewed?
Yes, ma'am.
What did Miss Coleman say happened? Judge, this
Applicable-
door was wide open during cross.
Overruled. The door was open. Sure. Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, so here's my thing. If they came and detained me right away and, had arrested me that quick, I wouldn't want to talk to them without an attorney either. With them showing up like they had already made up their minds, I wouldn't want to talk to them without an attorney either. They keep showing them.
Let me be more specific. Did you personally interview Miss Coleman?
No, ma'am.
Did you review the recording of their interview with Miss Coleman?
Yes.
Did Miss Coleman claim not to know any information at all about this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she at any time contact you or anybody else, as far as you know, about this case at the police department?
No, ma'am.
What about her husband, Mr. Johnny Coleman? He was also present at the home that day or not?
Overruled.
To your knowledge, was Mr. Johnny Coleman also present at this residence, or was he not there at all?
He was, sir. Or ma'am.
And Mr. Johnny Coleman was also interviewed, or you do not know that?
Yes, ma'am.
He was?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Coleman also said, no knowledge.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What is an independent witness, detective?
An independent witness is somebody who witnesses something who doesn't have ties to either side, so they give an objective view.
Overruled. Overruled.
Did you review the statement of Mr. Estes in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
To your knowledge, did Mr. Estes ever indicate any firearms being pulled by anyone besides Mr. Rudolph?
Is there applicable exception to the hearsay rule?
Yes, Judge. This is
Yes.
But what was his name? Bo something. What was his name? Chat will know. What was his name? Bo something. Browse for Brandi fun. It's hilarious. Ah, yep. There you go. There you go. That was it. Les Worthington, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, that's funny. The video I posted on Twitter, the video of him where he went to the elementary school or middle school, whatever it was, and he sat with the kid who was sitting alone at lunch at the lunch table. He he's autistic. He had trouble making friends. He was sitting alone. So Travis went and sat with him and hung out with him, and it made the kid's day. And his mom said that he has a lot of trouble, making friends and talking to people. And after that, it really helped him. And now he has, all the kids wanted to sit with him at lunch and stuff. And when his mom was talking about it in the interview, like her voice was cracking and she was getting ready to cry and was trying to hold back tears, and because it meant so much to them and it was really sweet. So they're sitting behind the defense table, supporting.
Okay. So I want to talk about all the information that you had prior to Mr. Rudolph's arrest. Whom had been interviewed by that point?
Keyshawn Jones, Christopher Lowe, and Mr. Estes.
Okay. You did not personally do Mr. Estes's interview, is that correct?
Correct.
Was that part of the formulation for the probable cause for the arrest for Mr. Rudolph?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At the time that you reviewed the information in order to write up your probable cause affidavit for the arrest, did you include information about what Mr. Estes said?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Mr. Estes indicate at any point during his interview that firearms were pulled by anybody else besides Mr. Rudolph?
Sustained.
No, ma'am.
Please, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, disregard that last answer.
Could you tell me whether or not you had any evidence at all at that time that anyone besides Mr. Rudolph had removed a firearm?
Overruled. Go ahead. I think it makes sense for you to wait, given the nature of the objection that you're about to make. All right, thank you. Next question.
Judge, the witness had not answered the...
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead and answer the question if you remember it, because I don't.
Will you ask one more time, ma'am?
Yes. At that point in your investigation, did you have any information at the time you're arresting Mr. Rudolph for these crimes? Did you have any information that anyone besides Mr. Rudolph pulled any firearms?
No, ma'am.
Detective, how many investigations have you ever been involved in?
Ever, I would say hundreds, if not thousands at this point.
How many times have you had to use a subpoena to compel a witness or anyone to make a statement?
Overruled.
How many times?
It's happened, but it's not
I want
something.
you to give us a figure if you can. How many times? If you've spoken to how many witnesses you think throughout the years speaking to witnesses?
Hundreds,
Okay.
many, and maybe, I don't know, maybe 10 people by subpoena.
Okay. How would you have known to look for firearms at Broadway and 40th or anywhere along that path on Broadway? How would you have known to look for that?
If I had received any kind of indication or information as such, I wouldn't.
Why?
Well, you got to be a little more specific than that. Sure.
It's hard to imagine that she's been involved in thousands of investigations. I know she's only been on homicide for 3 years. Lisa Wilmot, I thought the same thing. Let's see. I've missed a few comments because I was multitasking. All right, let's see. She might want to. She has stayed pretty calm up there, given how horrible this has been for her. But someone in the courtroom was telling me yesterday that when she gets off the stage, she wasn't really like that. Like that she, I think, is kind of having like a brave face on the stand, but she's was more like kind of anxious and insecure when she was off the stand. So not really sure. Let's see. She had been there. We can see the people that are sitting behind Travis. Taz 2482. This is a dangerous precedent, treading on Fifth Amendment rights here. Yeah, with the not talking thing, almost like it's holding it against them.
All right. Detective, I want to talk to you about some of the questions you were asked on cross-examination about dissecting the relationship between Ms. Jones and Mr. Rudolph. You were asked, did you know about, some of the things that happened in their relationship? Why didn't you know that and all of that? Were you investigating a domestic violence incident between the two of them?
No, ma'am.
Were you investigating anything about their relationship other than what happened that night?
No, ma'am.
I want to talk to you about medical records, particularly for Mr. Robinson. You were asked on cross-examination why it is that you did not receive those medical records until January of this year. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Who typically gets medical records from an individual?
It depends on the situation. Sometimes law enforcement, sometimes the state.
Okay. And were those medical records that you obtained provided to the state and then defense?
Yes.
In January of this year?
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked on cross whether or not Mr. Robinson could have given his firearm to somebody else inside that vehicle. You recall those sorts of questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was Mr. Robinson's firearm located in relation to the vehicle where the other individuals were?
It was back at the scene of, or in the area of the scene of the shooting itself.
So near Jasmine Drive over in Lake Park,
Yes, ma'am.
not on 40th and Broadway?
Correct.
You were asked about the quality of Mr. Nash's video and what you can and cannot see. I want to talk to you about that. And I'm going to actually, if I may, Judge, just play a small portion of States 49.
All right. Tell me if you want me to dim the lights, all right?
Please.
Yep. Yes, of course.
I haven't seen Heidi either. I don't know where she's at. I don't know if she had another trial. You would think that.
Now, Detective,
Oh.
can you indicate whereabouts the Cadillac is?
Yes, ma'am. It's in the top right-hand corner area. Of
Is that the item that's a little darker but with the lights?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that would indicate that there is someone in that vehicle at that point.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This area here, where they're sort of not as dark as the rest of it, what's that? Do you know?
It appears to be like the front passengers area of the vehicle.
All right. Could you play for us? One individual, did you see that shadow? Two. Sorry, that's just one. Not sure what part of the vehicle that is. Do you know where?
Not, it looks like the rear or the rear driver's side.
But do you know?
No.
Okay. If you could keep playing, please. Pause for a second. Why is it that the video goes in and then out and then in again?
Because it starts at the original full view of what that camera was recording, and then it's zoomed in to show a specific area.
So then two different clips are put together, zoomed in and out.
Correct.
Could you play, please? Back up for us to figure one, getting to there around 12:10:43.
I can move myself. We still can't see anything though.
Figure one. Is that the person you were indicating?
Yes.
Pause for me. You are by no means saying that this is the clearest video, are you?
Certainly not.
Okay. If you could keep playing. Figure two around 12:10:58. And then shortly after figure three at 12:10:59. So back
You're
up
allowed-
to about 12:10:56.
Sustained.
If you could play. Pause. Detective, did you see the shadowy items in the image?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell who those individuals are? The two shadows.
No, ma'am.
Overruled.
If you could keep playing. This third shadowy figure here, can you tell who that is?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So of the four shadowy figures, you can't tell who each individual is?
No, ma'am.
Well, that objection is denied. All right, but it was a leading question, so that objection is sustained.
Judge, if we could restore
Rephrase.
the lights, please.
Rephrase, please.
So detective, were you able to clearly identify the individuals that entered the vehicle?
No, ma'am.
However, the clarity, how many individuals did you see enter the vehicle?
4.
Detective, why is DNA helpful in a case?
If we don't have something or someone identified, or we don't know if something is tied to someone else, or we don't know who it's tied to, at that point, we would use it as an identification method.
Okay. Is this the kind of case where the identities of the individuals were unknown?
No, ma'am.
If I could have your assistance, I'll be using the projector next. And Judge, I will be approaching the witness with your Honor's permission with State 72. I have shown it to defense counsel.
All right, thank you.
Detective, if you could please take a look at States 72. It's a single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
And to the best of your recollection, do you remember that to be an accurate reflection of what the decedent looked like in the front of the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Judge, State would offer into evidence State 72. Judge, this is about the hands.
Okay. Overruled.
Permission to publish?
You may.
So, Detective, again, do you recognize this as being Mr. Jean-Jacques' positioning in the front of that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And the hands, were they changed in any way from all the other images that you've seen so far during the cross-examination or direct?
No.
Is this simply just another angle of the same hand?
Yes.
Why didn't you think this was consistent with a firearm being held in it?
Well, like I said before, there are many things that would cause posturing like that. Like I said, a medical reason such as
Sustained.
She said she's not an expert, so she needs to stop.
Did you believe, based on how you found Mr. Jean-Jacques' hand, that he might have been holding a firearm?
I did not.
What was the demeanor of Mr. Lowe and Mr. Jones when you interviewed them at the scene?
They were distraught.
Did they appear to not have any interest in taking their friend to the hospital?
Objection, speculation.
Want to be heard on that?
Appearance, if she knows.
Overruled. Do you know?
They did not appear so.
How far were the individuals from the hospital? And if I could borrow, I forgot what number it is, so let me just grab the map.
I'm getting mad all over again.
I'm not seeing that. I apologize. One moment, please.
All right.
Can I ask for Mr. Clausy to assist in locating
Sure.
it, Judge?
The hospital thing, she's going to sit here and talk about how far they were from a hospital. They passed a dang hospital and went to an abandoned building, which is not going to help their friend. So
For the
don't
record,
even try
Judge,
about how
it's
they're so
state
sad.
68, if I may publish.
Okay.
Getting mad. I'm getting mad. I wish they could do that in every jury. I love that.
Excuse me.
It just popped
Ms.
on.
Edwards, pick up that
you heard
pointer
that.
before you trip on it. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Put it on the, yeah.
All right, Detective, can you aid us in understanding where the hospital was in relation to 40th and Broadway utilizing this map?
So
Cross-examination was over 2 days and over 4 hours. I can't recall, but I don't think even if it is, it's not far outside the scope. So overruled.
Detective, whereabouts is the closest hospital to 40th Street and Broadway?
It's where the orange circle with the H, that's St. Mary's Medical Center, where they said they were trying to go.
Okay. So am I correct in pointing to this as what you were just referencing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that one street down here?
It appears so. Yes, ma'am.
And then 40th is right there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is St. Mary on Broadway or is it on some other street?
It's not on Broadway.
Where is it?
Yeah, he can't remember.
At this present time, I can't recall the name of that street. But
45th Street?
Sustained. That was leading.
Do you know if it's a numbered street?
Sustained. Sustained.
The jury will be able to see for themselves where it is, right?
yes, ma'am.
Overruled.
Detective, you kept talking about probable cause and you were asked for the definition of probable cause during your cross-examination. Do you remember those questions?
Yes, ma'am.
What is probable cause, if you recall?
Probable cause is a burden of proof. It's having enough evidence to enable me to make an arrest or to get a search warrant for something.
More likely than...
Overruled. Sure. Feel free to stand up and stretch, folks.
Oh boy. I wish I could hear them. She's wanting, like, she's leading on everything she's saying. I'm going to pull up. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to pull up the address on the, I have the PCA saved somewhere. What was the, or do y'all have it so I don't have to pull it up? What was the address that it's Teakwood Drive? And then the Broadway. Do y'all have those? If not, I can pull them up. I'll just pull up the probable cause affidavit. $550 T.
Tiff, isn't it true that probable cause is more likely than not that you believe something occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
A lesser burden, as defense counsel pointed out, than beyond a reasonable doubt, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked about whether or not Mr. Jones said something about shooting back during the course of his testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us the full context of what was happening there?
He was describing what he saw, and he said that they didn't have guns. He had said that multiple times. And
lied.
He was
And lied.
Explaining that he
lied.
came across to me more like he was.
Sustained.
Without telling us the full details of what he said, was he describing what happened during the shooting?
Yes.
Did he at any point indicate anything having to do with anyone from his car shooting at anyone?
No.
You were asked about Mr. Lowe's statement and the references about whether or not he in fact said that they had parked somewhere else and not in front of Mr. Rudolph's residence. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Do you have a copy up there of Mr. Lowe's statement?
I don't.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
May.
And for the record, state is going to be referencing page 3. Actually, apologize, that's incorrect. Page 14. And that's going to be line 10 through page 15, line 25. You did yesterday.
I don't, what's the question?
The question that was asked by me or Mr.
What's the question you were about to ask?
I was going to ask the witness to refresh her recollection regarding whether or not the witness in fact told her about parking away from Mr. Rudolph's residence.
Overruled. Go
May I
ahead.
approach the
Yes,
witness?
you may.
It's not what was done yesterday.
All right, overruled.
When they go on a break, I've got the
You
map
could
pulled
read
up.
those pages, please.
I'll show y'all where the hospital was and where they went.
It starts with,
To yourself, please.
oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, they said that he shot back, but Keyshawn said they didn't even have guns. She knew he lied, but she didn't say he's lied.
Overruled. No, overruled.
Have you read enough to answer the question as to whether or not you recall whether or
As
not
he
Mr.
should
Lowe
be.
advised you that they had not in fact parked in front of Mr. Rudolph's residence?
Yes.
Okay, what's the answer?
No, he didn't say that. That he had parked in front of Rudolph's. I'm sorry.
no.
Maybe I
Let
missed
me
it.
rephrase the question. Listen
Okay.
carefully, if you will. Can you answer as to whether or not you recall where Mr. Lowe said he had parked his vehicle, whether or not it was in front of Mr. Rudolph's residence or someplace else? Does that help to refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay.
Nobody said that they parked in front of the residence.
So they did not park in front of Mr. Rudolph's residence?
I didn't understand the question or the answer.
Okay, let me
Rephrase,
rephrase the
please.
question.
Thank you.
Did Mr. Lowe indicate that he parked far enough away from Mr. Rudolph's residence? Do you recall whether or not he said that?
Yes.
Okay. Did he indicate that they had to run back to the car?
Yes.
It was responsive to that question. All right, overruled. Next question, please.
Detective, did you care about this case?
Absolutely.
Why?
Because she wanted a
I care
conviction.
about all my
murder.
cases. That's why I have this job. I wouldn't work in this capacity if I didn't care.
One moment to confer with co-counsel.
You may. All right, very well. You may go on about your day. Stay safe. Thank you very much. It's now almost 11. I was given to understand yesterday that the state has only one more witness, right?
That's correct.
And having talked to both sides about that, I am also given to understand that that witness is not anticipated to take a great deal of time. All right, so what the plan is now, yes, you are, thank you. Watch your step, stay safe. So our plan, ladies and gentlemen, is we'll take this witness, finish direct examination, cross-examination, and if there is any, redirect examination and then we'll take a break for lunch. I suspect there'll be something else I'll have to do during the lunch break, so it'll probably be a little longer than the half an hour I gave you yesterday. Okay. Who is your next witness? All righty.
Sandra Oliver, we can see you. You don't have to be a member to chat. Okay, look, while they're bringing it in real quick, look at this. Okay, so this is where they were. This is where they ended up. So if they went this way or this way, doesn't matter. They passed right by that hospital down there. Right by it, and did not go to it. They passed right by a hospital and did not go to it.
All right, sir, when you're comfortable up there, will you please say and spell both your first and your last name for the record and the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
So tell me again that they were so sad about their friend.
My name is Jimmy Palma, Palma.
Jimmy is Jimmy.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right, you may
I'll
inquire.
show the
Ms.
map
Edwards.
again. I just
Thank
don't want
you,
to miss
Your Honor.
this.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury? Let them know what you do for a living and your title and where.
Yes, I am a forensic scientist assigned to the firearms unit at the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office's Crime Laboratory.
And tell us a little bit about your background, your education. How did you become a forensic scientist?
I served 5 years in the Marine Corps, where I became familiar with different types of weapons. I obtained a bachelor's degree in chemistry from St. Thomas University. And once I was hired at the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office, I completed a 2-year firearms examiner training program, which covered everything from the very basic firearms safety and handling, all the way up through the microscopic comparison of fired components such as fired projectiles and fired bullets, and compared those to actual firearms to determine whether those bullets or cartridge cases are fired from a particular gun. I have trained with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms in the restoration of serial numbers and also in the cartridge case database. I am a member of AFTI, which is the Association of Firearm and Toolmark Examiners. It is an international professional organization of forensic firearms like myself, and I am a certified member of that association.
Okay. How long have you worked in your current capacity?
I started at the Sheriff's Office February of 2011, so approximately 12 years.
And throughout that time, have you been doing forensic comparisons of ballistics or firearms evidence?
Yes, throughout my entire career.
Tell us a little bit about firearms and comparison. How is it that you are able to compare or analyze whether or not one particular firearm fired casings or any other parts of a bullet?
So the premise of what we do relies on the machining processes that are used to manufacture guns. During the manufacturing process, tools are used to cut, shape, and form guns. And those tools leave behind imperfections throughout the entire surface of the gun. So if you look at the gun, it looks rather smooth to the naked eye. But if you magnify it enough and start looking at the microscopic surfaces, you could see imperfections and irregularities throughout all the surfaces of the gun. Well, those imperfections and irregularities, when the gun comes into contact with cartridge cases and fired bullets, it leaves patterns from those imperfections on those casings and on those bullets. And those patterns are what we evaluate and compare between test fires of that gun and evidence cartridge cases and evidence bullets that are collected on different scenes and submitted as evidence.
Do you have any personal experience with seeing that in a manufacturing setting?
Yes, I visited various manufacturing gun facilities and also ammunition facilities, just observing the different types of manufacturing processes, which helps us understand what methods are used and what kind of tool marks to expect when looking at fired casings and bullets.
Can you tell us the types or parts of an actual bullet, such that we would understand your analysis?
The actual bullet. So this is just an example of a single piece of ammunition. It's obviously it's blown up so that you could see it, but this is what we consider a cartridge, and it's composed of 4 different parts. You have the cartridge casing, you have the bullet or projectile, you have a small disc on the back called a primer, and on the inside there's gunpowder. So when a firearm is fired or shot, the firing mechanism of that gun is going to interact with this small disc called the primer. It's going to punch a small dimple onto that primer. That primer is going to ignite, so it's going to send a small spark into the cartridge. That ignites the main powder of that cartridge. As that powder is burning quickly, it increases in pressure and temperature. So you have pressure going in every direction. Being that this is supported, the cartridge is supported by the firearm, there's only really 2 directions in which the pressure can push. That's forward and backwards. So the forward pressure is going to essentially push the bullet forward and out of the barrel and hit the target. And at the same time, it's going to push the cartridge casing backwards. And in most firearms, that cartridge casing is going to push backwards, depending on the design, and it's going to get ejected, and it'll be found somewhere in the vicinity of the shooter.
All right. What are the parts of the bullet or the full live round that can be compared for analysis with a firearm?
So the fired component comes into contact with different parts of the gun. So the bullet is going to travel down the barrel and interact with the barrel, the inner surface of the barrel. So what you'll see is, since it's traveling perpendicular to those imperfections on the barrel, you'll see a pattern of scratches or striations on the projectiles. The cartridge case is going to come into contact with different parts of the gun also. Typically, it'll come into contact with what's called the breech face. There's other components called the extractor, which is responsible for pulling out that casing. And there's a third component called an ejector, which hits the casing and ejects the casing out. So there's different parts of the gun that interact with both the casings and the bullets.
So then it's possible to be able to do analysis using spent casings?
Yes, each one of those gun parts will, because they're machined in different manners, they'll each have their own machining processes or their own imperfections that we essentially can use to identify that gun to the fired components.
What about the bullet? What happens to the bullet portion or projectile once it is it goes through the front or muzzle of a firearm?
So once it exits the firearm, it essentially just hits whatever target is being pointed at.
Does it shatter or change form at all, do you know, if it hits a harder surface before hitting something else?
Bullets have the ability to break apart. I've seen bullets come in to the laboratory in pristine conditions, and I've seen them come in completely shattered and in just small fragments. So there's a wide variety. It just depends on what that projectile hits while it's traveling down the barrel or while it's traveling in the air.
Would you expect a projectile that hits a soft surface like someone's flesh to perhaps be more intact, if nothing else, interrupted the process from muzzle to target?
If it only hit flesh, then I wouldn't be surprised to receive a projectile intact. Bones is one of those components that it can hit, or other targets. But if it's simply flesh, then I wouldn't be surprised to see the bullet intact.
What if it hits another target prior, like a car window or parts of a car?
Can it become shattered? Yes, it can. Correct.
Okay. Can you tell us about the items that you received for comparison in this case?
I received 3 firearms. I received fired cartridge casings, and I received fired projectiles.
Let's start with the handguns that you received, if you received any.
Yes.
Tell us about, did you receive a 9mm Taurus?
Yes, I did. I received a Taurus model PT709.
And what can you tell us about that particular firearm?
It fires 9mm Luger caliber cartridges or ammunition, and it is a semi-automatic pistol.
And what does that mean as far as the firing mechanism and how the person would be able to utilize it?
So there are two types of automatic systems. There is a semi-automatic firearm, and there's a fully automatic. So with semi-automatic, if you pull the trigger and hold the trigger, you essentially get one shot off. The firearm cycles, ejects the casing, ejects the bullet, and inserts the next ammunition, the next piece of ammunition into the gun, ready to be fired. But in semi-auto, you have to release the trigger and pull it again if you want consecutive shots. So you essentially just get one shot per pull. With fully automatic, if you pull the trigger and hold it, the firearm will continue firing shots until you either release the trigger or you run out of ammunition.
Okay. Can you tell us the type of magazine that was presented to you with this particular firearm?
I received a what's called a box magazine, and it's just a magazine that is rectangular in shape.
And Judge, permission to utilize the evidence?
You may.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Mr. Palma, I'm approaching you with State 7, identified as Tyler Robinson's 9mm Taurus. Could you please open that box and let me know whether or not this is the same item that you were just referencing?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And do you have the ability to show us what the magazine looks like, or do you need assistance with a scissor?
I could take it out of the box.
Okay.
This is the magazine that was received with the Taurus pistol.
And can you tell us how much or how many bullets or casings that particular magazine holds?
This particular magazine is designed to hold 10 cartridges.
How many then, if this particular magazine is inside that particular gun, could this gun hold? How many bullets?
Well, the magazine holds 10 cartridges. There is the ability to have 10 in one, which is what's referred to as if you loaded 10 cartridges in this magazine, inserted it into the gun, racked the slide, you would have one in the chamber. Now you have the ability to take the magazine back out, put a 10th cartridge in here, and you would have 10 in the magazine and one in the chamber.
If that one in the chamber is ejected by a firing process, what happens with this particular type of firearm? Does it immediately reload from the magazine, or does the user have to do something?
No, this particular gun is a semi-automatic, so the trigger's pulled, the first shot goes off, the gun automatically ejects the fired casing and inserts the next cartridge. It strips it off the top of the magazine and inserts it into the chamber automatically.
Okay. This magazine has been referenced to as a bit different from the normal type that comes in there. Do you know anything about whether or not that is true?
This magazine is what's called an extended magazine. This particular model, the 709, comes with a regular size magazine, which holds 7 cartridges. But this extended model holds 10. So I believe it sticks out just ever so slightly from the magazine well of the gun.
Okay. Are there extended magazines that hold a lot more than that for this type of firearm?
For this type of firearm, I'm not aware of any other magazines, but they could exist.
Okay. All right, thank you. If I may retrieve that item, Judge.
You may.
Thank you.
Terry K. and Gailey May gifted memberships. Thank y'all.
All right, Mr. Palma, I want to now turn our attention to the next handgun that you received for analysis. Can you tell us about that?
Thank you, Terry K.
You want me to refer to the 6 Hour firearm or the
Handgun, if you could.
the next handgun was a FN Model 57 semi-automatic pistol.
And can you tell us anything about this particular firearm and how it operates?
It is chambered for a 5.7 by 28 millimeter cartridge, and it is also semi-automatic.
Is that different than a 9mm cartridge? And if so, how?
There was a great deal of testimony concerning that. It is of limited relevance, however, so I'll allow it at this point.
There are no additional questions on this.
Oh, okay. Very well. Next question.
Judge, if the witness could answer that, though.
Go ahead, answer the question, Mr. Palmer.
The 5.7 by 28 is basically a different size of cartridge. So the 9mm has certain dimensions that it meets, and the 5.7, which is different, has different dimensions, and that is consistent with the gun. So the chamber is also chambered for the same dimensions as the cartridge. But in terms of semi-auto, they're both semi-automatic.
Meaning they reload automatically, just like you just described with the Taurus?
Right, meaning that one pull of the trigger will give you one shot and cycle automatically.
Okay. And can you tell us whether or not when you received this particular firearm, there were any live rounds?
I did receive
It is relevant, Judge.
It is relevant. Overruled.
I received a magazine and 20 5.7 by 28 millimeter cartridges or ammunition, unfired ammunition.
Do you know how many?
There were 20.
Okay. If we could turn our attention to the next firearm that you received for analysis.
Yes, the next firearm was a 5.56 by 45 millimeter Sig Sauer firearm.
What can you tell us about this firearm?
This particular firearm was also semi-automatic, and it fired ammunition that was 5.56 by 45 millimeter.
What about 223s?
223s. So 5.56 by 45 and 223s. If you look at the physical dimensions between those two cartridges, they're almost identical. 5.56 tends to be the military designator or nomenclature, and 223 is the civilian designator or nomenclature. And there are some minor differences in terms of the pressure on the inside of the cartridge. The 5.56 tends to have a little bit more pressure because, again, it's military designed. And the primer has, for 5.56s, they have a lacquer, and that is to prevent water from seeping into the gunpowder and wetting it and rendering it inoperable. So the specifications are a little tighter because they're military designed, but again, the physical dimensions are almost identical. So a 223 Remington cartridge can be fired in a 5.56 by 45 gun, just like the 5.56 can be fired in the same gun.
Okay. Could both of those types of ammunition be fired from this particular Sig Sauer?
Yes.
All right. How is the Sig Sauer operated such that it fires a projectile?
So in a similar fashion as the other firearms, triggers pulled, the projectile leaves the barrel, hits the target, and the gun cycles and ejects the fired casing and then inserts the next cartridge to be fired. That essentially will occur once the trigger is released and pulled.
Judge, if I could utilize the evidence
You may.
in the testimony. And this might be better if I have the witness step down. It's a
All right.
larger item. Could I please have the witness step down?
Yes. All right. Step down, Mr. Palmer. Watch your step, please.
And I'm going to be utilizing, for the record, states 3.
Okay. And Mr. Palmer knows very well to point that in a safe direction, of course.
Yes, Your Honor. I don't think it's tied around. No, it's not tied around.
Okay. Mr. Palmer, please don't point that firearm at the jury. I know you know that, but okay. Could you please remove states 3 from the box that it's in so that the jury can fully see it?
Yes.
Can everyone see? Okay, wonderful. All right. Can you tell us whether or not that firearm, as you have it in your hand, has a magazine in it or around it or anywhere?
No, right now the firearm does not have a magazine inserted into it.
Okay. Can you tell us basically how the firearm would have to be operated by demonstrating how a projectile would be fired from it?
Yes, I'll try to do this without the microphone.
You can move over there by the, thank you. All right, thank you, Deputy Lubinsky.
So the magazine is inserted into this bottom magazine well here. And once that magazine is inserted, you can pull this lever back to rack one of the rounds into the magazine or into the chamber. When the trigger's pulled, the projectile travels down the barrel, hits the target, and again, the firearm will automatically eject that casing and strip that next cartridge out of the magazine and insert it into the chamber.
And can you tell us whether or not, upon squeezing this particular firearm, you have to squeeze it multiple times to get multiple bullets or projectiles out of it?
Yes, this particular gun will require a pull of the trigger for each consecutive shot.
Okay. If you could replace the firearm and if you could say where you are, we're going to be utilizing another exhibit, Judge, with your permission, that's
Yes,
on that
ma'am.
table.
Go ahead.
No grand jury. They did a bench trial for stand your ground, but there was no grand jury for this.
For the record, this will be States 48, identified as the drum magazine. If you could provide it to the witness.
Mr. Palmer, you're going to open that. Thank you. Can you tell if that evidence bag has been opened previously?
Yes, it has, Your Honor.
Okay.
And has it been opened by you?
Yes, it has. I wrote the case number, my initials, and the date in which I opened the baggage on the bag.
Okay.
Would you like me to remove the contents?
Yes, please.
I wish I could make her go in like 1.25 or 1.5 speed. Slow.
Are the rest of the contents the casings or cartridges, rather?
The contents in the manila envelopes are the unfired cartridges.
Okay. And what's the count of how many you received, if you recall?
I received a total of 61.
Okay. Could you show us the magazine? What do you know about this type of magazine?
This type of magazine it's what's called a drum magazine. And this is the magazine that I use to test fire this firearm here that I just displayed. And this particular magazine holds 50 rounds on each of the drums. So a total of 100 rounds.
And can you tell us how this magazine would be utilized with the 6R firearm that we just saw?
Yes, you essentially just insert the magazine in that magazine well that I mentioned on the bottom side of the gun.
Okay. Is there anything specific about this type of magazine style that is any different than the type that we saw in the handguns?
The difference is the shape. So with the rectangular magazine, the cartridges are loaded vertically, where with the drum magazine, as you're loading the cartridges, they rotate, which allows more ammunition to be stored in these than the rectangular magazines.
And so this is able to hold a lot more or about the same as those regular magazines?
No, these hold a lot more.
All right, thank you so much. If you could replace those items in the bag.
I've got the map pulled up, so when he's done,
Again.
If he could return to
I'll
his
show
seat.
it.
Thank you. Of the 3 firearms that you received for comparison, what's something that you do in order to ensure that you can do a comparison? Do you do any test firing at all?
Yes, I took the 3 firearms and I test fire them in a water tank that's approximately 15 feet by 4 feet. And the reason for test firing it into the tank is so that I could obtain those fired projectiles in a pristine manner. The water slows the projectiles down to avoid any damage to the projectiles. I also recover cartridge casings near me, and those test fires are the representatives of those particular guns, which I then use later on to compare to any evidence that's submitted.
And what is the purpose of doing test firing?
The purpose is to obtain those tool marks, again, those imperfections that are on the gun. The test fires are the representatives of those tool marks. So those tool marks impressed on the test fires are what I use to compare to the evidence.
Okay, and I'm going to be showing defense counsel what will be marked as states 5, 6, and 8, if I may approach.
You may. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, I appreciate it. All right.
No, because they've still got to do. Travis will spend a whole day on the stand, I'm sure, or most of a day, plus his mom, plus his brother, plus closing arguments on both sides. It'll be midweek.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, Judge, I'm going to be requesting permission to approach the witness with.
You may.
Did they say
You can
that the
ask
car
questions
was
from up there, take the mic.
the
Thank
car
you.
was backed in? Did they say that they backed in the car at
Okay,
that?
Mr. Palma, can you please, first starting with, I'm not going to have you open it at this stage, so you don't need the gloves. Let's start with states 5. Could you please tell me whether or not you recognize that item that was just handed to you as states 5?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
These are test fires that I bagged once I finished my examination process. Test fires from the 6 Sauer firearm.
And again, what do you use test fires to do in the comparison process?
I use these test fires to determine whether other evidence cartridge cases or projectiles were fired from this gun. The test fires are what display the imperfections from the gun, the tool marks from the gun.
All right. And to the best of your recollection, does that package appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as the last time you saw it?
Yes, it is.
How do you know that?
Once I finished my analysis, I sealed the bag and initialed and dated the date in which I sealed the bag with a tamper-resistant seal.
All right. At this time, state is offering that into evidence, I believe, as Your Honor heard, without objection.
That was 5, right?
Yes.
All right,
States
5 is
five.
admitted without objection. Thank you.
They have to so that he can
Moving
tell his
now
side of it.
to states 8.
They don't have to, but
Same question. Can you tell me whether or not you recognize the item that was handed to you?
Yes,
For
these are my
self-defense.
test fires from the Taurus pistol.
Again, to the best of your recollection, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as the last time you saw it?
Yes, it is.
And were these the test fires utilized for the comparison in this case?
Correct, yes.
At this time, state would offer into evidence states 8.
States 8 is admitted without objection.
And finally, moving now to state 6. Same question. Could you tell me whether or not you recognize the item that you received?
Yes, these are test fires from the FN pistol. And they are also in the same condition in which I packaged them and I sealed them.
Thank you. At this time, state would offer into evidence state 6.
States 6 is admitted into evidence without objection.
All right. Now I will have you open something. So if you could put the fire gloves on. Do we still have the scissors?
I think it's up there. Thank you.
Carmen, you incited an uproar.
Handing the witness states 5, the 6 are test fires. Could you open the bag and take one out so we see what it looks like?
Yes.
Thank you, Carmen.
And Judge, I suspect, given the size of the item, that I might have to have the witness step down. Could I have permission for that?
Okay, yes, you do.
Do you want me to just take one test fire?
This one. Do you have casing and projectile, or just so they could see both, please? And if you could step down, and I'll hand you the
You
microphone.
may. Thank you.
Permission to publish that to the jury?
Yes,
By
you
the
may.
way, going closer. You could just show them.
So here I have a fired cartridge casing. And this is the fired projectile, or my test fired projectile and cartridge casing.
And the caliber of that, or those, is?
Yes, these are test fires. These are
Troublemakers.
223 Remington caliber.
All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
If you could return to your seat. Tell us about the comparison process. What do you do next after you've done the test fired? And actually, before you answer that, did each of the 3 firearms that you received for comparison, did they actually operate as designed?
Yes, all 3 firearms functioned as designed. Yes.
Okay. So they were in working condition.
Correct.
All right. Tell us about the comparison process.
So once I obtain my test fires, I use an instrument at the laboratory called a comparison microscope. And what it is 2 microscopes that are connected together by an optical bridge. It allows me to put one specimen on one side and the other on the other side. And I can superimpose the 2 images and put them side by side so that I could observe those tool marks right next to each other. The comparison microscope is what allows us to magnify and look at those microscopic striations and shapes. And that's so that once I place one item on one side and one on the other, I start looking at the tool marks, and that's what allows me to determine whether I have enough correspondence to make it an identification.
Are there times when during that process you find the results to be inconclusive?
Yes, there are times.
What does that mean?
Inconclusive means that I could not identify or eliminate the test fire from that item for various reasons. Either the item did not mark well in that gun, or the item was too damaged and I was unable to see the striations, or those are really the major reasons why an inconclusive would be a result, a conclusion.
And what do you call it when there is a match or some kind of enough comparison, I think, that you can tell it's this firearm that fired that particular casing or projectile?
That's called an identification.
Okay. Let's start with the items that you received for comparison. Can you tell us about that?
Yes. In one submission, I received a total of 39 fired cartridge cases.
Okay. Did you receive any other submissions for comparison with the firearms?
Yes, I also received 3 submissions that had fired components, like fired projectiles, either a jacket fragment or a bullet jacket.
Okay. Let's start with the bullet fragments and the jackets. Can you tell us whether or not, based on your observation and your comparison, you were able to make any identifications with the various projectiles that you received, or bullet jackets or fragments?
No, I was unable to identify any of the fire projectiles to any of the guns.
And why was that?
These particular projectiles were badly damaged. Some of them were very small fragments. Some were partial bullet jackets. So there wasn't a lot of surface area on many of these projectiles, but there was a lot of heavy damage to just about every single projectile I observed.
And permission to utilize state's evidence, Judge?
You may.
If I could approach the witness with states 41A through HH.
You may.
Melissa Dotson just gifted 20 memberships. Holy crap. Hold on, let me see who's gifted. Thank you, Melissa. Taz 2482. Laura April.
If you could please take a
Corinne?
look at the packet and then look up when you're finished.
Ari AH, Susie Remington, Mandy Hart, Lindsay Lewis, Kat Aggie 1000, Miss M, KR, Girl Underestimated, Linda Hill, Rhonda Allen, Essie, Trisha Greer, Debbie Tankersley, Jean Louise. Oops, it's moving. It moved. Where'd it go? Melissa, Lauren J. Did I get them all? Thank you, Melissa Dotson. Thank you. New members, new culties. We love y'all.
Fair to say that the packet you received were autopsy photos?
Yes.
Okay. If I could also approach the witness, Judge, with states 16 and 15, as well as states 2.
15, 16, and 2.
Yes.
All right.
And for the record, 16 and 15 are fragments that were collected and identified earlier and placed into evidence, and states 2 were the cartridge cases.
All right. You may.
Cambridge, Ohio, happy 1 month anniversary. Virginia, we are still
Okay,
on
Mr.
this
Palmer,
last,
can you tell me, and just select the first one and let us know what exhibit you've selected?
last of the state.
This is item 16.
And can you tell me whether or not you've seen that item before?
Yes, I have.
How do you know that?
I wrote the case number, the submission number, my initials, and the date in which I opened the packaging.
And is this one of the items then that you received for comparison?
Yes, it is.
And it's been identified as fragments collected from the vehicle. Can you tell us anything about whether or not you had any successful comparisons with this particular item?
No, I did not.
And why not?
There were various fragments that were collected. A couple of them were gray colored magnetic metal fragments that didn't have any visible characteristics of having been fired from a gun. And there were 2 bullet jacket fragments that were inconclusive to the 6-hour firearm.
Is that because of any of the reasons that you discussed earlier?
No, the same reasons.
So they were either damaged or you just could not see sufficient markings?
Correct.
Okay. What about the next package? And if you could tell us what number you've selected there.
This is item 15.
Okay. Have you ever seen this item before?
Yes, I have.
Can you tell us whether or not you did any comparisons with this item? And again, what was it identified as?
This is item 15. I did do comparisons between this item. Again, I wrote the case number and my initials and the date. on the packaging. And these were, I had 2 copper fragments that again did not have any characteristics, any rifling characteristics as having been fired from a gun.
Okay.
And I also had 2 jacket fragments that were also inconclusive to the 6-hour pistol.
And again, were you able to make an identification?
No, I was not.
Is that for the same reason, too damaged?
Correct. Yes.
She could have made this into such a short little thing, like couldn't do anything. Nope. All right, good. This could have been one of those things that both sides agreed to. Can't test anything. All right, let's not go through all
If I
of
can
the
approach a witness with states 42 and 43 projectiles from the decedent's body.
You may.
all of the boring stuff. For those things that he can't tell anything anyway, those should have been things that were entered into evidence, agreed upon both sides, that they don't have to go through all of this to get to that point.
First, could you identify, just pick one and then tell us what exhibit number it is.
This is item number 42.
Okay. And could you tell us whether or not you received this item for comparison and there's sign of that on the package itself?
Yes, I did receive it. I examined it. And again, I have the case number, initials, and date in which I opened the packaging.
Okay. Can you tell us about the comparison process? Were you successfully making an identification with these items, this particular item, or I'm not sure how many are inside?
This
That's exactly what it is, Susan Bilbrey.
This item was, there were 5 pieces of plastic in this packaging, and these were not further examined because they weren't consistent with having been fired from a gun.
Okay. What about the next item?
The next item is item 43.
And did you also receive this item for comparison?
Yes, I did. For the same reasons, I wrote the case number, my initials, and the date.
And any identification with this particular item?
No, this particular item consisted of a few lead fragments and a few gray colored metal fragments that again did not bear any characteristics consistent with having been fired from a gun. I also had a fired bullet jacket fragment, actually 4
right.
fired bullet jacket fragments, and
Per board.
those were inconclusive to the 6-hour pistol also.
And why is that?
They were heavily damaged. I didn't have enough correspondence between these and my test fired bullets.
Okay. Is that typical when items are removed from bodies? Do you know?
It is typical.
If you could then go to the last of the submissions that was presented to you, the casings, and identify the exhibit number.
This is item 2. And again, I have my case number, initials, and date written on the packaging.
And could you tell us whether or not you were able to make identifications to the casings that were recovered? And do you remember how many you received for comparison?
Yes, I received 39 fired cartridge cases.
And tell us about the 39 fired casings and your identifications, if any.
Of the 39, I was able to identify 38 of the 39 cartridge cases back to the 6-hour pistol. The remaining cartridge case was inconclusive to that pistol, but it was of the same caliber. It was a .223 Remington.
And can you tell us anything about that one of the 39 that you were unable to fully identify and ruled inconclusive?
Yes, that cartridge case, I did not have a sufficient amount of correspondence to identify it to the gun. But again, the class characteristics, in other words, the caliber was .223, so it was consistent with this gun versus the other 2 guns.
All right. Thank you. So the 38 of the remaining casings, were those identified back to the 6R?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And that's this one that's sitting in front of us that you took out and showed to the jury?
Yes, that is the firearm that's in the large box.
Okay. All right. One moment to confer with co-counsel.
May.
No further questions at this time, but can I assist by removing all the items that
Yes,
piled up there?
please. And then while Ms. Edwards is doing that, take a stand up and stretch 90-second break, folks.
Oh. All right. Hold on. while they're stretching for 90 seconds. All right. So this up here is where Travis's house is. Right here. Okay. This right here is 40th and Broadway, where their car died, or where they went and found them or whatever. And this right here, right where they passed, is St. Mary's Hospital. Right where they passed. Right where they passed. Just throwing that out there. I think we're all wondering where Heidi is.
Cross-examination? Okay, you may inquire, Mr. Shiner.
Good morning, Mr. Palmer.
Morning, sir.
How you doing?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
Good, thank you. Okay, so you're the expert for the sheriff's office at determining if cartridges were fired out of particular guns. That's one of the things you can do, right?
Yes, correct.
All right, so who sent you those cartridges? Was it Detective Andelin who asked you to analyze this?
No, the unit supervisor sends me an email and just tells me to work the next case, which that just happens to be the next case.
All right, do you know if Detective Andelin requested this to be done? If you look at your report, I see your name on that. That's why I was asking you.
Yes, the individual on the report is Detective Vanderland.
Okay, so do you know if she's the one who made the formal request for your department to check these things out?
That's my assumption based on what's on the report.
All right. But that's the way it normally works. The detective or whoever's assigned the case would make the request, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So just so I'm clear, I'm not going to take the gun out, but I'm sure we're talking the same one. Like, the 6 hour states number 3 that you took out, that gun is a legal gun, right? Legal.
Can you say that again?
This gun is legal, right?
To my knowledge, it is a legal firearm. Yes.
All right. Nothing illegal about this, right?
Not to my knowledge.
If I wanted to buy 10 of these and put them in my house, as long as I'm not a convicted felon, I can do that, right?
Correct.
The person who owned this gun, you don't know anything about him, right?
I do not.
You wouldn't know if his father was tragically shot in the head. You wouldn't know any of that, right?
Move.
That's how
No.
his dad
You
passed.
better approach on this one.
I can move on. I'll save time. Let me move on.
Very well.
All right. You don't know anything about the owner of this gun.
No, I do not.
All right. You don't know anything about this case in terms of interviews, in terms of what evidence was seized or not seized. You just got this, and this is what you do.
Correct.
And you didn't have any conversations with any of the police officers involved in this case, right?
I did not have conversations. No, I once the case is completed, it's typical for us to send a report to the detective who requested it, which is Detective Vanderland. But I did not have conversations with any detectives or anyone.
You just shown the autopsy photos. You've never seen those before, did you?
No, I've never seen them.
All right, let me show you what's been entered into evidence as
We're working on the elevator.
Thanks. Defense exhibit number 19. You ever see this before?
I have not.
All right. Does this look consistent with someone possibly holding a gun prior to death, based on your opinion?
Does it look consistent with someone holding a gun?
Possibly holding a gun prior to death, assuming this is the decedent.
Overruled.
Do you know? I'm not asking if it definitely was. I'm saying, is it possible?
Oh, is it it's possible.
Is it consistent? If you know. If you don't know, that's okay.
Oh, no.
Okay. You don't get called out to scenes where people are holding guns, do you?
No, I do not.
Let me make sure. Let me ask you this. I mean, you've shot thousands and thousands of guns probably, right?
Yes, I have.
And number 19, if assuming, would that be the similar position to my hand if I take a gun? If you know, and we can try it here if you don't know. If I take a gun in my hand and then take it out, would my hand be in a similar position if you just take the gun right out?
In general, that position of the hand looks like how you would hold a gun. Yes.
You don't know anything about this case, about rigor mortis and when the person was found. Nothing like that was told to you, right?
No, I don't know anything about it.
All right, what you can tell us is the 38 of the cartridges, what is this? 38 of the cartridges that were submitted by somebody from law enforcement, probably crime scene, right?
More than likely it was crime scene.
They matched that 6 hour.
Correct.
Nothing about any of those
I'm
cartridges.
sorry, for the record, you're going to have to use the proper terminology, okay? All right, so it's not
Casings.
cartridges, it's
Casings.
cases. Yep,
Thank you, Judge.
all right, yep.
The shell casings.
Yes, 38 of the 39 cartridge casings were fired from the 6 hour firearm.
And the cartridge casings, nothing about those are illegal, right?
No, not to my knowledge.
All right, and the drum that we saw that holds 150 on each side. If I want to own 1,000 of those, I can put 1,000 in my house.
To my knowledge, it is not illegal to own one.
About 100.
It is not. I don't know anything wrong with that. I don't have any knowledge of that being illegal.
Okay. How about the pistol, the HN pistol? Is it HN? Is that what you call it, or HR?
There's an FN.
FN, sorry. In a long trial. So the FN pistol, is anything illegal about that?
No, I did not see anything illegal about that gun.
Okay. How about the Taurus? You know if that's illegal or
No.
illegal?
There's nothing illegal about that gun.
Okay, so it's a legal gun.
Yes,
Assuming it was purchased properly and the person doesn't have a conviction of a felony, right?
correct.
All right. You're not a law enforcement officer to determine if somebody's carrying a gun properly or not properly. It's not something you do.
No, I'm not.
You're a civilian employee with the sheriff.
Correct.
And your expertise is firearms.
Yes, it is tool mark examinations.
Okay, so you could determine possibly if we don't know, if we find cartridges, I don't know the proper term. Is it shell casing cartridges?
Fired cartridge casings.
Thank you. So if you find one of those and a gun is not found, maybe a month or two later, you could say, did that particular gun fire those cartridge casings?
That is correct. I could also, if there isn't a gun discovered, I could also compare the casings to each other to determine whether they were fired from one or more guns.
Are all those guns potentially deadly if somebody gets shot with them?
Every gun is deadly if someone could get shot with it.
Well, if that Taurus is, let's take the Taurus. If you see, I'm not going to do about, I'm just hypothetically, if I take that Taurus from where I am here and you're there and I point it at you, would you be able to see if it's loaded?
No,
Would you be able to tell if there's a bullet in the chamber?
no.
And you agree that's called an extended clip that was provided to you from that firearm?
For the Taurus
Yes.
pistol, yes, that was an extended magazine.
Okay. Did that gun come with hollow point bullets?
I'm sorry?
Did the gun, the Taurus, come with hollow point bullets?
I don't have any notes in regards to the type of projectiles that were in that particular type of gun.
Did you look at them or examine them or no?
I did. I know that they were 9mm Luger. 6 of the 10 were a Norma brand. 3 were Cellular and Below brand, and 1 was a Hornady brand.
So it's possible they were type of bullets that would expand upon impact?
It is possible.
Could you look at them now and tell us?
I could, yes.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'll show you defense states number 7 that's been entered into evidence. If you can tell us, if you can help us out with that question, please, about the type of bullets that were in there in terms of they are the kind that expand upon impact. I thought that was a coffee container when you first came in. I didn't know that was a
That's what somebody in chat said too, that his cup looks like his bullet looked like a coffee cup.
So of the 10 cartridges, 9 are full metal jacket, and one, which is the Hornady brand, is a hollow point projectile.
Oh, just one.
Just one.
Do you know what sequence in the gun the hollow point was in?
I do not.
And you don't know. So you got 10 cartridges, right?
Yes, sir.
On that particular gun, is it in the box tied up, or can you hold it up?
It is not tied up.
Can you hold it up a little bit?
Yes.
Can you show us where a bullet would be ejected from there?
The bullet or the fired cartridge case?
Fired cartridge case. Thank you.
The fired cartridge case is ejected from right here, which is called the ejection port. Once it's fired, it just kind of pings out. The gun ejects it, and it lands in the near vicinity.
I'm sorry. Do you know how far it would go?
No, it varies. Honestly, the gun is designed to extract and eject to the right, but there's a lot of variation in terms of where the casings eject. But it's usually in the near vicinity.
All right. If someone knows how to use that gun, is it easy to take a bullet out of the chamber?
Are you talking about an unfired cartridge?
Fired cartridge.
Yes. All you have to do to remove a piece of ammunition from the chamber is just pull back the slide.
Yeah, you have no way of knowing when that gun may have been fired, do you?
I do not.
Did you tell if that gun was ever fired?
I could not tell. At the time I test fired the gun, I did not look for that.
Okay. No one asked you to do that?
No.
So if I'm holding that Taurus that you have in your hand in my, let's say in my right hand, it would eject to my right?
Yeah, it's designed to eject to the right.
Okay.
But there's times where, a casing jumps up and hits me in the top of my head. So again, it's designed to eject to the right, but there's a lot of variation there.
All right. And how about, thank you, put that in there. How about the Sig Sauer firearm that we talked about? Does that eject from the right also?
It's also designed to eject to the right.
Anyone ask you to do any study about how far these may have went and how they would have landed in a certain area?
No.
Did you do that if someone asked you?
I've never done that.
All right. When you get guns,
Yeah.
do you ever look in database?
That would be really important.
Do you ever look as part of your job when you get firearms to look in any kind of databases to see if the gun was stolen or where it was purchased or anything like that?
There is a database, NCIC, FCIC, that detectives use. We don't use it as firearms examiners. There is another database of fired cartridge cases.
All right, tell me about the one that detectives use. What is that called?
It's NCIC, FCIC.
What is that?
It's a database of items, guns, cars, and other items that a detective can type in certain information about that item, and it'll pull up if that item has been stolen or at least submitted as stolen.
To your knowledge, is there any databases somebody who's in law enforcement can look or try to find to show when somebody bought a particular gun, who the original purchaser was? That's
my general knowledge. I've never used it, so I'm not very familiar with it, but I know the basics.
Do you believe they could find out possibly who the purchaser was and when it was purchased?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Did all those, I think you answered this from direct, but all those three guns that you examined, they all worked properly?
Yes, they did.
And based on your training and experience, do you know what an intermediary target is?
I don't know. I can imagine, I could assume what an intermediary target is.
I know you wouldn't know in this case, but what does that mean to you? Can you?
It sounds like something in between two objects.
Right. Okay. So I think you testified earlier that if it's an intermediary target, that would possibly have an effect on the direction of a bullet.
What I stated was that bullets go in the direction in which the barrel is pointed.
What if it hits something first?
What about it?
So let's say hypothetically it hits a car. Would it then possibly go a different direction? Or
It can, yes.
glass even?
It can, yes.
And then you had all those little particles. Some you said were plastic. Some you said were possibly from a gun. You couldn't tell, right?
Yeah, some were not consistent with a gun and some were.
All right. And is it common for a bullet hitting, let's say hypothetically, a car, and when inside a car, the pieces break up of the bullet?
It's common.
Okay.
Yes.
And you would have no way of knowing the trajectory if it's bouncing around the car or which way it would go, would you?
No, I would have no way of determining that.
How about a pressure pull on a trigger? Did you check those in this case?
Yes, I did.
Let's talk about the Taurus. What was that approximately?
The trigger pull, which is essentially how much force is applied before the firing mechanism drops, is what's considered the trigger pull. And the Taurus pistol had two different trigger pulls because of the type of design the Taurus pistol had. The two types are called single action and double action. And what essentially that the single and the double imply is that with the pull of the trigger, single action just does one action, drops the fire mechanism. In double action, the pull of the trigger is going to do two actions. It's going to cock the firearm and it's going to release the fire mechanism. So I tested each one. In single action, the trigger pull was between 6 and 7 pounds to release the fire mechanism. And in double action, it was between 5 and 6 pounds.
Is that normal for that type of gun?
Yes, it is.
Is that relatively light trigger pull, medium? How would you classify it?
No, it's a normal trigger pull. It's typical.
Right. If I had that Taurus in my hand and I tried to shoot it, but I didn't rack it back first. Well, you explain how would I, if I own that gun or you own the gun and you wanted to use it, how do you actually get it to work?
So if you have the gun and it's not loaded and you insert the magazine and let's say the magazine is loaded, you have to rack the slide back because you have to insert a cartridge into the chamber before you can fire it. Now, once that first round is loaded and you fire the shot, at that point, the gun automatically ejects, cocks, and prepares the gun for the next trigger pull.
All right. So hypothetically, if I have that gun and I don't rack it back or I don't have time to rack it back and I try to shoot it, nothing's going to come out, right?
Yes, if that chamber is empty, nothing will happen.
How about the 6 Sauer firearm? That particular firearm, when you load it, you said you just put the drum inside of it and it goes up vertically, the bullets? Or how did you describe that?
So you insert the magazine, but just like all the other guns, you still have to rack the bolt back so that that first cartridge can insert into the chamber.
Gotcha. So did you try to do that, rack it back?
I did. When I inserted the magazine with my test fires loaded into it, I inserted it. I had to rack the bolt back again to insert the cartridge so that I could fire it.
Properly?
It did.
Hard to do?
No, it was not.
How about the trigger pull on that 6 Sauer? Did you test that out?
Yes, the 6 Sauer operated at single action only, and that trigger pull was between 7 and 8 pounds.
Similar to the Taurus?
It's similar to the Taurus, yes.
And every time if I'm shooting it, I got to pull the trigger back and forth?
Yes, if you want to set off consecutive shots, every time you pull the trigger, you get one shot.
You know how long it would take to shoot 39 shots?
No, I've never timed it, but you can shoot as fast as you can pull the trigger.
So it depends on every person's ability.
As fast as they can pull the trigger, correct.
Okay. And just so I'm clear, you said the Taurus had single and double action. Why does a 6 Sauer only have single action?
It's just per design. The manufacturer decides what type of design they want to make their firearm.
And what's the difference between single and double?
The single action, the pull of the trigger is going to perform one action, which is releasing the fire mechanism. With the double action, the pull of the trigger cocks back the fire mechanism and releases it. So it performs two actions.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any redirect? Okay.
Mr. Palmer, with the Taurus that you received for comparison, if you had 10 bullets in that magazine, is it true that only one other bullet could have been in that firearm?
It's true that when you insert the magazine with 10 rounds, it is true that there could have been one cartridge already in the chamber.
And if there's no cartridge in the chamber, and I do recognize that is question number 2. If there's
I was counting.
if there are no cartridges or live rounds in the chamber, and you only have the 10 full ones that are in the magazine that holds only 10, then fair to say that's all there was.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm told the lunch is here. I think I'm going to have some, well, let me find out before I send you back for lunch. Lawyer's approach, please. Yeah.
Well, they are done. So I'm assuming state's about to rest. Then defense will ask for a directed verdict. He'll rule on that. It very rarely happens. So he will probably say no. And then defense will start their case.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think the state has an announcement to make.
They're resting.
Somebody for the state?
Yes, at this time, the statements.
All right, very well. We're going to take an hour break, and I recognize that lunch is already back there for you, but you may want to go outside and stretch your legs and get some fresh air as well. I've got a little bit of work to do during the lunch break, so let's just call it 1 o'clock. Please be back at 1 o'clock. Now, you've heard all the evidence from the state. There may be more evidence, so keep an open mind at this point. You haven't heard the arguments from either side either. Open mind. If you happen to see one of us out there, duck us, we'll duck you. No research, no discussion. And as I said, keep an open mind. All right, see you back at 1 o'clock.
All right, we'll do a poll. Now we've heard all of the evidence against him. All right, so we've heard all the evidence. So now you've heard everything against him. So if you are the jury, then you are now expected to take all of the evidence that they've given you and decide if they have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty of 1 count of murder in the first degree and 3 counts of attempted murder in the first degree. So I'm going to do our poll. We've heard all the evidence against him. Let's see, start a poll. And please, because we want this to be as accurate as possible, every single time I'll tell y'all, don't hit the wrong button. And then every single time I'll have at least 5 people are like, oops, I hit the wrong button. Don't hit the wrong button. Okay. Yeah, I'll use my mom voice. Don't hit the wrong button. We'll have our mods time you out if you do. Just joking. All right, is and 3 counts. All right, guilty Not guilty. And I'm not putting an unsure, because if you are unsure, that means not guilty, because that means that there is doubt. All right, ready? Here we go. Don't hit the wrong button. My next poll is, how many do you think will hit the wrong button anyway? I very rarely sleep. I live off of energy drinks and dry shampoo. All right, let's see. I will shut this whole thing down and go take a nap. Creative B. Click with care. Yes, yes. Click with care. Somebody said it. Chat was moving and I lost it. Somebody just said they hit the wrong button, didn't they? Did you really hit the wrong button? And another wrong button. Y'all, how do I warn you? Y'all are gonna drive me to drink. How many have hit the wrong button? You had one job, people. One job. You hit the wrong button too? I will shut this whole thing down. Oh, gracious alive. Melissa in Texas, wrong button pushers took their shirt off first. Bet. Yep. It disappeared. It's still showing. You have to put an option in the middle of guilty and not guilty. So it reads guilty. Next option. I pushed the wrong button. Next option, not guilty. Oh, so it's... Okay. We're going to do this one more time. This one, we're going to do this one more time. Yeah, Jamie A said, you're all grounded. Tell him, Jamie A. All grounded. Okay, so this one, there was 555 votes. 92% said not guilty. 7% said guilty. Okay, so you're saying that if you hit the thing to see more options, it makes you click the wrong thing? So there needs to be 3 options? All right, and we'll put, and y'all want not guilty first. We're going to talk this out before we even start it, y'all. We're going to get this together. We're going to work as a team. We're going to get it together. What is it on your phone? If it makes you hit the thing to see more options? No, we're not getting a not decided option because you've seen all of the evidence. So if you're not decided, that means not guilty. If you haven't seen enough evidence to make you think they have proven that this is murder in the first degree, you have to vote not guilty because the state didn't prove their case. So there is no undecided. This is if you are a jury and you've just seen all the evidence that they've presented, do you feel like they've proven their case? And if they have not proven to you the case without a reasonable doubt, then you have to vote not guilty because that's the way that the law works. And if you're undecided, that means that it's not guilty. All right, so put not guilty first. Okay. Do you need the thing in the middle or no? Well, let me scroll down on the poll. So I have to push whatever is the second option very carefully. Okay, so we're putting not guilty first. We're going to try this one more time. We're going to get our lives together, y'all. All right. Is Travis. You can't vote hung because juries don't get to vote hung. This is if you're a jury. Is Travis not guilty or guilty? Okay, y'all want not guilty first. I'm putting not guilty first. I'm putting not guilty. I literally put it that many times. Okay, ready? No redos on this one. Yeah, I still think it's definitely still, this is not like a regular murder trial where we're like, oh, there's nothing that they could get up there and say that's going to be bad. This one, because it's self-defense, I think it's going to be good for them to hear from him because state didn't prove anything in my opinion. State didn't prove anything. They did not prove that this is murder in the first degree and attempted murder. There's no way that I would look at any of this evidence and think, yep, there's nothing he can say to change my mind. So I think that any questions that they may still have will, him testifying and telling his side of it will help alleviate that. Okay, we're not counting. Y'all are making this more complicated than it has to be. We're not counting the nots. We're not saying he's not guilty. I'm saying not a million times so that y'all see it and don't vote the wrong way again. We've gone off the rails. We've gone off the rails. Here, while we have a second too, y'all want to see that? Thing I have. Sarah Moore, I hope nobody could accidentally vote wrong on this poll. I put not so many times. Yes, Rosie, y'all are ungrounded now. Everybody can come out of your rooms. Wiggle Styles, chat versus Brandi Scruffle. Yep, we're scruffling. Jennifer Pro, we have not Peru. Dang it, I did it again. I said it too fast. Jennifer Pro, we have not gotten the final answer on the jury's instructions. I have the jury's instructions, the ones that the defense filed for them wanting them to do, but I don't have their final ones. Bob Motto is saying that the lesser charges will be likely they'll give instructions for less, but because those will still, like, murder in the first degree is like up here. So if you can't say guilty on that, then it's like, okay, well, to get to this point to be charged, then they would have had to have done this. So that's still included, whatever, it kind of falls under the blanket. So they may get the jury instructions for that, but I haven't seen the final jury instructions yet. Just the only things that I've seen are the ones that the I need more coffee. The ones that the defense had requested for them to have. The only witnesses that I know for sure are the mom and the brother, so Miss Linda and Daryl, and then Travis. They said that there was one other that they may call, but they're not sure yet. All right, let's see. Oh, yeah. Can y'all see this? This is where their car was. And this is where the hospital is. So right there. And this is where Travis is. So even if they came down this, I was about to point, like y'all can see where I'm pointing. Yeah, definitely more coffee. Even if y'all can see down this, or if they come down this way or this way, either way, there's hospital signs. All right, let's see. Thank you, thank you. I see my coffee today. More of a ruckus. Yep. I'll take that one back. Stop screen. Yeah, state gave me reasonable doubt as well. Let's see. Okay, T Renee S. Let's see. Where'd it go? Distance from. Oh, everything's moving. From Broadway to St. Mary's Hospital is 1 mile or 4 minutes. Yeah, their car stopped running as they pulled behind an abandoned building. So here's my theory. I think, and it's just my theory, and I'm allowed to have these. My theory is that they didn't go to the hospital. I think that the reason Hackshaw, my legal documents are ready to view. I put in a request for a different case I'm following. I think that they went there. I think that it's possible that Hackshaw came and met them to get the gun for them to dispose of, or they went there to dispose of the gun before you know, if they were planning on taking him to the hospital, maybe they went there first to dispose of the gun. But my main theory is that they, and this is just my theory, I think that they were going to try to ditch the guns, and that's why they went there and not to the hospital. But what do I know? I'm not a lawyer. I always say that because I had a very well known, I guess. I didn't know him, but I guess other people do. He has like over 100,000 subscribers and stuff. He told me that this is before I started my channel. This is when I was doing like my Murdoch charts and stuff. He told me that I needed to stop. How did he word it? Something about I needed to stop. I needed to remove all social media and hide myself or something so that I don't try to, so that nobody gets dumber by what I'm putting out there or something like that. And I was like, first of all, who are you? Second of all, so rude. And third, it's literally data entered into evidence. So this is not me putting it out there. This is me organizing it so that y'all can see it all together. He had his cranky pants on. Let's see. Yeah, it's just my theory, but I'm not going to say, but it's on Twitter. I left it. I did not delete it because I figured everybody could see what an asshole he is. Sorry. No, it is not docket. I don't want rumors to get started. It's not docket. I don't think docket. Docket and I followed each other on Twitter, but I didn't even. I don't think I've seen his YouTube. That I remember. Let's see. We have been talking about this. There's a case that we're trying to see if it's going to be streamed. Where the husband tried to bury the wife alive, and she survived, and now it's going to trial. So we're trying to find out if that one's going to be streamed. We're not sure. I did not look them up, Wiggle Styles, but is Gossip in here? Is she in here? I have to tag to see if. Yep, she's in here. If you go to Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo is in here now. She has a YouTube channel and she does hilarious videos that are like kind of really funny, like recaps of, you know, all the true crime stuff going on and the court stuff going on. And she's hilarious. And she has a video that was it last night or this morning that I think it was last night, but it could have been this morning. All my time runs in together. She has a video and she talks about Dominique's stuff in there because she pulled the court papers for it. And if y'all haven't subscribed to her anyway, you need to. She is hilarious. Her stuff is so funny, and it's just like, you know, 10 to 15 minute videos that just, it's her take, you know, her funny take on the things that are happening, and she is hilarious. Let's see. It is published in the court record, but it is not published for the public. So we don't have access to all of the evidence. The only things that we have access to are the things that have been that they've shown in court that we've screenshotted and seen kind of from the side. And then there's a few things that were released, like ring camera footage and stuff was released, and was on the news, but we don't have access to any of the other stuff. It's only published in the court transcripts record. Yeah, no, it wasn't him. He and I, I don't want that rumor to get started. It wasn't him at all. He and I have followed each other on Twitter and stuff, and it wasn't him. It was somebody that I have never followed on Twitter, didn't even know he existed. Okay, let's see. A lot of things will, there are things that will come out after all that, but not everything on court records always get released. So a lot of it ends up being things that, if the attorneys, or, defendant or whoever wants to release anything else for people to see it, they can, but it doesn't, not everything entered into evidence goes, automatically to the public when it's over. All righty. All right. So I am going to take a little break. We have about half an hour. I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to take Lucy outside and let her do her little business. I am up to 4 flip-flops over here. So I am going to leave the poll up for now. No, I'm not, because when I pin the comment anyway, it'll go away. All right. If you didn't get your vote in, no, it was not the lawyer. It seems very kind. It was not him at all. It's not somebody that, and I'll say this about who it was. It is not somebody that, when I look at my analytics on Twitter, on YouTube, and it says, your viewers also engage with these other channels, it is not one that, we don't have the same people. His people are much more abrasive than I am. So it's not one that's he's irrelevant. All right, I'm ending the poll. Did y'all get your stuff in? Did you get your stuff in? Going, gone. I'm about to end it. Yeah, it wasn't Peter. That's the lawyer. That's his name. No, it wasn't him. He seems very kind. I've watched some of his videos and stuff. I subbed to him. All right, I'm ending it. Final decision. We have a hung jury, y'all. 13th jury's hung. We have 94% not guilty. I only did that so that y'all would not vote the wrong way. And guilty 5%. So there you go. I am going to take Lucy out, and I will be back on here in about 15 to 20 minutes. And I'm going to pull those court papers that they just told me that I requested that are available too, because I told you about that stuff this morning, and we'll go over it in that last 5 minutes before they start. So I will see y'all in about 15, 20 minutes. Let me pin the little comment. Got to take our little Lucy out. On to lunch, BRB. All right, we'll be back. Hello. 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 Hello, fellow cool friends. Hello. 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 I'm back. Hello. Yes, the music is new. The music is new. That is Brother Brewmeister taking care of y'all, giving you something to jam to. I was so excited because I thought that I got the court papers I was waiting on, but the email was for different court papers, not the ones I was wanting. It's just some trial notes, but such is life. All right, let's see. Somebody said something about thank you. Someone said something about the drilling, and I have not had drilling today, but I will tell you that just a little while ago at lunch, the fire alarm in our building started going off. Fun. It's always something. The fire alarm goes off about once every month or so. It's usually a kid pulling it, and I never walk downstairs for it now because I always just assume that it's a kid pulling it. And the reason that I always just assume it's a kid pulling it and that I'm not actually in danger is because unless I smell smoke, which I haven't, but I live in this building was built in the 70s, and it's like this concrete, stuff in your condo can burn, but my stuff won't burn from your burning. So I'm good. So unless I smell smoke, I ain't going nowhere. But I was like, oh great, this is great. I'm going to come back and I'm going to have a fire alarm going off in the background. But it's better now. Hey, Ricky Watson, Lucy is doing good. She's over here eating. She got her snack. She is a happy baby. Oh, looks like we're right in time. Let's see. I did too. I went over to Recovery Addicts chat too.
Take your seats, please.
I have to catch up on his stuff on replay.
Okay, thanks. All right. Whoops. There it is. Okay, Mr. Shiner, you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, let me, who's going to be your first witness? I only need to know that because
Daryl Rudolph.
okay. Oh, Daryl Rudolph. All right, very well. Thank you.
All right, brothers on the stand.
Let's bring him in. Yes, thank you.
Her birthday is tomorrow. She will be 4 years old tomorrow. She's a Yorkie poo. All right, so no directed verdict. We're going straight into testimony, I guess, and now we're going to hear from the brother.
All right.
I'm ready for this, y'all.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're probably the most diligent and punctual jury, particularly a large jury that I've ever had. So I appreciate it very, very much. All right, I'm sorry? Well, you're welcome. You're welcome. All right, Mr. Shiner, who is the defense first witness?
Daryl Rudolph.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, sir, will you please, thank you. Will you please say and spell both your first and last name for the record?
All right, my first name is Daryl. That's Darryl. Last name is Rudolph, Rudolph.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, you may inquire, Mr. Shiner.
Where do you live?
Lake Park.
Yeah, address.
It's 550 Teat Drive, Lake Park, Florida 33403.
And who do you live with?
My mother and my brother.
What's your mom's name?
Linda.
Same last name as you?
Yes, sir.
And where'd you grow up?
Lake Park.
Same house pretty much most of your childhood?
Yes, sir.
Teat Drive?
Yes, sir.
And did you go to school in the area?
Yes, sir.
And what's the highest level of education you have?
I got a AS in agriculture.
What's an AS? Associate's degree?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and where'd you go to college for that?
Palm Beach State.
What do you mean agriculture? What's that?
It's like farming.
All right. Is there a reason? Do you have a farm anywhere?
Yes, sir.
Where's that?
That's in Alabama.
And you have animals there?
Yes, sir.
Crops?
Yes, sir.
How come you're not there?
Oh, well, right now I'm trying to just take care of my mother, make sure everything, okay at the house with bills and everything. So,
All right. Did something happen to your father?
yes, sir.
Tell us when that was.
This happened in 2017.
What? Not the whole story, but generally,
Yeah.
what happened? Just general.
Well, he was they say it's an accident, but he was tragically killed as he was working.
Was he basically shot in the head?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did your mother change? Was she a different person after that?
Yes, sir.
And how old are you?
31.
At the time this happened, you 29?
Yes, sir.
And is that the reason you stay with her, to help her out
Yes, sir.
financially and emotionally?
Yes, sir.
Okay. After that incident happened with your dad, did your mom get more concerned about security?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
Basically, like, she was just traumatized with, us losing our father. So ever since that happened, she wanted to just put up cameras and make sure things safer around the house.
Do you remember where the cameras were in your house back in April of 2021?
Yes, sir.
Tell us where you remember them.
I remember them being in the front yard, the side of the house. We got one in the backyard, and that's pretty much it.
Okay. Did you have anything else beside the camera system? Was there any other cameras or any other devices not related to the cameras you just discussed?
Yeah, we have a ring.
Okay.
Yeah.
When did you get that? Do you remember? Was that,
We got that.
if you remember?
Yeah, actually, I don't remember. Actually, no.
How about the cameras on the outside? Do you know what that system's called? Do you remember?
It's called a night owl.
You know when your mom purchased that?
No, sir.
Was that shortly after your dad's death or before that?
That was after my dad's death.
Okay. Did you have it for a few years or just recently?
Like a couple of years.
Before this incident happened?
Yes, sir.
Did you control those cameras at all?
No, sir.
Did you have an app for those cameras to see what was going on?
Yes, sir.
You ever use it, or was it mostly your mom, or both of you?
It was mostly my mom. So like every now and then I'll like look at the ring doorbell camera, but not really the night owl.
Okay, I'm talking about the night owl specifically. Did you have an app for that or no?
No, sir.
You know if your mom could see that, or you don't know?
Yes, sir. She can.
On her phone?
Yes, sir.
All right. You were able to see the ring one?
The ring one? Yes, sir.
You had an app on your phone?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you also have anything inside that would allow you to see what was going on outside with the cameras?
Yes, sir.
Explain that to us, please.
We got it's like a TV monitor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where is that?
It's close by my brother's room.
All right. And is it on the floor, on the ceiling, in the middle of the room? Where is it? Can you be more descriptive?
It's more on the ceiling.
Okay. And you can see all the cameras and every view from there?
Yes, sir.
And did you have this camera system a year or two at least before this incident happened?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever check videos on that camera to see if the camera's actually recording?
No, sir.
Never.
Never.
Did your mom tell you it was being recorded, or did you believe it was being recorded?
Yes, sir.
All right, so if it was working that night or not working, you would not know the night of April 7th, right?
No, sir.
But it clearly working that you could actually see people on the monitor
Yes, sir.
on April 7th of 2021?
Yep, that's correct.
And who is Travis Rudolph?
Travis Rudolph, he's my brother, younger brother,
You guys very close?
very close.
You guys agree on everything sometimes or disagree like normal brothers? Or
Like I'm pretty sure all brothers and sisters, cousins, all have some type of disagreement. Like we don't agree with everything, but that's my brother, and I love him.
And do you also have a sister?
Yes, sir.
What's her name?
Her name is Tierney Coleman.
You know how old Tierney is?
Yes, sir.
How old?
She's 37.
All right. Did your dad's death affect everyone, not just your mom? Did it affect you, obviously?
Yes, sir.
And Travis?
Yes, sir.
And how about Tierney?
Yes, sir.
Tierney married?
Yes, sir.
Her own family?
Yes, sir.
Where does she stay? Not the actual address, but what part of Palm Beach County?
She stayed like on the out west side.
You know the city?
Oh, yes, sir. Wellington.
Okay. Is it on the border of Green Acres area?
Yes, sir.
So, and are you close with your sister Tierney as well?
Yes, sir.
What's your relationship with your mom?
My mom, that's my mother. So like, I'm pretty sure that hopefully with all, children, they very close to their mom. Like you very, I love her to death.
Are you married? Are you single?
No, sir. I'm single.
People gonna be blowing up his DMs.
Is anyone else beside you? I'm talking April
Mhm.
of 2021. Who was living at the house in April of 2021?
During that time, it was me, my mother, my younger brother.
Travis?
Yes, sir.
Was there a time Travis wasn't living at your home?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
That time he was training to go to the Canadian League.
I'm talking, was there a time where he was not living with you? Like he left 550 Teak Drive?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that during his life?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rudolph, get a little closer to the microphone, please. Thank you.
All right.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Did he go away to college?
Yes, sir.
You know where your brother went to college?
Yeah, he went to Florida State University.
And did he do anything unusual when he was there or special?
Special, yes, sir.
What did he do?
He played football for the college.
Watch most of his games?
Yes, sir.
Overruled.
You watch most of his games?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what position he played?
Yes, sir. He was a wide receiver.
If people don't know football, is that someone who's running away from people or is that someone who's tackling people?
There will be someone who's running away from people.
Your brother, growing up, was he very athletic?
Yes, sir.
And does he have quicker hand-eye coordination than most people, in your opinion?
Yes, sir.
You know how many years Travis stayed at Florida State?
Can you repeat that one question again?
You know how many years he played football at Florida State? Or,
He was there for like 3 years.
and after that, did he play in the NFL?
Yes, sir.
How many seasons?
Yes, sir. He was there for like a year.
Okay, and that was in New York.
Yes, sir.
And did he eventually come back home?
Yes, sir.
Did he sign up with the Dolphins?
Yes, sir.
Was that very short-lived?
Yes, sir. He had an accident with his ACL, so it kind of
What's the ACL, in case someone doesn't know? What is that?
I guess it's like some type of it has something to do with your knees, but that's as far as I know.
All right, and he was injured. He couldn't play anymore.
That's correct.
Was he living at home at the time?
Yes, sir.
When your brother was injured, let's go back to the day of this incident, April 7th.
Mm-hmm.
You know how long he was living at the house at 550 Teak Drive after he left the New York football team?
Yeah, he was there for like a year.
Okay. And did he get hurt right away or is it sometime later?
There was something that happened later.
So how many weeks or months, if you can tell us, before April 7th of 2021 was he injured?
Before, can't really remember.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was definitely before April 7th.
That's correct.
Months before, at
Yep.
least?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever check online if your brother's injury ever made the news at all?
Actually,
Hold on.
Wait, hang on, Mr. Rubio. What is the relevance of that?
There was testimony that Tyler Robinson looked at articles about his injury, and that's why I'm asking if he ever did that.
All right, overruled. Go ahead. Answer the question, Mr. Rudolph.
Did you ever look up any articles or know if there was any articles about his injury?
no, sir. I never really paid attention.
You knew he was injured, obviously.
Yes, sir.
Did your brother get surgery or did he rehabilitate? What happened? Do you know?
Yeah, he had to get surgery.
And was he trying to get back to play football?
Yes, sir.
Let's take a couple of months before this incident happened. To your knowledge, what was he doing to try to get back into professional football?
Oh, he'll go to practice with some of his friends.
And do you know where that was?
Yeah, like sometimes he'll go to Miami. He'll go to like different places to go work out.
Was he practicing with some professional football players?
Yes, sir.
You know them as well?
Yes, sir.
And some of them are very high profile.
Yes, sir.
So when your brother's trying to get back into football, is this a part-time job, full-time job?
I take it as a full-time job.
Okay. Do you know who Dominique Jones is?
Yes, sir.
And how long? Not today, but as of April 7th. Let's put everything. Most of my questions back to April 7th. Okay.
Okay.
2021. At that time, how long did you know her for?
That time I know him for like I say a year.
Okay, that's approximation.
Yeah, approximation.
And was she your brother's girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
You ever involved in their relationship to find out if it was serious, not serious?
I actually didn't really care.
What was your relationship before April 7th generally with Dominique?
Dominique, I saw like a little sister.
Were you friendly with her?
Yes, sir.
And did you see her often?
Yes, sir.
How often would you see her?
This would be, I guess, whenever Travis, he'll be at the house. So I'll say probably 5 days out the week, sometimes 3 days out the week. It'll vary.
And would she always sleep over when she came?
Yes, sir.
And you had no difficulty with her?
No, sir.
Were you ever aware before April 7th that your brother and Dominique were on the outs for about a month?
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. Let's take yourself back to April 7th,
Mm-hmm.
2021. Were you ever aware that there was some problems between your brother and Dominique during that time period, the month before roughly?
So like before this situation occurred? Yes, sir.
Okay. And how'd you become aware of that?
She got upset about, I guess, something happened on Valentine's Day.
All right. And did you see her physically violent to your brother?
Yes, sir.
Did you see your brother physically violent with her?
No, sir.
How about after Valentine's Day, in between that time? Were you aware if they were seeing each other or not seeing each other? Or if you don't know, that's okay.
Honestly, I don't know.
Do you have any, and if you know, great. If you don't, that's fine. Do you have any knowledge if your brother was talking to any other women during that time period, a month or two before April 7th?
Don't know.
Were you ever made aware from either your brother or Dominique that they had plans to get married?
No, sir. Don't know.
Were you aware that your brother was going to play football in Canada?
Yes, sir.
And was he supposed to leave in May?
Yes, sir.
The month after this happened?
Right, that's correct.
Okay. Did you know if Dominique was going with him?
No, I don't know.
You really didn't get much involved in your brother's relationship.
Yeah, didn't really care about his
Did he ever talk to you and say, "Hey, bro, I want to tell you what's going on with Dominique and me," or that wasn't the kind of thing he would tell you?
No, that wasn't the kind of thing he was talking to me about.
Pretty much a private person.
Yes, sir.
All right. So Valentine's Day, there was an issue. Did you see her much after that?
Yes, sir.
And let's go directly to April 7th.
Mm-hmm.
All right, of 2021. Were you working during that time period?
Yes, sir.
What kind of work were you doing?
I was doing a ride share.
Ride share?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean?
It's like Uber Eats, DoorDash. Yeah, you just doing like deliveries.
Okay. How come you weren't doing the farming and taking care of animals?
Cause I'm at home with my mother, just trying to keep the bills paid, making sure she's straight. Cause she's out of work right now, and she's still traumatized over my father's death, and so I'm just trying to make sure mom's straight.
You have a little farm in your backyard?
I say it's like a miniature farm.
What do you have back there?
I got
It's of
I-
limited relevance, but I'll allow it. Overruled. Go ahead. You
Yeah,
can.
in the backyard.
I got a
I'm talking
miniature.
back to April 7th, not
Yeah.
today. Everything I'm asking is April 7th,
Gotcha.
that time period. What'd you have back there?
Yeah, I got a miniature pig. I have some chickens.
This is where the chickens came in.
What else? I got a dog. Yeah, and that's pretty much it.
Small backyard, medium size.
Oh, it's pretty large.
So are you doing the ride share, delivering food basically?
Yes, sir.
And was that a full-time job?
Yes, sir.
You're able to support yourself and donate money to your mom as well?
That's correct.
How many days a week were you working?
Almost every day. So I'll say 7 days out the week.
So let's go back to April 7th, earlier in the day. Do you remember what you did on this day?
Yeah, I went to work. Then after that, I went to go get my car washed.
And do you remember what time it was you got your car washed? Just approximately.
I'll say like 7 o'clock.
AM or PM?
That's PM.
And where'd you get your car washed? Do you remember?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Where?
It was on it was on Blue Heron. Yeah, called the Imperial.
Imperial Car Wash?
No, that's not what it's called, but that's where I got it washed at.
Do you know?
Yeah, I guess this guy, he got his he has a side business, so that's where he goes to wash people's cars at.
What's Imperial? What is that?
Imperial. That's the name of this plaza that's on Blue Heron.
Okay, and that's where you got your car washed?
Correct.
It wasn't like a one of those ones you drive through. It was somebody doing it on the street.
Right. That's correct.
All right. And what'd you do after getting the car wash?
After that, I went to a friend's house.
And did you eventually go home?
Yes, sir.
Remember approximately what time you got home?
I got home probably around, I think it was like 10 o'clock.
Is that an approximation?
Yes, sir. Approximation.
Was your mom home?
No, sir.
You know where your mom was?
She was at Bible study.
Where's that?
She go to Bible study at my auntie Laura house.
Is that her twin sister?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
They're very close.
Very close.
And does she live in a different city than you do?
Yes, sir.
But just approximately how far is it to drive from your house to your Aunt Laura's house?
Like 10 minutes.
All right. So was anyone home when you arrived?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you park?
I had parked on the side. Well, no. First, when I came home, I actually parked in the driveway.
Why is that normally where you park?
No, sir.
Who parks there?
My mother.
All right. And why'd you park there?
I had parked there because after I got my car washed, I felt a little funny. I was like, okay, like I had want to get a second advice from Travis to see what he think, to see if this person cleaned my car good or is it just me? So I was trying to get a second opinion to try to tell him to come outside real fast and take a look at it.
Did you call him if you remember, or did you go in the house if you remember?
No, actually, I went inside.
And where was Travis?
Travis, he was in the he was in the living room.
Where was Dominique? Was she there?
Yes, sir.
Anyone else in the house as far as you knew?
No, sir.
All right, so you go in the house, you see Dominique and Travis. What do you do?
So I tell Travis to come outside. I got to show you something real quick, and so he came.
When you first went inside, did everything seem calm in the house?
Yes, sir.
Didn't see your brother and Dominique fighting,
That's correct.
arguing, nothing like that.
That's correct.
All right, so Travis comes outside. What happens next?
So Travis comes outside. I said, "Hey, Travis, tell me what you think." I feel like this person rushed my car. I don't know if because I got off work too late and maybe they was tired too. But tell me what you think. You think this person did a good job or no?
All right, so the conversation basically involved whether you had a good car wash, bad one, right?
Right. That's correct.
How long do you think y'all were talking?
We was talking probably for about, I'd say about 4 minutes. Wasn't that long.
Very quick.
Yeah, very quick.
All right. What happens after that?
After that, we go inside the house.
Both of you?
Yes, sir.
And what was your plans when you got in the house?
My plan was to go in my room and just take a shower and go to bed, probably watch some stuff on YouTube and just,
Okay.
I was going to go home and also write a couple of songs.
Is that a hobby of yours, doing that?
Aw, I love that.
Did you get to do any of those things you just said you planned on doing?
No, sir.
How come? What happened?
As soon as we went inside, Dominique, she got upset by some girl named Kyla.
And how do you know this?
I noticed because she was yelling and screaming, saying, "Who is Kyla?"
Who's Kyla?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Who was she screaming at?
She was screaming at Travis.
Did you know if your brother had a cell phone at the time he came outside?
No, sir.
How about when he got inside? Do you know where his cell phone was?
Yes, sir.
Where?
It was inside of Dominique's hand.
And that's when she's yelling at him?
That's correct.
You didn't know what Kyla was, did you?
No, sir.
You even care?
Didn't care at all.
All right. Did you seem upset and angry with him?
Very angry.
He just wants to mind his own business and write his songs.
So next,
Take care of his
I guess
chickens.
Travis and Dominique, they started getting into a argument, but she was mainly like yelling at him, and he was trying to calm her down, and so basically Dominique, she kept yelling and screaming, "Who is Kyla? Who is Kyla?"
Is there any violence at this point?
Not at this point.
All right. And this is just her yelling at him and him trying to calm her down?
That's correct.
How long did that last approximately?
That lasted about, it lasted about maybe 8 minutes. I'm not really sure, like a approximation. So
Just a guess, right?
yeah, just a guess.
You weren't sitting there watching your clock and writing the times down, were you?
Correct.
Did you go in your room at that point, or what'd you do?
Actually, went inside my room.
All right, you were just trying to ignore this?
Correct.
You didn't want no part of it, did you?
Yeah, I mean, it was just weird. I didn't want to be in a business. I thought that's their business.
Okay.
They can talk it out.
So you go in your room, were you able to take a shower and go and watch
Right.
YouTube, write some songs?
Correct.
Were you able to do that?
No, sir.
How come?
Then things seemed like it started getting serious.
What do you mean by that? Why'd you feel that way?
Because at one point I had walked out to go to the kitchen, and then I heard my brother say something like, "Oh, you just mad because Kyla got a better body than you." And then that's when Dominique got mad and she started punching him and hitting him.
Where is
And
this
so,
taking place?
That's taking place close by Travis' room,
In the
by the
room, out of the
bathroom.
room?
That's out of the room.
All right. Did you ever see them going in the room together, in his room?
Can you repeat the question?
Did you ever see Travis and Dominique go inside Travis's room?
Yes, sir.
All right. So they didn't go in the room at this point, right?
Right. Not at this point.
All right, so you come out, you hear loud noises, or what do you hear to make you come out of your room?
I hear screaming. I hear Dominique calling Travis a broke bitch. Excuse me if I could cuss you on her.
That's all right. Whatever, seriously,
All right.
whatever she said is.
Yeah, she was calling Travis a broke bitch and telling some don't you disrespect me like that. So
Right? And this is taking place in the living room area, closer to his bedroom. Is that what you just said?
like closer to Travis' room, and it's actually it's between the Travis' room and the bathroom.
All right. And what else did you hear or see from either one of them at this point?
Basically she kept hitting him, and Travis told him to stop.
How was she hitting him?
Like punching him and just like hitting him on the back of his head and stuff.
You get involved at this point?
Yes, sir.
What'd you do?
I actually try to get between both Travis and Dominique to try to diffuse the situation, to try to calm everything down.
And did that work for a bit?
Not really.
So when was it that Travis and Dominique went into Travis's bedroom?
This was after Dominique was hitting him.
All right. So when they went in the bedroom, did you leave that area and not pay attention anymore, or try not to pay attention?
Yeah, at that point I thought they was gonna go in the room and probably maybe talk it out, make up, or whatever they was gonna do. I don't know. So I just went in my room and thought, hey, let them chill out with that.
Did you ever see Travis lay a finger on her
No,
while
sir.
she was hitting him during the point you just described?
No, sir.
All right, so they go in the room. Do you know if they closed the door, or you wouldn't know that?
I want to know that because I actually went in my room after that.
And were you able to do the things you wanted to do then?
Yes, sir.
Took a shower, wrote some songs.
Wait, no.
How come?
Correct. That's false. No.
How come?
Because then they came back out with a bunch of commotion. Dominique was yelling and screaming. She was like in like a psychopathic rage.
You ever seen anybody like that before?
I say on TV.
So she comes out. Do you stay in your room, or do you come out?
I actually come outside.
You don't have any firearms, do you?
No, sir.
All right, so you come outside. Obviously, you don't, or do you? Do you have any weapons with you?
No, sir.
At this point, does your brother have any kind of weapons with him, on him, or near him?
Like actually, like on him at the time?
Yes, sir.
No, sir.
We'll talk about his firearms later on. But I'm just asking at this point.
At this point, no, sir.
All right, so they come back out, and you felt you had to come out of the room again.
Correct.
You getting upset that you're hearing all this craziness?
It was actually annoying. Yeah, I was like, it's crazy. Just calm everything down. Don't even.
You know Mr. Estes?
Yes, sir.
He's a neighbor across the street.
That's correct.
Did he ever talk to you about why is Travis with this young lady?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever talk to your brother about that?
Yes, sir.
In one ear and out the other, huh?
Yeah, when one end, we went, yeah, just like you said.
All right. So you come out of your room. Can you tell us all what you see at this point?
So basically, Dominique, she gets upset. She's still hitting Travis. Dominique tried to tell Travis to stop. So now we're in the living room at this point. So she grabs Travis' PlayStation and she said, Travis, you got the wrong girl. You like first of all, don't call me no bitch. And so she just picked his PS4 up and just slammed his PS4.
Did it break, to your knowledge?
Oh yeah. Oh, it shattered. Like she picked it up with like extreme force and just smashed it.
What may have happened or didn't happen in Travis's room, you couldn't see anything.
Nah, I couldn't, because I wasn't in there.
All right. You said that Dominique said to Travis, stop? Or maybe I misheard you. Did you say that?
Yeah, like he was trying to tell Dominique to stop.
Travis was telling Dominique to stop.
Correct, yeah.
Were you getting involved or you just watching?
Yeah, at this point, I'm actually getting involved because,
Why?
I mean, she's literally breaking things in my mom's house. So I'm saying, okay, like this getting way too out of hand. So I'm like in between Travis as well as Dominique trying to, get this girl to get out the house and just leave.
Did you ever hear your brother yelling and cursing at her to get out of the house?
No, sir.
Did you ever tell her that?
No, I just told her, Dominique, just leave. I mean, you're doing too much.
Did she leave?
No, sir.
Was your brother just standing there silently, or was he antagonizing her as well?
He was actually still antagonizing her.
Okay, so they're both doing stupid stuff.
Right. Yeah, they both were just cussing each other out,
He's being honest.
And you're in the middle of this.
Yeah, all in the middle of it. Just trying to diffuse everything.
All right. Did you ever see your brother touch her, Dominique, in any kind of way?
No, sir.
So she breaks the PlayStation. What do you remember happening after that?
And also, I guess my mom had like this charger. Somehow when Dominique picked it up and she slammed it, like that broke as well. So I guess when she picked it up and she like it got caught on my brother's PlayStation. So when she slammed it, it just that broke as well, just straight shattered.
You don't have any cameras inside your house to record?
No, sir. No cameras inside the house.
Okay. Did you believe on April 7th of 2021 the outside cameras were fully recording everything?
That's correct.
So the PlayStation, the cord you just talked about, what happened after that?
So after that, that's when Travis and Dominique, they both go outside, and they still antagonizing each other at this point.
Were you watching them?
Once they walked out, I just shut the door. Didn't even think I actually locked it. I guess I got tired of both of them, just being too loud and just.
You want to get rid of them?
Yeah, basically, like, look, they out, y'all stay out there.
Did that work?
Nope.
What happened?
So that's when Travis knocks on the door. He said, open this door, bro, because this bitch got me fucked up.
You remember those words because you've seen the video, right?
Correct. No, actually, I heard it because I was there.
Right, but you also saw the video from the doorbell cam, didn't you?
Correct.
All right. So what do you do? So
as soon as I open the door, like as soon as I open the door, that's when Travis said, he was like, open this door, bro, because this bitch got me fucked up. And so soon as he said that sent Dominique on another rage. She started like punching him and saying like, who you calling a bitch, bro? And just, yes, sir.
Just using her hands and fists?
Yeah, her hands, fists. Yeah.
Was your brother hurt or more morally hurt?
I mean, the way she was hitting him, I would assume that he was hurt. I mean, I understand he a man, but the way Dominique was hitting him, she was hitting him like she was trying to hurt him. So yeah, he had to feel something.
It wasn't like a joke, like it was
right. Like jurors, like this wasn't no joke. The way this girl was hitting Travis, like she was pissed. That's how she was hitting him.
All right, and you're watching this.
Correct. Well, not just watching, trying to diffuse it. I'm now this time at the point I'm actually trying to make both Travis and Dominique, go their separate ways and trying to just diffuse the situation.
You had enough at this point.
Enough.
Did you see Dominique
fall to the ground?
Yeah, I saw her fall to the ground.
You know, if your brother put his foot out so she would get away from him and she'd fall down?
Nah, I ain't seen him put his foot out. It seemed like she slipped because the grass had to be wet or something.
Either way, you saw her go to the ground.
Yeah, she did fall.
She stay on the ground, she get back up.
She gets back up.
Then what happens?
Then after that, as far as I can remember,
Let me ask you this. Did you ever see your brother body slam her, so to speak?
no, sir.
Anytime that night?
No, sir. That's a lie. Jurors, that's a lie. Yeah, my brother did not body slam her. She's making this up. All of them that came up in here.
Sustained.
Never body slammed her, right?
Never.
You ever see him punch her or slap her or knock her to the ground on purpose?
No, sir.
So she gets up. What do you remember happening? I know it's a lot of chaos going on, but
Yeah.
if you remember, what do you remember?
So I remember basically Dominique was still beating on Travis, hitting him, calling him a broke bitch. Nigga, you broke as fuck. She's saying all those things. And so at this point, you know, Travis, he's still antagonizing her. So I'm between the both of them trying to, you know.
Let me stop you. Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Was your brother having some financial problems during this time period?
Yes, sir.
And he was looking forward to his Canadian contract as far as you knew?
That's correct.
And after that, what was he hoping to do as far as you know?
After that, he was hoping to actually get back in the Canadian League. So.
Oh, he got in the Canadian League. He got a contract, you said, right?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
He hoping to get in the NFL after that?
Correct.
Okay, so he wanted to play professional football in America again.
That's right.
And did he dedicate full time weeks before this, months before this, trying to
months
get his leg back in order and his body back in shape?
Yes, sir.
How about eating? Does he eat pretty well also when he's home?
Yes, sir.
This is a full time endeavor to get back into professional sports.
That's correct.
So, I'm sorry I interrupted you. I apologize. So they back in the house, both of them?
Nah. At that point, wait, can you repeat the question?
I shouldn't interrupt you. So Dominique falls down, however she fell. It's on video. And then what happens after that?
So after that, she said something about she had to go get a liquor bottle, some Patron.
You know anything about a liquor bottle? Or is
Yeah.
hearing about it?
Nah, I know exactly what it is.
Well, I know you know what it is, but
Yeah.
did you hear about it or see a liquor bottle in the house earlier that night?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever see your brother and Dominique playing any card games?
No, sir.
Where was the liquor bottle? Do you know?
She had it on the kitchen table.
All right. So she says she wanted to get a liquor bottle back. What happens then?
Say it again, sir.
She said she wants a liquor bottle. Then what happens? What do you remember?
Then after that, that's when Travis, he's still antagonizing her, and then Dominique, she's still cussing him out. And then at that time, Dominique, she goes back outside.
All right. And does Travis go outside?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
You go outside?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Because at this point, you know, seeing how Dominique was hitting him, I'm thinking things can get pretty serious after this.
And your brother was still saying Cal has a better body or things like that?
That's correct.
Well, they're going at it cat and dog at this point.
Right. That's right.
All right. What happens then? What do you see as you're watching?
So then,
let me ask you this: were you trying to get Dominique to leave?
That's correct.
Was your brother trying to get her to leave?
That's correct.
Did she leave at that point?
No, sir.
What happens next?
So what happens next is I'm like trying to get Travis to go back in the house, say, Travis, let's go. She getting ready to leave. So which I thought she was getting ready to leave, and then Travis, he told me to turn around. He said, "Look, bro, look what she doing."
What happened? What'd you say?
Oh, she was trying to grab this it's like a hard brick that we got around our palm trees, and she was getting ready to go take that brick and bust his windows out.
Where is the brick located?
It's in the front yard.
And what'd you do in response to her picking up the brick?
Well, me and Travis, we both run towards Dominique, and we grabbed the brick out. We grabbed the brick out of her hand.
Knock it to the ground or hit her?
No, sir.
And you grabbed the brick out of her hand. Where's the liquor bottle? Do you know where it is?
The liquor bottle. She had it. She had it with her then. So I think she put it on the ground.
What kind of bottle was it? Do you remember?
It's like you ever saw a Patron bottle?
Yes, sir.
It's like acrylic, very hard.
Okay. Can you show us with your hands approximately, or can you estimate the height of it approximately?
It's about this big.
How high would you say it is approximately?
I'll say, what about 6 inches.
Okay. The height of it's 6, 7 inches.
That's correct.
And you said do you know if it's made of glass or acrylic, or you don't know?
Like probably both glass and
Hard?
acrylic. Yeah, it seemed pretty hard.
All right. What'd she do with the bottle?
So at that point, when we got the brick out of Dominique's hand, she started hitting Travis, saying, "Oh, I'm gonna get my brothers to come fuck you up." And she was saying like, "Oh, Travis, like you fuck with the wrong girl. You shouldn't have slammed me, which you didn't slam her." And then she takes a Patron bottle. Now I'm actually being hit as she's trying to hit Travis.
Why are you being hit?
Because I'm like between the both of them trying to get both of them like to go their separate ways.
All right. Did you tell your brother to stop, get away from her?
Yeah, y'all told me. I actually told both of them, hey, listen, y'all need to just go on and just stop arguing, just go and leave Dominique, just go ahead and go home, and Travis just go inside.
That work?
No, sir.
What happened then?
At that point, she took the Patron bottle and she hit Travis on his head with it.
I know it's hard to describe it, but can you describe how she hit him?
Yeah, Jura. So when this girl took my brother ex-girlfriend took the Patron bottle, she like you ever played baseball?
Describe how exactly she hit
Yeah,
him.
like hard, like you ever play whack-a-mole at Chuck E. Cheese? That's how hard she hit him. Like she was trying to crack his skull.
Oh,
Did she actually make contact with your brother's head?
Yes, sir.
Were you worried about his life at that point?
Oh, at that point, yes, sir.
How about the threat she's making about her brothers? How many times did she say that?
Oh, she said that numerous times.
What was she saying about her brothers?
Oh, I'm gonna come get my brothers, come fuck you up, and and all this other stuff.
What else?
Saying, like you got the wrong girl, and Travis like no, like
Anything else about her brothers beside F you up? Anything else he was saying? What her brothers were going to do?
or just basically just she'll come get her brothers, come fuck them up.
All right. Did you take that as a serious threat?
No, sir.
You thought she's just blowing off steam?
Yeah, I thought she was just bluffing, just blowing off steam.
All right. So when your brother gets hit, does he react to it, or what happens?
Like he was like and, like he was like when you get hit, he was like in pain. He was like like DJ, I ain't never thought in a million years that I would have got hit in the head with a bottle. Like that was basically what he was saying.
Was he bleeding or no?
Nah, he wasn't bleeding.
Did it look like it affected him?
Yes, sir.
Were you worried about his safety?
Yes, sir.
All right. So what happens after the bottle?
So after the bottle, she was like making threats saying, Travis, you got the wrong girl. I'm gonna get my brothers to come F you up and stuff. And then after that, me and Travis, we just went back in the house.
Did she leave?
Yes, sir.
Was your brother's windshield intact when you went in the house?
Yes, sir.
You ever see Dominique break through your brother's windshield?
No, sir.
Anytime that night?
No, sir.
Do you know how her windshield got broken?
No, sir.
How do you know she left? Did you see her actually drive away?
No, I ain't see her drive away, but she was going to a car, and me and Travis was going inside the house.
Are you watching on the video if she came back or anything happened?
No, I wasn't really paying attention to the video.
All right, you just was glad this is coming to an end.
That's correct.
Did you think about calling the police on her?
No, sir.
How come?
I mean, I saw the girl as a little sister, and I didn't want to get her in trouble. So I was like, hey, Dominique, just leave. I didn't want to, like even though she was making threats, I never took them serious. And plus, I didn't want to get Dominique in trouble. So
Okay. So what time do you think this occurred?
this occurred, I'll say, like 11 o'clock.
Is that just a guess?
Yeah, like an approximate 11 o'clock.
Is it possible it was a couple hours earlier, or you don't know?
I'll say 11, around 11.
Is that a guess on your part?
No, sir, not a guess.
Did you watch?
Nah.
Okay. So what do you do then?
So then I go back in my room.
Did you have any discussions with your brother?
Yeah, I had a discussion with him.
Were you yelling at him?
Yes, sir.
Why?
I mean, I was just a little frustrated with him because he wouldn't listen. I told him plenty of times since Valentine's Day, hey, you see how this girl beating on you? She's being very destructive. Tearing up things in mom's house, and you ain't listen to me like you. I told him, he basically being stupid for keep bringing this girl over to mom's house, knowing that is causing chaos.
You worried it could possibly also end his career?
Yes, sir.
because he can get injured,
Yes, sir.
or he could lose his temper and fight back one day, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
All right. So do you actually scream at your brother and start cursing at him?
Yeah, I did.
All right. No, obviously no physical between you and him. Was there?
No, sir.
All right. So after that happens and you argue with him and yell at him, whatever you just said, what do y'all do next? What do you do?
So I got frustrated and I just walked out the house. Yeah, and I told Travis, I said, basically like I was just cussing him out, saying, "Hey, bro, like you ain't listening. Like, why you not like, I don't know, if you're not really comprehending like where I'm coming from." And yeah, and then he was like, "Oh, bro, go do what you do." And I was like, "All right." I said, "All right, forget you too." Then I just walked out the house.
Okay, you're upset with him, right?
Yeah, yes, sir.
You didn't need any of this nonsense, right?
Right.
What happens? What do you remember basically of any significance happened after that?
Can you repeat that question?
What do you remember after that of any significance? What happened? What's next?
What's next? I went to my car again.
Hey, don't tell me blow by blow details of everything.
Yeah.
But what, if anything significant, anything else happened?
Next, oh yeah. Then after that, my mom, she comes home.
All right. Do you know why your mom came home? Was that the time she was coming home? Did she say anything to you?
Yes, sir.
What?
She was saying like I don't know like what you and Dominique got going on, Travis, but you know, she told me that basically Travis got the wrong girl. So and mom she was basically telling Travis that she told Dominique to just calm down and just, you know, if you and Travis gonna be done, y'all be done with it. Don't like, that's basically it.
What do you mean you got the wrong girl?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, basically like pretty much what she meant, the fact that we all here right now, jury, that we're in court right here, that's what she meant. She got the wrong girl.
All right. So was your mom real nervous and concerned when she came home? Did she appear nervous and excited and worried?
Yes, sir.
Did your mom tell you anything about threats from Dominique?
Sustained? Well, that question is not, so overruled at this point.
Did
Yes or no is the
yes or no?
proper answer.
Can you repeat the question?
Question is, did your mom tell you anything about Dominique making threats to your brother, to her?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when your mom told you that, was she extremely emotional,
Yes, sir.
crying?
Yes, sir.
And what did she say happened?
Sustained.
All right. So did you calm your mother down a little bit, or did Travis try doing that?
Yes, sir. Well, we both did. We basically, like I told mom, I said, Dominique, she's just blowing off steam. She don't really mean what she's saying. She just talking because she's upset.
Did you get a call from your sister Tyranny Coleman before your mom came home?
Yes, sir.
And is it your phone, Travis's phone, or a different phone?
There was a house phone.
And was it on speakerphone?
Yes, sir.
And was she also talking to you guys about the things that may have happened with Dominique?
Yes, sir.
You know how she knew about that?
Yes, sir.
How?
Well, we just found out basically that Dominique, she texted her saying, you know, Tyranny, like, you know, your brother got the wrong one. I'm gonna send my brothers to come fuck him up and basically come like just shoot him up, basically.
Did Tyranny ever tell you she also had conversations with Dominique?
Yes, sir.
Same type of conversations?
That's correct.
And did y'all tell her that you think nothing's going to happen? This girl was just acting crazy and they're gonna go
That's
separate
right.
ways?
Yes, sir.
That was the breakup, basically?
That's correct.
That's what y'all thought, right?
Correct.
You and your brother.
Yes, sir.
And that's not what happened.
No, not at all.
When your mom comes home, where's Travis? Do you know?
Travis, he's in his bedroom.
And what's he doing? Do you know?
He was getting ready to go to bed, and then he was having a conversation with me and mom at the time.
So all three of you were in Travis's room?
That's correct.
And was he in the bed at this point?
Yes, sir.
Travis goes to sleep. Obviously, he's not wearing shoes, right?
Correct.
Sustained.
Is he wearing shoes?
No, sir.
Wearing a shirt?
No, sir.
Does he normally sleep without a shirt?
Yes, sir.
All right. So are you talking with your mom and you and Travis for a long time, or is it a couple of minutes? How would you characterize it?
I characterized it for about 15 minutes.
All right. Did something happen to interrupt the conversation?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what happened, please.
So jury, I heard this loud bang on my door. It sounded like it was the police. So
You ever had that kind of noise at your house before?
no, sir. Very, very unusual.
What time of day would you estimate it was?
Jury, this is around midnight, like 12 o'clock.
Okay, and what do you actually hear?
Can I demonstrate?
Just don't break anything.
I got you. That's just how that bang was.
That startled you?
Yeah, it started something like it was a police or something.
All right. Did you even think before you did anything?
Nah, I wish I did.
What'd you do?
Not even looking at the cameras, I just ran to the door.
In hindsight, that was pretty dumb, right?
Yeah, that was a very dumb decision.
All right. So what happened when you ran to the door?
So what happened was when I came outside, I saw strangers that I don't even know, and they kept asking for Travis. It was like, "What Travis at? What Travis at?"
Well, describe who you saw and what you saw.
I saw seemed like it was a bunch of strange guys that I never saw before in my life.
All right. You've met Keyshawn Jones before, haven't you?
Correct.
How many times do you know?
Once.
Was that at an event?
Yes, sir.
What kind of event?
It was my sister's reception.
Okay. But other than that, you didn't know who he was?
No, sir, because he had his hoodie on at the time, so
you didn't recognize him.
Didn't recognize him.
And the other people, were they boys or were they men?
All of them was grown men.
And how'd you feel when you were out there while they were asking for your brother?
You know, I felt threatened.
Why don't you just turn around and go inside?
I couldn't because I felt afraid and fearful for my life because they kept cussing me out, telling me, go get Travis, go get your bitch ass brother. He fucked with the wrong girl. So I felt very afraid, very, like these guys, they trying to come over and do something serious.
Did you see anyone with any guns at that point?
No, sir.
Notice anybody's pockets?
No, sir.
And are you trained to fight?
No, sir.
All right, so you're outside. They're saying these things to you. You feel obviously intimidated. What happens next?
So what happened next is my brother, he comes outside.
How much longer would you estimate? I know you don't know the exact time, just a rough estimate.
Yeah, probably maybe 8 seconds.
All right. Did you see the video of them knocking on the door and asking for your brother?
Yes, sir, I saw that one.
How much after that video ends do you think Travis came out?
About probably maybe 8 seconds.
It's an estimate, right?
Yeah, just an estimate.
Okay. So he comes out. Is he wearing what's he wearing?
Just his pants.
Okay, and what happens next?
So next, so as soon as he comes out, Keyshawn cussing Travis out, saying, "Bro, like, why you touching my sister?"
Hold on a second. Did you know his name at the time, or you know the name now? Because
now I know his name now because now I know who he is now.
What do you remember him wearing?
He had his hoodie on.
You remember if it was warm or cold that night? Any?
It was cold.
Cold, like how cold, if you remember?
Like Florida gets maybe the coldest, I say probably maybe 50 degrees. So I say it's probably around maybe in the 60s.
Okay, this is
that's correct.
So he's got the hoodie on. Did that intimidate you at all?
Yes, sir.
How come?
Because you see a strange person you never saw before in your life with a hoodie on, somebody you never seen, you would think, okay, like they trying to come over to kill you. They then antagonize you, making threats. So I'm like, okay, like
I started to put two and two together.
Right. So I put two and two together that this girl's threats became real, basically.
You never believed that would happen.
Never.
Sustained.
Did you believe that was going to happen?
No, sir, didn't believe it.
Travis comes out. Tell us all, please, what happened when he comes outside the house.
So after Keyshawn was cussing Travis out, basically, and Travis was trying to basically get Keyshawn to calm down. The next thing you know,
When Travis comes out of the home. Any weapons?
No, sir.
Your brother have weapons?
Yes, sir.
What does he have? Do you know?
Yeah, he has a AR-15, and he also have a semi-automatic handgun.
You know the brand of the gun that he had that you think's an AR-15?
No, sir.
Know anything about those kind of guns?
No, sir.
Did your brother, to your knowledge, did you ever see him go to the range and get trained on how to use the weapons?
Yes, sir.
Did he get a concealed weapons permit?
Yes, sir.
Did you buy these guns right after your dad passed?
Yes, sir.
And your mom knew about them?
Yes, sir.
And she was okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if your brother normally carries a gun if he goes out with some of his friends or maybe in the NFL?
Can you repeat that question?
Carry a handgun or any type of gun when he goes out of the house, especially if he's with his friends who are in the NFL.
Oh, yes, sir.
And some of his friends like stars in the NFL.
That's correct.
So he comes out without a weapon, right?
Right.
He said he's arguing back and forth with Keyshawn.
Yes, sir.
What's Keyshawn doing the arguing?
Basically cussing him out, saying like, bro, fuck nigga, why you like put your hands on my sister?
Getting hostile.
Yes, sir.
Nervous at this point?
Yes, sir.
You feel you could leave and go in the house?
No, sir.
What happens after that?
So after that, you know, like I said, when Traveler trying to calm Keyshawn down, this other guy, I know his name now, Tyler Robinson, he comes out of nowhere and he sucker punches my brother on the side of his eye.
How hard did he punch him?
Like very hard, like he was trying to like knock his eyes out.
And what happened after he sucker punches your brother?
Then soon after he gets through sucker punching my brother, next thing you know, Tyler and Travis, they goes off to the side, and then next thing you know, the guys that came with Tyler and Keyshawn, all of them at the same time start jumping Travis.
And was the first sign of violence or anybody using violence, was that Tyler Robinson?
Yes, sir.
And how many men were there? Do you remember?
At that time, it seemed like a lot because I wasn't really keeping count. I mean, I was such in fear, and Jerry, I was so like afraid, and I was such in fear. I couldn't really count, you know, like how many guys was actually there.
Now
I was just now I know.
Okay. But at the time you weren't sure.
That's correct.
So all four, or whoever the amount was, all of them jumped on top of your brother?
Yes, sir.
What happens next?
You know, they was fiercely assaulting Travis, and then, you know,
What were they doing to him?
basically punching him, trying to kill him, basically. They were trying to kill him.
Felt his life was in danger?
Yes, sir.
What'd you do?
So I try to, you know, jump in to try to get these guys off of my brother. Then now I'm being fiercely assaulted as well. And the whole time I'm trying to diffuse the situation between, you know, Travis and Dominique, but now I'm being fiercely assaulted. Like they didn't care. They came over to kill.
When you're physically assaulted, do you feel like you were about to possibly die?
Yes, sir.
What were they doing to you?
There was punching, kicking, you know, there was screaming, yelling, saying, oh, we on demon time, and, you know, y'all niggas gonna die today. You know, your brother, he fucked with the wrong girl.
What's demon time? You ever hear that?
Yeah, I heard it plenty of times. It's like a new generation saying, I guess, like you in a state of mind where you just don't care.
All right. This was no joke.
No joke at all.
It wasn't a little scuffle.
That's correct.
Was it a little scuffle or was it a real serious thing?
It was very, very serious. It's like it was a matter of life and death at that particular time.
Loud as well?
Yes, sir.
Where was your mom during this time period?
During the time we was fighting, or during the time we was at the doorstep.
Anytime. When did you ever see your mom while you're outside?
Yes, sir. During the time when we was fighting.
You know when she came out or no?
Yeah. She came out. Yeah, she came out like when we was in like a big brawl.
What was your mom doing?
She was screaming, saying, you know, stop, stop. Y'all need to go home. I got cameras. You know, Dominique, she was the aggressor.
She's trying to tell that to these men?
Yes, sir.
And did your mom try to show them anything?
At that time, I was trying to basically get these guys off of my brother and get them off of me as well. So I couldn't really even pay attention to what she was trying to show him.
Was anybody paying attention to your mom?
No, sir.
All right. So did the, lack of a better word, fight or attack, did that go anywhere from different places or did it stay by the front of the house?
Now we went different places.
And we know from the videos this is about 8-10 minutes long. How long did it feel like to you?
To me, it felt like we was there for hours. I mean, you know, like when you in a you know, like a very hard situation like that, it'll feel like you there for hours. You know.
Where else did the fight or this attack
happen? It went in the front of the yard, went to to the side of the yard.
Why was it going different places? What were you doing?
Well, you know, when you being jumped, you trying to spread out, trying to like you can't just stay in one spot because you gotta create distance. You can't just sit there and just keep getting pounded and punched and kicked. Especially when these guys saying that, you know, you and your brother gonna die and basically we gonna kill y'all.
Was it ever one-on-one against you?
No, sir.
Always more than one person?
Yeah, they kept switching up. Like they never really gave me and my brother a fair fight. Like sometimes, no, let me repeat that. Sometimes it would be like maybe like in the yard it was more like they kept switching up. But then like one particular time we had got to the street and it was like a one-on-one for like 6-7 seconds, and then it'll be somebody else that'll come and hit you and try to bruise you up basically.
When they were hitting you, were they trying to knock you out?
Yes, sir. They were trying to like literally knock us unconscious.
So you're trying to create distance. Explain to us, to the best of your memory, where you went.
We went to
You, not we, you. Where'd you go?
I go to like around like Sable Palm.
Right. Before you get to Sable Palm, did you ever see anybody with any firearms?
Yes, sir.
Where did that happen?
That happened on the side of my house, on the grass area by the garage.
Was this after the attack at the front door?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what happened there to the best of your memory.
So I'm literally like on the ground being pounded and fiercely assaulted by these strange guys that I don't even know. And I see this firearm from Tyler, and if he watching this, he knows that he did it. I see this firearm from Tyler Robinson. He points his gun at my head, saying, you know, like you gonna die today. You gonna die today.
Do you?
No, sir.
Any idea why he didn't shoot?
I can't testify on Tyler's behalf.
Let me ask you the cameras that are in your house on the outside. Do you know if they light up at all? Any kind of colors? So that would show me if I was a stranger and I come to your house. Would I be able to see the cameras are working?
Yes, sir. You can see them if they was working.
How would I see that? What would I see?
Like if you walk up, you'll see the doorbell. You see like a camera in the front by the door.
Right, but how would I know? Is there a way I would know your cameras are on? Do they change colors, or is there?
Oh, like is there a way that you know if they're on?
Me, if I'm a stranger and I walk to your house and not the Ring camera, but the other cameras, do they change colors or they light up or do something?
Nah, no, sir. They don't do none of that.
All right. Did you ever check that?
No, sir. Never checked it. I mean, I just assume that like they'll always be on.
Right, but I'm saying if a stranger came, do you know if they see a colored light around your camera on the outside of it?
No, sir. I don't know.
Are those motion activated cameras to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Not the Ring. I'm talking about the other system.
The motion, yes, sir.
Okay. So you're on the side of the house.
Correct.
Remember what this man that you said is Tyler, what he was wearing? Do you remember?
He had his shirt off.
When you first came out of the house, did he have a shirt on or shirt off?
He had his shirt off when I first came out.
Did that mean anything to you?
Yes, sir.
Would you take that?
I mean, Jerry, it's unusual for somebody to come to your house with their shirt off at 12 o'clock at night. So I took it as a sign of, you know, of somebody threatened, like you mean business. I mean, because we don't have a swimming pool at night, so we don't have a swimming pool at all. So I know he wanted to come there to try to swim in the pool. He came over to fight. He had his shirt off, so that's I took it as a sign like you trying to fight.
You didn't invite these guys over.
Nah, no, sir.
All right. So could you tell what kind of gun it was when he pointed it at you?
It looked like a semi-automatic.
Anything else about guns?
No, sir.
You know the difference between a semi-automatic and a revolver, or no?
No, sir. I mean, I was honestly when I saw that gun, Jerry, I thought like my life was over. Then I thought like there was gonna be like my last day on earth, so I wasn't really paying attention to like the type of name brand of the gun he had.
So you go from the side of your house. Where do you go next after the gun's pointed?
So after the gun pointed, we started breaking off into groups.
All right. And there's no way you can tell me moment to moment where you were and what happened, is there?
Correct.
Did you eventually wind up by Sable Palm?
Yes, sir.
How'd that happen?
That happened because I'm trying to create distance from being beaten and fiercely assaulted, by these grown men.
Did you ever see where their car was when you first came out of the house?
Can you repeat the question?
How they got to your home is my question, basically.
No, sir. Never saw it.
I don't know if they walked there, they got dropped off by a cab, or they parked somewhere far from your house. You don't know.
Don't know at all.
When's the first time you noticed their car?
The first time I noticed their car was like how can I describe it? I actually noticed it because it turned on. And I saw
Okay. So before that car turns on, are you down at Sable Palm?
yes sir.
Where on Sable Palm are you? Are you on your side where your house is?
Kind of more like more towards the car.
All right. That time you didn't know whose car it was.
Right.
Okay. And how far would you estimate you are from the car?
I'll say 10 feet, about 10 feet.
All right. So if I'm the car and I'm facing you, you're about 10 feet away from me if I'm the car?
Uh,
I'm not saying now, I'm saying your estimate's 10 feet?
yeah, 10 feet.
All right. Are you directly in front of, if this is the car right here and the headlights are facing you, are you in front of the car, or the side of the car,
More like in front of the car.
in the center, or off to one side, or hard to remember?
Like on the side, like front side, like.
All right. Well, let's say these are the headlights. Are you closer to the passenger side, driver's side, in the middle?
Like closer to the driver's side.
At that point, you didn't notice anything about the car, right?
That's correct.
All right. So what happened to you while you're near this car?
You know, I'm being fiercely assaulted, beat up, brutally.
By who?
By all of them. Sebastien, Chris Lowe. It was at one point that me and Sebastien was in a fight, and then
Let's slow you down. So first thing you remember happening.
Well, actually, let me rephrase that. It was at first. It was at one point where it was like a little subsidy inside the fight. Then I remember I had grabbed Keyshawn from trying to keep going back at Travis. Then that's when Sebastien, he came and sucker punched me, and now I'm now I'm being brutally, assaulted by Sebastien, and then within like 5-6 seconds, Chris Lowe, he comes out of nowhere.
Where are you when this happens? When you're being attacked by Sebastien and Chris Lowe comes out? Where are you?
Well, this is before I'm like 10 feet away from the car. So there'll be like more.
Hold on, I'm confused. Is this happening while you're near the car or a different place?
More like a little like between the car and between my house, kind of.
Okay, so
Yeah.
how far would you estimate you were from the car when you're being attacked by Sebastien?
I would say I couldn't really calculate it because I was in a fight for my life.
Of course.
So, I mean,
Roughly.
roughly, I say about maybe 30 feet.
So how'd you wind up getting closer to the Cadillac?
So I wound up getting closer because after I got sucker punched by Sebastien and being brutally assaulted by him, I get.
Is it one-on-one at this point?
Yeah, for like 5 seconds.
Okay, what happens next?
Then what happens next is I get sucker punched by Chris Lowe.
Say sucker punch.
Yeah, like basically like where they catch you off guard. They was doing it the whole time during the fight. They catch you.
I'm asking specifically, what did Chris Lowe do to you when you say sucker punch?
He basically punched Jury. He punches me on the side of my face.
What side?
And like my left side.
Right. And
Yeah.
where did Chris Lowe sucker punch you before that?
Before that, like you talking about?
You said he sucker punched you. Where?
Yeah,
Where on your body?
on side of my face.
All right. So are you fighting with both men at this time?
Yes, sir. Both of them.
Right before the shooting, or is this way before the shooting?
This was like way before the shooting took place.
All right, you're down by Sable or 30 feet from the car,
That's correct.
and the two guys are fighting with you.
Yes, sir.
Where's Travis?
I lost sight of him at the time.
Did you notice where your mom was?
No, sir.
All right. Do you know how that fight between you and the two men stopped, or why it stopped?
Like, why did it stop during that time? I wasn't really thinking like I was just being like fiercely assaulted, like I'm literally about to die.
Right.
Thinking like these guys they trying to like brutally kill me basically.
Right, but did they get away from you and stop attacking you?
I'm like, yes, sir. At one point they did.
You know why that happened?
Because I saw my brother, he ran towards me.
All right. And how far would you say you were from the car at the point the two men stopped fighting with you or attacking you?
About 10 feet away from the car.
Did you even notice the car at that point or not really?
I actually noticed because they was going to the car.
All right. So that was a tough question. This happened real quick, but Travis is running towards you or walking to you?
Or like literally like running towards me.
Did you notice you had a firearm with him?
Yes, sir.
I'll show you State's Exhibit number 3. Is this the firearm?
That's correct.
Before he got to you, did you hear him shooting at anyone?
No, sir.
Didn't hear the gun go off at all?
No, sir.
When Travis ran towards you, when did you notice him? When he got to you or before he got to you?
I had noticed him like 5 seconds before he got to me.
Is that an estimate or is that a real time?
That's like an estimate.
When did the two guys, did they simultaneously, meaning at the same time, did they both stop fighting with you at the same time, or did one stop and then the other one stopped a few seconds
Yeah.
later? How did that?
It's like one stop and then the other one stopped.
How long did you estimate that took?
It happened such in a flash. I really wasn't counting. I was just happy that my brother was able to get to me in time.
All right, as he was running towards you, did you see him shooting the gun?
No, sir.
Hear the gun go off?
No, sir.
Hear him saying anything? I'm going to shoot these guys.
No, sir.
So, when was it almost at the same time they got off you? At the same time your brother got to you?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, why didn't you guys just go home at that point?
I was so froze to the point I was like, we couldn't go home because we literally like just had two firearms pointed at us in like a split fraction of a second.
Let me slow you down a little bit. So from the time that your brother gets to you and the two guys, they go into the car, are they already in the car? Or you don't even know if they're in the car, do you?
Sustained.
Do you know?
No, sir.
All right. Can you tell the jury how many people got in the car, who didn't get in the car?
Yeah, so jury, it was like, I say two of them got inside the car, just the ones I saw. The ones that was attacking me, like two of them actually got inside the car.
Did your brother start shooting when he got right up to you?
No, sir, not when he got right up to me.
Did something happen very quickly?
Yes,
Your
sir.
brother came to you?
Yes, sir.
Is that why you guys didn't go home?
Yes, sir.
Sustained.
All right. So after the two guys left you, why didn't you just immediately run home at that point?
Couldn't run home, jury, because like soon as my brother got to me, soon as the other guys got to their car, I saw two firearms pointed at me and my brother.
Explain that to us. Where did you see this?
I saw the Sebastien, he was in the passenger seat, and then I saw Tyler Robinson. He was on he was like by the back passenger's door with the two firearms pointed at me and my brother.
So each one of them had one firearm?
Yes, sir. Each one.
And Sebastien, he was in the front passenger seat?
Yes, sir.
You were able to see it was him?
Yes, sir.
And where was he pointing the gun?
He was pointing like at the windshield.
And where were you?
Like literally standing next to my brother.
And in reference to the gun pointed at the windshield, where were you?
Can you repeat the question?
Sebastian's pointing the gun, you said, at the windshield, right?
Correct.
Well, if I'm Sebastian pointing the gun at you, where would you be? What's your view?
Uh,
Directly in front of Sebastian? You to the side? Where are you?
Like to the side of Sebastien.
How much? Just a rough estimate. How much to the side?
So if I'm like on the driver's side, I'll say about maybe about 5 feet now. 5.
All right. So let's hypothetically, I'm Sebastian, right?
Right.
I have a gun pointed at the windshield.
Right.
You be to my left, to my right, in front of me?
All right. So if this is my right side, so I'll be
My
to
right
your
side.
left.
I'm Sebastian pointing the gun. This is my right side,
Okay.
my left. What side are you on of me?
So I'll be on the right side.
My right side.
Wait, no, I'll be on.
Pointing the gun.
So if
All right, no. So
if you're Sebastian pointing the gun, then I'll be to your left. Like no, wait, yeah, to your right side. Right side.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pointing this way, you're confusing me.
Yeah, I got confused. Sorry about that.
May he step down, Judge?
Sure. Watch your step, Mr. Rudolph.
Just hold this, please.
Okay.
I'm sitting down. Was it sitting down in the driver's seat, Sebastian? I mean, in the passenger seat, Sebastian?
Yes, sir.
All right, so if I'm sitting here, right? Am I holding the gun like this? Am I holding the middle, higher? You tell me.
You holding it like this, like I sit like in the middle.
Middle of the windshield?
That's correct.
Show us where exactly you were.
I was like
Show me
on
amount
the
of
right side, like maybe like 10 feet.
your right side.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you think you're about
So there'll be my right side, and then there'll be your left side.
Gotcha. So would you be there or would you be more into the jury box?
Like more to the jury.
All right. So you tell me if I'm Sebastian, how far do I move over?
You can like start right where you at, like go further a little back, like
Right.
right. Yes, sir.
All right. And the gun is this way? Is it pointed at you?
Yes, sir.
This all happened in a split second?
Split second.
You can sit down. Thanks. I'll just take that back.
I'm going to do a poll.
The guy without the shirt, can you tell me if you know, do you know the position he was in, pointing the gun in your direction as well?
Yes, sir.
Where?
He was trying to basically like seemed like he was trying to use the back passenger door as a shield. So he was like pointing like but behind the door, like in like a little crouch position.
Was he closer to you than Sebastian was in terms of?
Yes, sir. More closer.
Okay. I mean, more in your direction.
Right. More in my direction, basically.
Okay. And did you feel that he was pointing the gun directly at you?
Yes, sir.
Where? So if you're over there where you just told us, where's your brother Travis at this point? Is he next to you, behind you, in front of you?
He was like more to Sebastian's side.
All right. So if I'm you, and this is the way you said it happened.
Right.
Where would I go if I was Travis? Where would I be?
So if you was like, can I get up and demonstrate?
Yeah, you may step.
Sure, please. You give me the mic. I'm just going to stand here.
Yeah. So you're more right by the jury, and then if I'm Travis, I'm like right here, like kind of more like slightly ahead of you, but almost a little even.
So, do you see the two guns simultaneously at the exact same time?
Yes, sir.
And how long do you believe it took Travis to start shooting?
Oh, not long. Not long at all.
What second?
Split second.
10 seconds?
Split second. Jury happened so fast, it took like a split second.
Did you know how many times he shot?
No, sir. Jury, like I couldn't even count how many times my brother shot because I was such in a state like thinking like this is my last day on earth. Like, you know, I got these two guns pointing at me from Sebastian as well as Tyler, and I'm like what the world? So to sit and actually count at that particular time, actual, 30 like it's I just couldn't keep count. I mean, I thought it was my last day on earth.
See the car turn on?
Yes, sir.
If that was before the shooting started, after the shooting started, if you know.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Well, let me ask you this: before your brother started shooting, did the car ever move?
Did it move?
Did the car move?
But before he started shooting?
Yeah, or at the same time as shooting. I mean,
No, sir, it didn't move.
You ever remember the car coming towards you?
Yes, sir.
And was that before the shooting or after the shooting started?
That was after the shooting.
Sure.
Sustained.
Are you confident on that answer?
No, honestly, I couldn't really pay.
Okay.
Question, please.
If two guns are pointed at me, I would fear for my life.
This happened really quick.
Yeah, really quick. Everything happened so fast.
You ever seen anything like this before?
No, sir, I was like traumatized. I couldn't even really.
Any doubt in your mind that there was two guns pointed in your direction and your brother's direction?
Oh, no doubt.
Were you in fear until the car actually disappeared from your view?
Can you repeat the
You
question?
in fear the whole time until the car was out of your view anymore.
The whole time.
Did you ever see Tyler fall or jump out of a car?
No, sir.
You ever know if he got in the car? You don't know, or do you know?
No, don't know.
Did you see Tyler running from the car after the car made a U-turn?
Yes, sir. You ran.
What'd you do?
Jerry, I know this gonna sound so stupid. Like, I don't know what the world I was thinking. I don't know why I did it. I ran after Tyler. Like even though he pointed a gun at me, I'm not even thinking. Like everything happened so fast. This like in a matter of seconds. I don't know why I did it. Just being dumb, running after somebody that just pointed a gun at me. I was so traumatized at the moment that I just wasn't even thinking. Yeah, I don't know why I did it.
Where'd he go? You know?
He went to one of our neighbors' yards.
How far did you go back? Where'd you go? Where'd you go?
I went to I stopped like in the darkness somewhere, like on the side of the house.
First house, or did you climb a fence at all?
Nah, I stopped.
When did you ever see Travis running after Tyler,
No, sir.
threatening he was going to finish him off and kill him?
That's correct.
Did you hear him do that?
Can we repeat the question?
You ever see your brother running after Tyler, saying he was threatening and making threats he was going to finish him off and kill him?
No, sir.
Did you make any threats as you're running after him?
No, sir.
Did you ever tell your brother, stop chasing Tyler, he's going to go to jail?
No, sir.
Nothing like that.
Nothing like that.
Do you know where Tyler went?
No, sir.
Did you even know if he was shot at that point?
No, sir.
You know if anyone got shot at that point?
No, sir.
All right, so do you see Travis while you're in the backyard, or what happens?
So wait,
Or on
can
the
you
side of the house? When do you see Travis again after you ran like you described?
Yeah, so I saw my brother. Like after I stopped chasing Travis, when Travis he told me, DJ, come on, let's go, Tyler. Yeah, he said, DJ, let's go, let's go home.
Where was he when he said that, Travis?
Can you repeat the question?
Where was Travis when he said, DJ, let's go home? Where was he?
He was still standing in the street.
He called you to come out?
Yes, sir.
You see him from where you were?
Yes, sir.
And so do you go in front of Travis or behind Travis?
I go behind Travis.
All right, so you get in the house, or what do you guys do? Do you leave?
Yes, sir. We leave.
You go to the house, or you go somewhere else?
We go to the house.
Did you ever see your brother run away?
No, sir.
Your brother try to hide his firearm?
No, sir.
Where was mom at this point? Where was she?
My mom, she was in the living room.
Who got in the house first, you or Travis?
Travis did.
Before you got in the house, did you see anybody, any of the neighbors at all?
No, sir.
Did you hear anyone say call the police, or they're calling the police?
I heard one of our neighbors, like this was like close by Sable Pond where me and Travis was. Somebody yelled out and said, call the cops.
Did you start hearing sirens before you got in the house?
Yes, sir.
Know anything about Shot Spotter? Not today, but back in April. You even know what that was?
No, sir.
So did you start hearing sirens?
Yeah. I heard sirens. I heard a helicopter.
How much after? House or before you got in?
No, this is like before we got in.
You heard sirens?
Yes, sir.
Any cop cars come right up to your house?
Can you repeat the question?
At that point, did you see the cops come up to your house, or they weren't there yet?
No, sir. They weren't there yet.
So was Travis in the house before you?
Yes, sir.
How were you feeling at that point? What was your state of mind?
Jerry, my state of mind, like I remember when I had walked in, and me and Travis, we told mom, like, mom, we just had two guns that was pointed at us. So my state of mind was like I was just like traumatized, because not only was we were being fiercely assaulted, now we got firearms. Like I thought we was gonna die that night. Like it was like our last day on earth.
Tell your mom that you had guns pointed at you?
Yes, sir.
Right away.
Right away. As soon as I walked in, I was like, Mom, these guys, they just had pointed a gun at me and Travis, and they when they said that y'all niggas was gonna die. That was their words. Now I know once they pointed those guns at us, I know that they was actually being for real.
All right. So when you talk to your mom and you're telling her this, do you tell her that Travis shot at them?
That's correct.
Say he saved your life or anything like that?
Yes, sir.
Do you feel that way?
Yes, sir. To this day.
And did you do you know if Travis spoke to your mom before you got in the house or after you or at the same time?
We said at the same time, like, Mom, did they try to shoot us? And we just had guns pointing at us.
Did you call the police at that point?
No, sir. I mean, we heard sirens, and we heard a neighbor that said call the cops, and I also heard a helicopter. But then, before I even heard the sirens and all of that, we still got to go back to the yard when these guys was let's say before the sirens, the helicopters, and before the neighbor coming out saying call the cops. You would think.
It's a narrative question, so that,
Yeah, but
Hold on.
so that's improper. Next question, please.
You got to hold on when someone objects, okay? All right. So you were talking about being in the house, hearing what you heard.
mhm.
Was asking why you didn't call the police. What else were you saying about that?
Yeah, I was saying before we even heard sirens or anything, when the fight first started, these guys were being loud, saying, hey, we on demon time and y'all niggas gonna die today. And they were saying all this while they were fiercely assaulting us. You would think that the neighbors, they could actually hear this because they being like aggressively loud, just pounding, just beating us up, saying, like they were saying it real loud, like, yeah, y'all gonna die today. Yeah, your brother, he F with the wrong girl. So you would think like neighbors could actually hear this. So you would think like, like this is way before the gunshots. You would think that somebody actually heard the commotion that's going on. So you would think that the police would be on their way.
Did you wait in the house?
Yes, sir.
Travis waited in the house?
Yes, sir.
Your mom.
Say it again.
Your mom, was she in the house?
Yes, sir.
What was your mom doing? What was her state of mind when y'all were telling her these?
She was traumatized as well. She was crying.
She a fragile woman to start with?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see her, other than when the day your dad got killed, did you ever see her in a state like that before?
Yes, sir.
When?
Can we repeat the question?
Sure. All right. I know your dad was tragically killed. Was your mom destroyed that day and months and weeks and years to follow?
Yes, sir.
Night this happened, was she in a similar state of mind?
That's correct.
How about Travis? What was he doing after this happened?
Travis, he was crying. I was crying because we thought life was going to be over.
Still crying in the house?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a time that your sister and her husband came over
Yes, sir.
while you're in the house after the shooting?
Yes, sir.
And do you know why your sister came over?
Yes, sir.
Why?
She came over to bring Mom her food.
In the middle of the night?
Yes, sir.
Mom sleep at night or is she up most of the night?
She up most of the night. She can't go to sleep because she's still just traumatized from like losing our father and being out of work, for a long time. She just still can't get over my father's death, so she's up all the time.
All right, so you knew your sister was coming or what?
Can you repeat the question?
Know before your sister got there that she was bringing food for your mom?
No, I didn't know. I didn't know she was bringing food.
See her come in with food?
Yes, sir.
While she was there, did you see her doing anything with Travis?
See who doing anything.
I'm sorry. See Taryn, your sister, doing anything with Travis?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
What was she doing?
Well, we told her what happened, and she was basically telling Travis, like this girl done me crazy. Like I can't believe she just sent guys to our mother's house.
Did you see anyone or Travis take pictures of his injuries? Did you see him take pictures of himself?
No, I saw Attorney take pictures of Travis.
Which phone was she using?
But she using her phone.
And were you aware if she ever sent the pictures to anybody? Travis?
Of Travis? Yes, sir.
She sent them to?
She sent to my phone as well as my mother's phone.
About Travis's phone.
Yes, sir.
How do you know? She tell you that?
Honestly, I don't remember actually on that part, but I know she took pictures and she sent them to like multiple people.
All right. You were one of them.
Yes, sir.
Do you know if Travis's phone, if you could see the screen after, well, do you even know if Travis's phone was broken that night?
Yes, sir.
Did you see it get broken?
Yeah, I didn't see the actual part where it got broke, but I saw it was broken.
You can't testify how it got broke.
Correct.
And did you look at the phone at all and see if you could see anything on the screen?
Yes, sir. I looked at it.
Did it work to make phone calls that you could actually?
No, you can't touch, like, you couldn't like make a phone call, none, because it was cracked. Like, it had a bunch of, it looked like a spider web.
But the screen didn't light up at that point?
That's correct.
You know if the phone was able to still receive calls?
Or
you don't know? Or
no,
do you know?
don't know at all.
You know if the phone was still able to get text messages?
No, sir.
You know if there was a way to even turn it off or?
No knowledge at all.
All right, so how long do you think you're in the house before the police came? What would you estimate?
My approximate estimation would be probably about, before they came, I said I was in there maybe about 30 minutes.
Could have been
Like-
longer? Could have been shorter?
Yeah, it could have been longer or shorter, but it's just a guesstimation.
Gotcha. When your sister came over, and did her husband come in the house?
Yes, sir.
And did they eventually leave?
Yes, sir.
Did they take anything with them that you gave them?
No, sir.
Travis say, hey, take some of these bullets or the gun or drum? Did you hear him do anything like that?
No, sir.
Do you know what Travis did with the 6 hour or the gun I just showed you?
Can you repeat the question?
You know what Travis did with the gun after he came in the house? What did he do with it? If you know.
No, sir. I wasn't paying attention. I was still like traumatized and crying that these guys tried to kill us. And I was thinking like I was just in such a state of shock, like, so I wasn't really paying attention to what Travis was doing with it.
Did you have any injuries on you?
Yes, sir.
Just to take pictures of you too?
Yes, sir.
Where are those? Do you know?
No, sir.
All right. So, did the police ever take pictures of you?
No, sir.
Not at all.
Not at all.
So eventually, how do you know that the police want you to come out of the house? What happened?
After that, they said, Travis, come out with your hands up.
How do you hear this?
They had like a loud speaker.
You can hear it with no problem.
Right.
Do you know if Tierney ever called the house, your sister?
No, sir.
Hold on, first question. Do you know if Tierney called the house and spoke to somebody and said, the police, you need to come out?
No, sir.
What you remember is the police on a loudspeaker saying, Travis, come out?
Yes, sir.
They used his name?
Yes, sir.
Not your name.
No, sir.
They say Daryl Rudolph, come out.
No, sir.
They say Linda Rudolph, come out.
What you talking about, like before they called Travis or?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they actually told us all to come out, but they called Travis first.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the first person that goes out is who?
Travis.
Did you see what was going on?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what you saw.
So I saw Travis, he comes out with his hands up and he's walking slowly towards the officers.
Is that what they're telling him to do?
Yes, sir.
Does he get on the ground at all?
After that, I wasn't really watching after that.
You know, if he went face forward, if he was walking backwards, if you know.
He was walking, I think he was walking backwards with his hands up.
You know if he had a shirt on then?
No, I don't think he had a shirt on, but I don't, it's just an estimate. I don't remember if he put his shirt back on or not.
Okay. How about you? Were you wearing the same clothes you had earlier?
Yes, sir.
Do you see Travis actually get handcuffed?
Sir, repeat the question.
He get handcuffed.
Yes, sir.
Did you see any dogs out there at the time barking?
Yes, sir. I heard dogs and everything.
Did you see police officers with guns drawn?
Yes, sir.
Right at Travis.
Right at Travis.
And Travis obviously didn't try to run away or do anything silly, right?
That's correct.
Did you see where they took Travis?
Can you repeat the question?
See after he was handcuffed, where they took him?
Yes, sir.
Where?
They put him in the back of the officer's vehicle.
Think he was arrested at that point in your mind?
Yes, sir.
All right. Who came out of the house next to the best of your knowledge?
My mother.
Did they call her by name or what did they say?
They just told her to come out.
Right, but how did you know it was your mom or one of you just went first?
Honestly, I forget which one went first. Either me and my mom, I can't really. Yeah, I actually forget.
But eventually both you and your mom went out?
That's correct.
Tell us what happened when you went out.
So when I went out, you know, besides having guns pointed at us with these strange men that came over, you know, now I got to relive seeing guns being pointed at me again when the officers was pointing their guns at me. So now I'm like, I got my hands up, walking out, thinking like, what the world, like we just almost got shot. Now we got officers pointing guns at us as well. So I'm walking slowly. I had to walk backwards. You know, actually, I actually had to come out barefooted.
Barefooted.
Yes, sir.
You said that before you came out?
No. Actually, no. I walked out barefooted.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. What else happened?
After that, my mom, she was crying. And we was just.
I'm asking about you. Were you handcuffed,
No, sir.
zip tied, or anything like that?
No, sir.
So you weren't arrested.
That's correct.
How about your mom? Did you see her get handcuffed?
No, sir.
She was not?
No, sir.
Were you upset at that point?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever meet a lady who now you know her name is Detective Vanderline?
That's correct.
When did you meet her?
I met her like she just she was like with one of the officers. And we didn't really talk or nothing.
Right, but I'm saying when you came, let's say in reference to you coming out of the house, was she right there, or did she come up to you a little later?
Honestly, I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember that specific detail of that situation.
But did you meet her outside while you were there?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did she tell you she was the lead detective in the case?
No, sir. She didn't tell me anything.
Did she tell you her name?
No, sir.
But you knew she was a police officer, right?
Correct.
Now you know her name is Detective Vanderline.
That's correct. Now I know now.
All right. And did she ask you to talk to her?
No, sir.
Well, she testified earlier that you refused to. You remember that?
No, sir. I don't remember talking to her now.
I'm not saying. I'm asking. Did she ask you to talk to her?
Did she ask me to talk to her? No, sir.
Did any police officers ask you to talk to them?
No, sir.
So I thought her testimony was, and if you don't remember or it didn't happen, that's okay. Did she tell you she wanted to talk to you, and you said no, I want a lawyer?
Yeah.
Sustained.
Did you ever tell any police officers you're not talking to them, you want a lawyer?
Yeah. I told one of them that, but not Detective Vanderline.
You remember who it was, or no? You didn't get.
Nah. I didn't know none of the officers' name at the time.
Why didn't you talk to the police at the time?
You know, I mean, just didn't trust them. I seen the way how they did my brother. They made him come out with his hands up. They trying to treat us like we criminals. So I just didn't trust talking to him. And plus, I didn't have a lawyer present.
You didn't trust the police.
That's correct.
Detective Vanderline says she gave you her business card and said, "Hey, call me tomorrow, the next day, anytime you want." Did she do that?
No, sir.
Were you even interested in calling the police the next day or a week later?
No, sir.
Did anyone ever subpoena you to come in and give a statement in front of the prosecutor and bring a lawyer with you if you wanted and have a court report or have it all recorded? Did anyone ever give you that opportunity?
No, sir.
You would have gotten a subpoena. Would have you come in?
Yes, sir. I would have came in.
You felt more comfortable that way, that your rights would be protected?
Yes, sir. And everything would have been recorded. And
Were you worried about possibly incriminating yourself and one of the police officers arresting you that night?
yes, sir. The same way, just like how they did my.
Hold on.
Sustained.
Were you worried about yourself at all?
Yes, sir.
Why?
I mean, I was worried because I thought I could be arrested. Because I mean, they like even though we're the victims, they took my brother to jail, locked him up, took him home. They handcuffed him, put him in the back of the car. Then they told me to come out with my hands up. So I mean, I was worried like, hey, they could kind of get me too for no reason, like with the world.
There was some testimony that you may have spoken to Dominique after this happened. Do you know anything about that?
Yes, sir.
Explain to us what you remember about that.
I was basically cussing out, and I told her, I said, "Hey, Dom, I can't believe you tried to send guys over to try to kill me and my brother, and you sent them over here."
Hold on. Was this talking, or was this text, or is there another way you can do this?
This is text message.
Were you using some rough language?
Yes, sir.
And why were you so angry at her?
because I thought she loved our family. Like jury's the reason why I text Dominique Jones and I text the explicit language because I thought this girl really loved our family, and I didn't think that she could do something like this. So I was like in a more state of shock and disappointment. Like, you know, like regardless of how you felt about Travis, why would you like send guys over here to try to kill not just my brother but also kill me, my mother, and everything living in the house? So I just went off on a hit, like just on a rant, and just started cussing out based on text messages.
Did you ever talk to her, or like actually have an actual conversation on the telephone with Dominique after this happened?
I don't really remember.
When you were texting her, did you ever explicitly tell her that you had guns pointed at you and your brother shot a number of times at them? Did you ever tell her that?
No, sir.
How come?
Because I thought it was self-explanatory. I mean, like, if you put two and two together with her saying, hey, my brother's going to come fuck you up, and then you got guys coming over with guns, yelling, screaming, and saying you and Travis going to die today, and then you actually see guns pointed at you, I mean, you would think that it would be common sense that Dominique, she should know this. It's common sense. If you put two and two together, you would think like she basically orchestrated this whole thing. The fact while y'all are in the seat and I'm sitting in this seat while everybody right here in court right now,
Stop.
you know, you would think.
You gotta stop. Hold on there.
Yeah.
1 second.
The narrative objection is sustained.
All right. So you believe Dominique set the whole thing up?
Yes, sir. She orchestrated the whole thing, so I figure she should know.
Hold on. We get to everything. So you were very upset with her.
Yes, sir.
Still upset with her.
Yes, sir.
Angry with her.
Yes, sir.
You've never talked to her again after that night?
No, sir.
Never seen her again?
Never seen her.
Have a moment, Judge.
May.
You know, I'm sitting here crying. Y'all know how I do.
Any doubt in your mind that your brother saved your life?
But he's
No doubt at all.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
he's done a great
Right.
job.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, unless you need a longer break, take a stand up and stretch for about 90 seconds before cross.
I have to set up.
Okay.
Oh, this guy.
You want 5 minutes just so I can get this set up?
Yes, ma'am. Longer break? Yeah, all right, longer break. 15 minutes then. It's 2:40, so 5 minutes till 5 minutes to 3. Remember to obey the 4 cardinal rules, folks.
Oh gosh, this guy. At least it's this guy and not the one who's so slow. So listen, let's chat while we're taking our little break. Let's chat. The whole point of a cross is to basically call them a liar and get them riled up. That is the whole point of a cross-examination. So I realize that, you know, a lot of us are sitting here, you know, I'm sitting here wiping my tears, and a lot of us like him. And I know that people are going to get upset with whatever his name is. Everybody's been calling him Comover, and I don't remember what his actual name is, and I'm sorry. When he gets up there, I know y'all are going to get mad. So here's our rules for chat. We can get as angry as we want to about things like actions and stuff like that. But I don't like the really offensive stuff. We don't like the offensive stuff in here. So no going after, like, just keep it calm. Like, I'm gonna be the first one saying, you know, like, he's an idiot, whatever, but I don't want any of like the really offensive personal attacks. Okay. Play nice. Play angry, not dirty. How's that? because y'all know I'm going to get mad. Y'all heard me yesterday getting mad. I'm sure this one's going to piss me off too. But no name calling. Let's keep it clean. Let's all take a breath together. It's going to go haywire. That's okay. Yeah, that's basically it. No getting offensive and nuts. But I've got the air on, so I'm not red today. Where did that just go? Me too. Look, I can already tell you that I'm going to get angry. But, and I'm sure a lot of us will. But let's just be respectful angry instead of vicious angry. Somebody said he looked like Prince Charles. That was one of the lookalikes we heard. Y'all, we have done a great job at casting this. Especially if it were a movie or if it were a cartoon. If it were a cartoon, we've got this nailed because we've got Cliff or John C. Reilly. If Cliff from Cheers is busy, Cliff or John C. Reilly could play the one dude. Lead detective, Maren Morris, somebody said this morning. Holy crap. Literally could be like sisters. Who else did we have that looked like somebody? Y'all remember. Y'all remind me of who looks like who. We've had a few. Oh, CeeLo. We had CeeLo. He was one. Yeah, Prince William's just owning it. He's owning it. He's just using sunscreen instead of extra hair. Who else looked like? Call the Hallmark chat. We've already done the casting. Yeah, CeeLo was the medical examiner for sure. In the cartoon, or he could play him in the TV or in the Hallmark movie or the cartoon. Who else did we have? Coach. Yep, Coach for the judge. Did I say Charles? William is the one. I may have said Charles. Let's see. We have Lucy could play Sailor. Oh, and the guy who plays Rip would play Sailor's handler, the hot cop. Rip could play him. Rip from Maren Morris for the lead detective. Rip can play the hot cop. We'd give him a bigger role though. He would be up there much longer. Let's see. Cross is going to try to rip his testimony apart, but the thing about the truth is that you can't rip it apart. So they will try. But the difference in him and the others is that his emotion is coming from the trauma he experienced. And his truth is still truth. The others is coming from attitude because they're being questioned and they know they're guilty. All right, let's see. Richard Clausey is the attorney's name. Okay. Richard. Hopefully Richard doesn't piss us off too much. Who shall play the beef stew? Hi, JT. All right, let's see. I knew that was coming. All right, let's see. Jason Momoa for for the hot cop, or for who? For which one? anything Jason Momoa is in is more than welcome. I'll just put him in one of everything. Oh, good one. Where'd Lindsay Hendrick? Good one. Keyshawn can, it would have to be the Dwayne The Rock Johnson from the 90s photo, not from, I don't remember when, I can't remember who it was who originally pointed it out. I don't know. It might have been you, Lindsay Hendricks. I cannot remember. But when we first saw that when chat was going on, I've not been able to unsee that since then. I have not been able to unsee that since then. Let's see. Yeah. Cole Hauser. That's his name. That's Rip's name. Terry Bradshaw could definitely be the judge. The turtleneck. Oh, sorry. I got distracted because everybody's distracted me. I've got 4 screens going and my brain ain't that sharp today. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Knee along for Dominique. Let's see. Interesting. Let's see. Yeah, Prince William. I may have said Charles in the beginning, but it's Prince William. Let's see. Bruce Dern for the judge. Oh, Brienne from Game of Thrones would be the first CSI lady. Melissa Roxburgh of Manifest for the Last Detective. Who's the lady? Okay, so for Heidi, who would play Heidi? Because you may have said it. I'm sorry, chat's moving fast, and y'all know I can't read that fast. The lady, she's on like a court show. She would totally make a good Heidi. What was her name? I was looking for it to see. Yeah, we can give Kevin Hart a role. He can be a bailiff. He could bring the Jimmy Johns.
He's Dominique.
He could be Dominique. Okay, we could do Edie Falco for Heidi. Oh, there's another one. Oh, not that one. Where'd it go? Everything's moving. Jason is trapped. That's Murphy Brown could be a good one. Barbara Streisand. Let's see. I cannot read this fast. I'm about to have to get another drink before it starts back too. I probably need to get like a real drink for this one. Robert Duvall could be judge. That's a good one too. Let's see. We could do a side-by-side of this and put it on the website. It would be real fun. Oh, there we go. We have a volunteer to be beef stew. He just portals on over every once in a while and says hi. Jennifer Coolidge. There you go, Abe. Jennifer Coolidge for Heidi. That could be a good one. Kevin Hart could be DJ. I had him bringing Jimmy Johns, and you're giving him DJ. That could work too. Let's see. I don't think I know who that person is. Oh, that's a good one. Levi's mom. That's a good one. Niecy Nash for the prosecutor. That's a good one. I love Niecy Nash. Beef stew is a popular dish. No, beef stew is, it was an analogy that the hot cop used, and nobody heard anything after that because we heard beefy and we heard nothing because he was beefy and we all got excited and nobody heard anything except for the people who were getting on to those of us who were excited, because there were a few of them that were mad at us for being so excited. TNP, Idris Elba for Travis. That could be a good one. Idris Elba is wonderful. Good pick, TNP. Good pick. Let's see. Oh, Taraji could play Dominique. Oh, but I like her so much.
Take your seats until the jury comes in. Go ahead, sit down, folks. That's fine. Thank you.
Angela Bassett.
Let's bring them in, please. Thank you.
Oh, Rip is from Yellowstone, and he is also delicious. Yeah, that's true. It's going to take a lot of work to get us to dislike somebody that much. Thank you, Kim Newton. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, remember what we said. Let's take a deep breath. Let's behave. No name calling. Let's keep it respectful. They won't be. They won't be. But that's why I want to warn us to just keep it respectful. Let's take deep breaths. I'm going to grab a drink.
All right, everyone take your seats, please. Klausi, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Rudolph.
Good afternoon.
One of the first questions I'd like to ask you, sir, is something you spoke about at the end of the questioning with Mr. Shiner. I believe you stated when you were asked if Detective Vanderland ever came and spoke to you, you said the answer was no, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember giving testimony in this courtroom back on March 8th of 2022?
No, sir.
You don't remember coming into this courtroom?
No, I remember coming to the court, but you
That was
said-
my question. And do you remember that you came and gave testimony just similar to what you're doing today? Even though
Yes.
you might not remember it, you remember being here for that, right?
Yes, sir.
And you remember when you came in, you got sworn in to tell the truth just like you did today, right?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Katie Johnson, he does look like a young Don Cheadle. This is going to be really hard for him. This is going to be emotional. Keep in mind how traumatic this was. And then now
Yes,
he's
you
about
may.
to lose, he could possibly, he's lost his dad. He could possibly lose his brother.
It's here somewhere. Mike, where's the mic? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
So what I'd like you to do on page 271, if you can read lines 11 to 22.
Silently, please, to yourself.
And let me know when you're done, okay?
Let's all take one more breath because we're all about to get mad.
Okay.
So isn't it true that on March 8th of 2022, when you were in this courtroom, you were asked, and she, meaning Detective Vanderland leaves her card, right? Do you remember saying yes, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Question was asked, and Detective Vanderland, says, well, hey, if you decide you want to talk, give me a call, right? And your answer was yes, ma'am, right?
Yes, sir.
Question was asked to you, you never called her, did you? And your answer was no, ma'am. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
So as you sit here today, is it still your testimony that Detective Vanderland never came up to you and gave her her card for you to be able to speak with her?
That's my mistake. I mean, I didn't know who she was at the time, so.
Okay, but as you sit here now and after reading what you said back on March 8, 2022, is it in fact true that Detective Vanderland gave you her personal card for you to be able to reach out to her and tell her anything you wanted to say?
I mean, I couldn't really say it was true or not because I didn't know that was her or not. I didn't really like read the card to say that there was Detective Vanderline's name or not.
So when you answered back on March 8th, when they asked you, did Detective Vanderland give you a card? You answered, yes, you did.
I mean, yes, because I was in court and I was nervous and under pressure. I didn't know if that was her or not, sir.
Okay. So even now, you're still not sure whether Detective Vanderland gave you her card for you to talk to her, right?
Yes, sir.
In any event, you never called any police officers, did you?
No, sir.
And I think you said during direct examination that the reason you didn't call the police is because you heard sirens.
Yes, sir.
You just assumed that somebody else would call.
No, sir.
So I think you said on direct examination that there was a neighbor that said call 911, right?
Yes, sir.
So the reason you didn't call 911 is because you just figured somebody else would?
Not figured. I knew somebody else would.
Okay. Why don't you call?
Why don't I call?
Yeah.
We heard sirens. We thought they was on their way. And plus with the loud, they saying, oh, they on demon time. And before the gunshots, the neighbors, they could hear the commotion. And then you would think with gunshots, you hear loud gunshots. And then, I mean, it's basically, I ain't called because, like I said, I didn't trust, talking to them. Plus, I heard sirens. I heard a helicopter, as well as I heard somebody come out the door and yell, call the cops. So we thought that they was going to be on their way.
So that person that came outside, you don't know who that was, right?
It was one of our neighbors. I didn't pay attention.
Was it a man or a woman? Do you know?
It was a male's voice.
Okay. And that male said, someone call the police, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That someone could have been you, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't do that, did you?
No, sir.
At that time, you're not sure those police officers are responding to your location, are you?
Can you repeat the question?
At that time, when you're walking back to your house, you don't know that those sirens are meant for what just happened, do you?
Yes, sir. I actually knew that those was.
How did you know that?
I mean, you could tell, like, they saying, like, how did I know? It was pretty much common sense.
Okay. So you end up walking back to your house, right?
Yes, sir.
Inside your house, right?
Yes, sir.
Looking out the window, waiting for those cops to come?
No, sir. I mean, I was in fear, like walking back and forth inside my house, traumatized.
Okay, but my question is, once you're inside of your house, you have windows in that house, right?
Can you repeat the question?
You have windows in that house you lived in?
Yes, sir.
Could have looked out the window to see if any cops are coming, right?
Yes, sir.
Could have peeked out the window if you were truly afraid, right? Just to make sure that you could look out, maybe nobody sees you, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't do that, did you?
No, sir.
You didn't come out and talk to the police officers that were outside, did you?
No, sir.
Your mother didn't either, did she?
No, sir.
I want to back up now. Let's go to, I guess, late evening of April 6th. You remember that, right?
Can you repeat the question?
The events that took place kind of earlier in the evening with your brother and Dominique. You remember that as you sit there today, right?
Yes, sir.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Today, in court, you said that by the time the fight between Travis and Dominique gets outside, your testimony here today was that she tried to throw a brick or tried to grab a brick, right?
Yes, sir.
And to you, or maybe even your brother, you assumed that she was going to maybe try to wreck Travis's car in some fashion, right?
That's correct.
Your testimony here today was that you went and stopped her, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think you even said that she still had the Patron bottle in her hand at that time.
Yes, sir.
All right.
He said
And
he
you
was
were
on
able
the
to stop her
ground.
from throwing the brick, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's when you said she started hitting Travis with a bottle, right?
Yes, sir.
Back during testimony today, you said you got hit with that bottle, didn't you?
No, I said I got hit while she was trying to hit Travis. I didn't say directly the bottle.
Okay, so during that, she struck you.
Yes, sir. Trying to reach over to hit Travis.
Back on March 8th, 2022, do you remember ever telling anyone that she actually hit you during that portion of the argument?
Yes, sir.
You did.
Yes, sir.
You said that during your testimony.
Yes, sir.
And then after the brick part, that's when the bottle part happens, right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Let's all breathe. All breathe. Yeah, Prince William was trying to trip him up a little bit, but so far he's doing a great job. I guess. Keep doing that, Ken.
Hearing, sir, that you said that actually after the brick part, that during that hearing you said that your brother got hit with the Patron bottle first and then the brick thing happened. Do you remember saying it that way back on March 8th, 2022?
No, sir.
If I showed you that section, would that help refresh your memory as to whether you said that?
Yes, sir.
We'll come back to that one too.
Okay.
But your testimony here is that she picked up a brick and then she then she hit him with the bottle and then she eventually left, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, after she attacks him, you say that, and during this attack, you're saying that she's saying threatening things about how she's going to get her brothers to come over, and what was it exactly?
Can you repeat the question?
What was she saying her brothers were going to do to your brother during that argument?
She was saying she's going to get her brothers going to fuck Travis up.
Okay. Did you take that seriously?
No, sir.
Why not?
Because I saw Dominique as a little sister and I thought she loved our family, so I didn't take it seriously at all.
People can say things out of anger, right?
Possibly.
Possibly people can say things out of anger?
Sometimes.
Sometimes, right? Depends on the circumstance.
Depends.
So sometimes people out of anger can say things they don't mean, right?
Yes, sir.
Isn't that why you didn't take her seriously? Because you didn't think that that's what was going to happen, right?
Correct.
Okay, but it did. So
Now, during that argument, I think you said you came back, you had just gotten your car washed, right?
That's correct.
You said you thought maybe something was wrong with how the guy did it, basically, right?
Yes, sir.
You asked your brother to come outside and confirm or not confirm whether it was a bad job on your car, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then how long do you say you all were out talking about the car? Approximately. I'm not going to hold you down to an exact minute, but how long were you outside talking to him about the car wash?
Probably about maybe 5 minutes.
Okay. And then you said when you got back in the house, you saw Dominique Jones holding your brother's cell phone, right?
Correct.
I think you also said that they dated for about a year around that time.
Somewhere like that. I can't really.
Could
I
be
mean,
less.
I wasn't really paying attention to their relationship, so I can't give you an approximate, but I'd say it seemed like a year.
Okay. And just like you said, you weren't, every time Travis would come home, you wouldn't say, hey, how are things with Dominique? Tell me all the details, right?
Correct.
You just kind of let him do his thing when it came to him and Dominique.
Correct.
So in terms of their relationship, did you know whether or not he provided her with his passcode to his phone if she wanted to look in?
No, sir.
You know that.
No, sir.
All right. So you wouldn't know whether he gave permission for her to look through that phone, right?
That's correct.
All right. But in any event, when you come back inside, she is upset, right? Can
Yes, sir.
you tell why she was upset?
She was upset by some girl named Kyla.
Was she upset that she thought he might have been cheating on her?
I mean, that's what it seemed like.
All right. And again, I think you said, do you know if he was seeing other women at that point in time?
No, sir.
It's possible he was.
I mean, it's possible. I mean, they both weren't in no serious relationship, to be honest with you.
How do you know they weren't in a serious relationship?
I mean, they just ain't seem too serious to me.
Hey, but
Man.
aren't you the one that says I didn't really pay attention to the relationship?
Yes, sir. But I mean, it's common sense.
Okay, well, common sense. Weren't you the one that said she slept over basically 5 nights a week?
Yes, sir.
You'd call that not a serious relationship.
Honestly, you want me to give you an honest answer?
I'm asking yes or no. Is that a serious relationship if somebody's sleeping over 5 times during a week?
No, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the answer, he's already answered the question. Did you have something else to add to that?
Yes, sir.
All right,
Yeah,
go
exactly. I
ahead.
was gonna say it just seemed like shacking up. I mean, they weren't married.
Okay.
Yeah.
She
I don't know
was.
if they had any conversations about being married.
She
right?
was.
No, sir.
So it's possible they were even talking about that.
Yes, it's possible.
Now, you mentioned you saw her as a little sister, right?
That's correct.
But still not a serious relationship between the two.
That's correct.
Now, you said there was some incident back on Valentine's Day of 2021 then, correct?
Correct.
Present for that.
Yes, sir.
That's where you said she physically was violent with Travis, right?
Yes, sir.
But isn't it true that you thought that it was just a little argument that day?
Yes, sir.
All right. So even her getting physical with your brother, you characterized it as just a little argument on Valentine's Day, right?
If that's what I said, then
I'm
yes, sir.
asking you.
To my around that particular time.
I'm asking you, did you consider that Valentine's Day argument a little one?
No, sir. It's not.
Showing opposing counsel the transcript from March 8, 2022, page 117.
You may.
Look at page 117, lines 1 through 3. Let me know when you're done.
I saw Recovery Addict and then chat moved. Hi, Recovery Addict.
Yeah.
There it goes.
So isn't it true, sir, that back on March 8th, 2022, when you were asked about that Valentine's Day incident, you stated, but I ain't really take it like seriously because I thought that they was just going through like a little Valentine's, a little argument. That's what you said back on March 8th, right?
Yes, sir.
Still your testimony today that it was not a little argument. It was something bigger than that.
That's correct.
So it's different than what you said on March 8th, 2022, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So your brother got assaulted by Dominique?
Yes, sir.
Your brother
None of this
stronger
is-
than Dominique?
Yes, sir.
That
Did there
doesn't
come a
make
point
it
in time
okay.
where he did touch her when they were out in the lawn?
I mean, when you try to stop Dominique from beating him up,
My
kind
question,
of like,
did there come a point in time where he did put his hands on her?
yes, sir.
Now, before that, you can understand why Dominique was upset, right?
Overruled. It's a reasonable question.
You can understand why she was upset at your brother, right?
Yes, sir.
It's understandable that when a girlfriend finds out that maybe she's not the only one, they can be upset over that fact, right?
Yes, sir. That's true.
So that fight didn't really start because of Dominique, did it?
Yes, it did start because of Dominique.
The fight started because Dominique found out about what your brother was doing with other women. Isn't that right?
No, sir.
No.
Well, isn't your testimony that the first things coming out of her mouth is who's Kyra? Who's Kyra?
It started because she went through Travis's phone.
Right.
Without
Bam.
permission. That's how it started.
Bam.
You said without his permission?
That's correct.
Yeah, and you
Yes.
don't know whether he gave her passcode back in the day and said, go ahead and look through it if you need to, right?
That's correct.
You're saying here today she didn't have permission. right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So she was very angry about this potential other woman, right?
Yes, sir.
So they were fighting over the fact that maybe he was being unfaithful in that relationship, right?
Who cares?
Yes, sir.
All right.
You can't hit him.
So
You can't hit
she's
him.
very angry, and you said that your brother tried to calm her down, right?
Yes, sir.
So he didn't just say get out of the house right away or anything like that, right?
No, sir.
And I think you said they were kind of jawing back and forth, right?
Correct.
And then you went into your room because, hey, I don't got time for this, basically, right?
Yes, sir.
And then I think you said that you got brought back outside because maybe the commotion started back up again, right?
Yes, sir.
And at that point is when you come out and you hear your brother saying to Dominique, you just mad because Kyla has a better body than Dominique, right?
Yes, sir.
Not a nice thing to say to your girlfriend, is it?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Right? You wouldn't do that, right?
No, sir.
Not a wise
Sir,
decision.
I mean, I definitely, yeah, I see.
So the point being, you can understand why she got upset after your brother said that.
Of course, yes, sir.
All right. And it wasn't until he said that Dominique started insulting him from what you could hear, right?
Not insulting him this after she started hitting him after he said that.
Okay, so let me just get the timeline clear. He says that comment. What does she do right away?
So as soon as he said, Dominique, you just mad because Kyla got a better body than yours, that's when Dominique started punching Travis.
I thought your testimony here today was she started calling him a broke bitch and saying, don't disrespect me first.
Well, she said that first, but then after that, she started hitting him.
All right, so just so we're clear then, as soon as he says that, that's when Dominique starts calling him a broke bitch.
Broke,
right?
yeah, broke bitch or broke ass nigga.
And she said, don't disrespect me, right?
That's correct.
Would you agree? He did disrespect her with that sentence.
I mean, it was a low blow. I agree.
Right.
Yes, sir.
You already said that.
So then she starts hitting Travis, right?
After she said that Travis was a broke bitch and a broke nigga, all the other stuff.
Okay. That's when she started hitting him.
Yes, sir.
Open fist, closed fist. You remember?
Closed fist.
All right. How many times did she punch him?
I want to count.
Can't even guess.
Guess probably maybe about 5-6 times.
Okay. And is that when you got in between the two of them, try to break them up again?
That's correct.
All right. Did it work?
No, sir.
Well, eventually she didn't just keep hitting them 6, 7, 8, 9 times when you broke them up, right?
Can you repeat the question?
She hit him about 5 or 6 times, right?
Right.
And you stepped in the middle of it to try to get it to end, right?
That's correct.
So did she keep hitting him after that?
No, sir.
All right. So it stopped.
For a little bit.
Right. So you were successful, right? At least at that point. Now getting it to kind of stop on your own, right?
I don't think I was successful at all. To be honest with you.
For that moment.
For that
You
moment.
wasn't punching anybody, right?
No, sir.
All right. You were the referee at that point in your own home, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I think you said now the fighting stops and they both go into, I guess, Travis's bedroom.
Yes, sir.
Did they shut the door when they go in there?
After that, I wasn't even paying attention. I just went to my room, so I wasn't even really paying attention to if they closed the door or not.
Okay. So you saw them go into the room, right?
No, didn't see them go into the room.
How do you know they went in their bedroom then?
Wait, can you repeat the question?
Yeah. You break up the fight. And I think you said after Dominique Jones was hitting him, then they went in the room.
Correct.
You said, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How do you know they went in the room?
Oh, I actually saw him go in the room.
Okay, so when you saw him go in the room, they shut the door behind him?
Yes, sir. They shut it.
Okay, so you do remember them doing that.
Yes, sir.
And then after the door closes, is that when you go to your bedroom?
That's correct.
You think at that point, I think you even testified on direct that you were hoping that was the last part of the argument and they were going to work it out in their bedroom, right?
Yes, sir.
This was right after Dominique had struck your brother 5 to 6 times?
Can you repeat the question?
They go into the bedroom, and this is after she had struck him 5 to 6 times, gotten physical with him, right?
That's correct.
You just thought it was a good idea to let them go in the bedroom by themselves?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, after that, what do you do when you go back in your room?
Can't remember what I did when I went back in my room.
Okay.
Can't remember.
But there comes a point in time where you say you hear the commotion starting up again outside in the living room, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you go back outside, right?
That's correct.
And I think you said she was in a psychotic rage, Dominique Jones, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, during that, I think you also said, though, that Travis is still antagonizing her. Didn't you say that today?
I said they both was antagonizing each other.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Dominique Jones is yelling at him, right?
Correct.
Is he staying silent?
No, sir.
Did he just stay in his bedroom?
No, sir.
Did he go somewhere else?
What does that have to do with
Yes, sir.
anything?
Talking about during the argument, did he just leave and not say anything to Dominique when she's going after him like that?
No, sir.
He stayed and participated in that argument, right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
The argument, not the.
And I think you
fight.
said that at some point, then Dominique goes outside, right? And the argument now is happening outside.
Yes, sir.
I think your testimony was that you were trying to get Travis to go back in the house, right?
Like there was like in the middle, like after that when wait, can you repeat the question?
Yeah. So once the argument goes outside, you stated in direct examination that you were trying to get Travis to come back in the house. Again, you're being the ref trying to get this fight to end, right?
Right.
All right. And that's when you said that at a certain point, she goes back inside the house and wants to get her Patron bottle, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then she comes back out of the house with the Patron bottle, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And that's where you said that she first picks up a brick, right, to try to throw it at the car.
Yes, sir.
And then she hits Travis with the bottle.
Yes, that's after we get the brick out of her hands.
Okay. So is it at the point in time where she's going back in to get the Patron bottle where your brother says, hey, you know, come get this bitch or something to that effect on the Ring doorbell video?
Yes, sir.
I think you remembered exactly what it was. Can you say it again?
Can you repeat the question?
What did your brother say as he's coming back in the house right before he gets punched by Dominique?
He says, open this door, bro, because this bitch got me fucked up.
So he called his girlfriend a bitch again, right?
Yes, sir.
Think it's a natural reaction from Dominique to smack him in the face after that?
No, no, no,
Overruled.
no.
Can you
That's
repeat
not
the
a
question?
natural reaction. No.
How long? I'll withdraw that one.
What?
All right.
How long after he said the
What?
word bitch to his girlfriend did she smack him in the face?
Like,
No.
you start punching him in his face?
Yeah.
Like, immediately, as soon as you said that.
So as soon as she heard the word bitch coming from her boyfriend's mouth, she smacked him upside his head, right?
Yeah, she started punching him.
That's the
Okay.
point where then she ends up on the lawn on her butt, right?
Like when I'm getting, like, trying to diffuse him too, yes.
Eventually she ends up on her rear end out in the lawn, like that video shows, right?
Yes, sir.
But according to you, your brother, it's basically like she tripped on her own, right? He had nothing to do with her falling.
That's correct.
Oh, when she's calling him a
All of
broke
this
bitch, if
happens,
he'd
then
have done
eventually
that to
Dominic
her,
decides to leave, right?
would that have been a natural reaction?
No, sir.
Oh.
He doesn't ever leave that house after all this takes place?
Something like after it was more to that.
Okay. So Patron bottle part happens. She falls down. She gets back up. At what point does she leave? What's the last thing that happens before she walks out?
The last thing that happened was, I remember me and my brother, we go, like, we actually get ready to go back into the house. Then Dominique, she cranks up a car and leave.
Okay. Before she leaves, I think you said that she was threatening you, right?
Yes, sir.
Or not you, maybe more so your brother.
Correct.
What was she saying? What were those threats?
I'm gonna come get my brothers to come fuck you up, Travis. You fuck with the wrong girl.
What time was that about when she's saying that?
Like 11 o'clock.
So at this point, Dominique had struck your brother multiple times, right?
That's correct.
Hit him with a Patron bottle, right?
That's correct.
And threatened to have people come over and kill him, basically, to you, right?
That's correct.
So once she leaves, when do you call the police about what Dominique had just done at your house?
Can you repeat the question?
Yep. After all that was over, all the threats, all the hitting, all that stuff from Dominique Jones, and she leaves, when did you call the police to tell them everything that had just happened in that house?
Never.
Never did.
Yes, sir.
In fact, after all this happened, right, you were yelling at your brother. You were upset with the way he acted during that, right?
I was
Don't
upset
believe
with
her.
bringing this. Can I explain?
Well, here's my question. Were you upset with the way your brother handled that situation in that house?
No, sir.
That with her being there. That's
Thought
what
he
he said.
acted appropriately the whole time?
I didn't think he acted appropriately, but I wasn't like necessarily mad with him during that particular.
Okay. So on the Ring doorbell videos, when we see you storming out of the house, being all mad, your testimony here today is it wasn't you were mad at your brother for anything that he did. You were just mad over the situation.
Yes, sir.
I think you say now you're at home, everybody's awake, right, in the house, and now you start getting even more threats, right?
Yes, sir.
This is coming from other people. That's not Dominique, right?
Yes, sir.
Those people are basically telling you, hey, they're coming over to your house to mess you up, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. But it's your testimony that when somebody knocks on the door, it's about an hour after all those threats came out, right?
Yes, sir.
That when those boys were knocking on the door, you thought it was the police?
You mean those grown men that was knocking on the door?
When they came to the door, you thought it was the police, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't call the police, did you?
No, sir.
No one told you any police officers have been called.
Yes, sir.
And you've been told over and over and over again that these people were coming over to your house.
That's correct.
And I think you saw, or you know, right in your basic living room, there's a big monitor that shows all those cameras that you got installed in the house, right?
Yes, sir.
And one of those views is, in fact, your front door, right?
Yes, sir.
So you're telling this jury that before you opened up that door, you had no idea who was outside. You thought it was the police.
Yes, sir.
All right. Why do you think it was the police?
I mean, that's how police is knock. So I assumed like that this girl, I'm not taking that threat serious at all. So I said, who else could it be at 12 o'clock at night except for it's the police?
When that knock comes, doesn't that ring a bell in your head that maybe the threats were serious?
No, sir. I didn't take it serious until I actually walked outside.
Okay. So you didn't look outside to see who was knocking at your door at 12 o'clock, midnight, right?
No, sir.
Didn't look out a window,
I should have.
but you didn't, right?
That's correct.
You just came right outside, even though all those threats had been made an hour before, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And it's because you didn't think that they meant anything, right? You didn't think they were serious, correct?
No, sir. I did not take a threat serious.
So then you said that you go outside, and correct me if I'm wrong, when you go outside and see these four men, you don't see any gun in their hands, right?
No, sir. Not at that moment.
They didn't tell you they were there to kill you, right?
You tell me we're at the door doing the whole altercation.
Right when you first went outside, they were asking for Travis, right?
Yes, sir.
They weren't asking for you, right?
No, sir.
They weren't asking for your mom, right?
No, sir.
They weren't asking for your sister, right?
No, sir.
They said they wanted to talk to Travis, right?
That's correct.
Now, it's your belief, right, that if you were in their shoes, the four men that came up, that you now know who they were, and you got the same story from your sister about her boyfriend potentially committing domestic violence against them, it's your opinion that you would have called that person first to try to figure out whether it's true or false, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether or not they tried to call his phone before they came over?
No, sir.
Okay. So if they tried to call and he didn't pick up, that would have been the first thing that you would have done, right? Try to talk to him on the phone. Get it all sorted out that way, right?
Yes, sir.
What?
But you don't know whether or not he was ignoring those phone calls, do you?
Doesn't
Can you repeat the
matter.
question?
You don't know whether those calls were made and whether he ignored them, do you?
No, sir. His phone was broke.
Okay. If there's phone records about showing maybe around that time that it was rejected, the phone call, that would mean his phone wasn't broke, right?
No, that's not what that means.
Overruled.
Right?
No.
His phone was broke. So
How do you know it was broken?
because Travis showed me that the girl broke his phone and it had spider webs on it.
Okay. You ever crack a phone face before? Ever have to get it fixed?
Oh, plenty of times.
Right? Doesn't mean you can't use the phone, right?
No, the way she slammed the phone, it was like literally broken. Like you can't really use it.
Did you try to use it?
Travis tried and he couldn't. He showed me. I was right there with him.
Okay. But did you try to use it?
No, sir.
You ever try to make an outgoing phone call?
Can you repeat that question?
You ever try to make an outgoing phone call with that phone?
No, sir.
You ever try to send a text message from that phone?
No, sir.
When you were there were no calls coming into that phone at that point in time, right?
Can you repeat the question?
You didn't hear the phone ringing or anything like that. You weren't next to the phone the entire time that night, right? Travis's phone.
No, sir.
All right. So it's possible that it could have still gotten calls and he didn't want to pick up, right?
His phone was broke.
Okay. So now I think your testimony was that
If you double click on
you're
the side
outside
of mine,
and they're
it'll
asking for
reject
Travis.
calls.
And I think you said that the reason you didn't go back into your house is because you felt threatened.
Yes, sir, because they wasn't asking for Travis. They was demanding for Travis.
Okay. But not you, right?
Correct.
You could have said, okay, I'll go get him, and went back in the house, right? And then never came back outside.
No, sir.
Why not?
Because I felt threatened. I was in fear for my life. You got guys. First of all, before Travis even came out, they was cussing me out, saying, you know, where Travis at, and Sebastien was calling me a fuck nigga, saying we ain't gotta listen to you, fuck nigga. We ain't gotta listen to what you got to say. So at that point, I felt threatened out, and I felt in fear for my life.
Okay. So at that point, why didn't you just say, okay, I'll go in the house and go get him, and then just not come back out?
Can you repeat the question?
At that point, Tyler's threatening you. They're all threatening you, saying, we demand Travis come outside. You could have just said, okay, let me go get him, and went in the house and locked the door.
I couldn't because I felt cornered. You got like 4 or 5 guys in front of you making threats. I felt like if I turned my back, they was gonna try to they was gonna try to kill me.
You wouldn't have to turn your back, right? You just,
I mean,
right back into the house.
so if you're around 4 or 5 guys, I don't care if it's your front door stuff, just in general, jurors, if you got 4 or 5 guys like you and you're cornered, you're not gonna use critical thinking skills because you're in fear for your life. So I couldn't think like, oh, let me just go back inside. Like I'm cornered.
Okay, BRB.
What does
go get
cornered
my
mean
brother.
to you, sir?
It's the stupidest
Literally, my
thing.
back is by the door, and you got 4 or 5 guys in front of me.
Cornered would mean there's nowhere to escape, right?
Yes, sir.
The door was right behind you, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
So you could have escaped through the door that was right behind you, right?
No, sir.
Okay. But in any event, they didn't pull out any guns at that point in time, right?
No, sir.
All right. Now, did they try to force themselves into the house?
No, sir.
Never tried to just barge in past you, the one guy outside, to go force themselves to talk to Travis?
No, sir.
All right. Travis came out on his own volition, right? He decided to come outside,
Yes, sir.
right? And you got them cameras inside of the house where if someone's inside the house, they can see everything going on right on the porch, right?
Yes, sir.
Despite that, your brother came out to this threatening situation you were in, right?
Yes, sir.
And according to you, as soon as he comes out, it's Keyshawn that starts threatening him, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When Keyshawn starts threatening him, does he go back inside the house?
No, sir.
Okay. Does he try to hide behind you?
No, sir.
Okay. He starts interacting with them, right?
That's correct.
What is your brother telling them at that point in time?
He's trying to diffuse the situation, like
Wow.
trying to tell like Keyshawn, listen, bro, let me explain to you what's going on. And Keyshawn cussing him out, saying, you know, no fuck nigga, like you put your hands on my sister, like you got the wrong girl. And that's when they all kept saying that.
Okay. Did your brother apologize for what had happened to them?
No, sir. He was just trying to explain like what took place because it's 2 sides of every story.
Okay. Did your brother start telling them, yeah, I did, make fun of her body?
No, sir.
You didn't say that, right?
No, sir.
He didn't talk about the fact that he might have been in another relationship with somebody, right? And that's what she was upset over.
Or that she was married.
Can you repeat the question?
Did he admit to all of them? Yeah, man, I messed up. I got caught cheating on her. I'm sorry. Did he ever say something like that?
He didn't get a chance to. Like they immediately like within like 3-4 seconds of Trevor trying to explain to Keyshawn, like all of them started jumping on him. He didn't have a chance to even explain.
Okay.
He couldn't explain himself.
So is it your testimony that all of them jumped on him at once?
Yes, sir. Well, no, not after Tyler sucker punched Travis. That's when they all started jumping.
I remember you saying that on direct examination that Tyler came out of nowhere and punched your brother, right?
That's correct.
How'd he come out of nowhere? He was standing right in front of you guys, right?
It's a metaphor saying like he just came like real fast and sucker punched Travis.
Okay. I think you were the one that said that your brother has extremely quick reflexes, right?
That's correct.
Wasn't able to dodge that somehow?
No, these guys seem pretty strong and fast, and they seem very, they seem like they knew how to fight. So, I mean, just because you play football don't mean you supposed to be Superman or Bruce Lee from the movies or something.
You just said they seemed like they knew how to fight. How do you know that?
Because they basically they almost killed us. Basically, they basically beat us up from our mother. They had us sore, so they knew like they knew what they was doing.
Okay. Did you go to the hospital after this?
No, sir.
This is after they aggressively assaulted you, all four of them, basically, 2-on-1 at any given time?
Sometimes it'd be 2, sometimes it'd be 3, sometimes it'd be 1 for like 5 seconds, and then there'd be another 2 to 3. Like they kept switching up. Sometimes my brother would be fighting 3, or I'll be fighting 3, or he'd be fighting 2, or I'll be fighting 2. They'll just keep, like, they never gave us a chance to even, like, we were just defenses out there, basically.
So despite all of that, though, you didn't have injuries serious enough where you went to the hospital, right?
No, I had some serious injuries.
Okay, but did you go to the hospital for them?
No, sir.
Oh,
Still,
Jesus.
God willing, God bless, you're still sitting here with us today, right?
That's correct.
So they were not life-threatening injuries since you didn't get any medical attention, right?
I was sore.
Okay, but they weren't life-threatening, right, sir?
Yes. I don't know, sir.
Okay. So you say they all start jumping Travis, and it looks like to you that they're trying to kill him, right?
They was trying to kill him.
Okay. When did you go inside and get one of those guns that your brother owns?
I didn't have a chance to.
Why not?
He was getting
Because,
jumped.
like, put yourself in my position. If you see your brother with 4 or 5 guys on him, regardless of you can't fight or not, let's be real and honest. What would you do if you see your younger brother with 4 or 5 guys on him?
If I know I have a gun in the house and my brother's being beaten to death, you're asking me what I would do?
It was a 5-2. It was happening so fast, sir. All I thought, listen, I already lost my father, so I'm traumatized by that. Jury's already lost my father. I'm traumatized by that. What was my nephew? All I could think about when these 4 or 5 guys fiercely assaulting my brother, all I thought was they trying to kill my brother. They trying to take his life away. So as me trying to be the older brother, I'm trying to pull these guys off of my brother. Now I'm being fiercely assaulted. So it's
okay. So back to my question. You never decided to go in and try to grab one of those guns that you knew your brother had?
No, sir. I'm trying to get these guys off of my brother.
And I think it's at that point, there's, according to you, you're saying y'all on demon time, and according to you, it was a matter of life and death, right?
Yes, sir.
Very serious, right?
Very, very serious.
And when we talk about why you end up, I guess everybody ends up, but why you in particular end up kind of around the road from the house you lived in, I think it was because you said you needed to create distance, right?
Correct.
Could have created distance by going back in your house, right?
Sir, I didn't have time to, sir.
But you had time to create distance going down the road, but you had no time to try to go back into your house?
Sir, I saw about 4 or 5 guys trying to kill my brother. I can't just leave my brother out there being, like, sir, they could have killed my brother, sir.
Right.
So I supposed to just go back in the house when my brother being beat up?
Well, my question was, during your direct examination, you said you were trying to create distance between you and the gentlemen that were attacking you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So one way you could have created distance between you and the attackers was to go back inside your house, right?
No, sir. My brother was still out there being, like, fiercely assaulted, sir.
Okay. Then why were you trying to create distance between you and your brother, if that's the case?
Sir, you talking about on the grass or when the fights broke into 2 different sections?
All right, let's start with the first part of the fight.
Correct.
Did you try to create distance between yourself and these men that were attacking everybody?
No, sir. I'm trying to get these guys off my brother. Now I'm being fiercely assaulted.
Okay. Now, after that happens, what point in time comes up that you, quote, try to create distance between yourself and these men?
What point of time?
Yeah, when during this fight, you said it on direct. You said, I tried to create distance between myself and people attacking.
Oh,
when did you do that?
When I'm being jumped by Sebastien and Chris Lowe.
Okay. How did you get down the road already at that point?
Sir, they basically like, they was basically like fiercely attacking me down that way, towards that way. If you get what I'm saying, like it's like you're being jumped and you trying to, like, you can't just stand still to be an easy target. You trying to, you trying to have some type of distance.
Okay. And so you chose
trying to spread out.
So you went further away from your home to create this distance that you were looking for, right?
Trying to.
Okay. Now, I think you said at a point in time that you're getting attacked by Sebastien, right?
Correct.
And that's now on Redwood, right?
Yes, sir.
Down the road?
Yes, sir.
I think you said it was halfway between your house and ultimately where that black Cadillac was, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And How did you get out of that situation again? How did you get Sebastien to stop punching you, kicking you, anything?
That time I couldn't get him to stop, sir.
Okay. But it did stop, right?
No, sir.
Him, Sebastien kicking, punching you, doing anything like that, it never came to an end.
It came to an end at one point, but not like what timeline are you putting this at?
I'm asking you,
kinda
when you were in
confused.
that fight with Sebastien in the middle of the road, in between your house and where the black Cadillac was, how did that fight stop? Why did Sebastien stop hitting
It did not stop, sir.
you? Okay.
Because Chris Lowe came out of nowhere and sucker punched me. Now I'm fighting both of them.
Okay.
So it never stopped.
Did that come to an end?
During that timeline, it didn't.
Okay. Did there come a point in time where Chris and Sebastien stopped hitting you or kicking you or punching you?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
When I saw my brother running towards me, that's when it stopped.
Okay. What did they do?
They was cussing me out, and then they ran to I guess Keyshawn's mom's car.
Okay. So they turned around and went back to the car, right?
That's correct.
This is before any shots were fired or anything like that, right?
Yes, sir.
So they were going away from you at that point in time, right?
Yes, sir.
They weren't punching anymore.
No, sir.
Weren't kicking you no more, right?
No, sir.
Weren't threatening you anymore, right?
No, they were still making threats, shouting, saying, "Y'all niggas dead, y'all gonna die."
As they're walking away,
They did that through the whole fight.
as they're walking away from you, they're saying that you guys are still going to die.
Yes, sir.
Now, before that even happened, now we're talking about out on the grass. Is it your testimony that Tyler Robinson pulled out a firearm and put it to your head?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He was threatening to kill you.
Yes, sir.
He didn't pull his trigger, did he?
No, sir.
Oh my
Very
God.
bad. You probably wouldn't be here if that were the case, right?
Thank God I am here.
Put it right to your temple, according to you, right?
No, I didn't say he put it right to my temple. I said he had a gun pointed at my head.
Okay. How far away was the gun from your head? How many inches?
Sir, I can't really give an approximate inches of feet because like at that point, when you already been physically assaulted, and then you see another man with a firearm pointed directly at your head, at that point, I'm not even thinking. The only thing I could think about is that's my last night on earth. That's all I was thinking. I wasn't even trying to use algebra or a mathematical equation to calculate, oh, Tyler got maybe this couple of inches away from my head. No, that's not how I'm thinking at that particular moment.
There been any point in time where you were able to say how far away that gun was from your head?
I gave like I gave a guesstimation.
Give it again.
Maybe about 10 inches.
10 inches away from your head.
Yes, sir.
All right. So very close to your head, right?
Very close.
Threatening to kill you.
Yes, sir.
But he didn't pull the trigger, right?
No, sir.
In fact, from the moment they arrive to the moment they leave, never took a shot at you, did they?
No, sir.
Never fired a weapon at you, your mother, or your brother, did they?
They wanted to.
They never fired at you, your mother, or your brother, did they?
No, sir.
They had every chance to do it, didn't they?
Sir, I can't.
Oh,
on Tyler on behalf. I'm going to
gotta
testify on my behalf.
Well, from your perspective, you said that Tyler had the gun 10 inches away from your head, right?
That's correct.
Could have pulled the trigger right then, you wouldn't be here, right?
Yes, sir.
Didn't do it, did he?
No, sir.
When you're fighting with Sebastien and Chris out in the middle of the road, could have shot you then, right?
Yes, sir.
Could have shot your brother, right?
Yes, sir.
You're out on the lawn fighting and having, did you hear your neighbor say it was a ruckus outside? Did you hear him testify to that? Mr. Estes?
No, sir.
All right. But during that fight, they could have shot you then, right?
Yes, sir.
Didn't do it, did they?
No, sir.
All right. So then I think your testimony was that Sebastien and Chris head back to the car, right?
Yes, sir.
Brother comes up behind you with his weapon, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at the time, you said that you were about 10 feet away from that vehicle, right? When your brother starts firing at it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we saw the demonstration that was given. Pretend this was the car, the black Cadillac, right?
That's correct.
I believe you said.
Microphone. Thank you.
I muted myself on purpose.
This is where Travis was. So you would have been to his right, right?
Right. Like he'd be a little bit further than me. I'll be like to the right. He'll be like a couple of inches like off to the side.
Okay. So as you sit here today, your testimony is that you were on Travis's right-hand side, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your testimony here today is that you could see inside through the windshield, right?
Yes, sir.
Your testimony here today is that Sebastien pointed a gun at you, right?
Yes, sir.
Your testimony is also that Tyler Robinson pointed a gun at you, right?
Yes, sir.
Had it right at, like aiming right at you?
Yes, sir.
Never pulled the trigger, did they?
Sir, I can't testify on their behalf.
I'm asking you, you were there, right?
Yes, sir.
Did they ever pull the trigger? Either one of them.
No, sir.
And then your brother starts shooting at him, right?
Yes, sir.
After they pointed guns at you, he started
by
shooting
the
at
car. Yeah, after they pointed guns, then when shots was immediately fired. Yeah.
Okay. When your brother starts firing at them, tell me the time that Tyler Robinson shot back at him.
Sir, he didn't have a chance to. My brother got quick reflexes and eye coordination. And like I said, jury, if it weren't for my brother, I wouldn't be a testifying. If my brother haven't shot those 39 shots, the times that I know now, Tyler and Sebastien, they would have I wouldn't be here talking to y'all right now, basically.
Your testimony was they were pointing guns directly at you through the windshield.
Yes, sir. They was pointing guns at me and my brother.
Right. So they were pointing guns at you first, according to you, right?
That's correct.
Your testimony is they had no time to shoot back at you. They were aiming first. Is that your testimony? They had no time.
I can't testify on their behalf, sir.
Say again? I didn't hear that.
I cannot testify if they had time to or not. I'm not Tyler or Sebastien.
Well, I think you just did. You just said they had no time to, because I think you said your brother has quick reflexes, right?
That's correct.
So your testimony here today is they had absolutely no time to shoot back at your brother, despite the fact that they were pointing guns directly at you, right?
If they had absolutely no time.
Is that your testimony, or is it your testimony they did have enough time to shoot back at him?
Basically, yeah, they did have no time, basically.
They didn't, though, did they?
Sir, I'm confused with your question, sir.
You made it.
Can you rephrase the question
Wait,
another?
Whoa. Mr. Rudolph, that was a confusing question. They didn't what?
I'll rephrase. Tyler Robinson did not fire that gun back at either you or your brother, did he?
No, sir.
Is it your testimony he had no time to do so?
No, sir.
Okay. So he did have time to fire back at either you or your brother who was shooting at him, right?
Yes, sir.
He didn't do it, did he?
No, sir.
Sebastien, is it your testimony here today that he had no time to shoot back at your brother as he was pointing the gun directly at him?
Can you repeat the question?
Is it your testimony here today that Sebastien had no time to shoot back at your brother when he was pointing the gun directly at him?
Yeah, if he had no time, no, sir.
Maybe it's a confusing question, so I'll put it this way.
Because you're an
Did
idiot.
he have time to shoot back at your brother?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but he didn't, right?
That's correct.
Now, once your brother starts shooting, you know that Tyler Robinson starts to run away, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you chased after him, right?
Sir, like I said, that was a dumb decision. I don't know what I was thinking.
I know.
Honestly, I don't know why I did it.
Okay. But my question is, you did, in fact, run after him, right?
Yes, sir. I ran after him.
This was the man that came to your house at midnight, right?
That's correct.
This was the man that basically, since you started interacting with him, was either threatening you or your brother, right?
That's correct, sir.
This is the man that when you were in the grass, he put a gun, pulled it out, right, and threatened you with it.
That's correct, sir.
And then, in fact, I think you said that during the middle part, when you're in between the house and the car, he threatened you again with a gun, right?
Yes, sir.
That's the man you chose to run after once the car was leaving, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't have a gun at that point in time, right?
No, sir.
That doesn't make sense. You know that, right?
I know it don't. Like, sir, I don't know why I did it. Everything happened so, sir, you gotta understand, jury, things happen like this. All this took place within a matter of seconds. Like everything happened so fast. I was traumatized from being brutally beat up. Maybe I wasn't thinking because my head was being pounded so much. I don't know. I just wasn't thinking. Just traumatized and just happened so fast. I didn't have time to process like what's going on.
In any event, you end up seeing that Tyler Robinson disappears into the neighborhood, right?
That's correct.
And according to you, you knew he had a firearm, right?
Yes, sir.
Why don't you call the police to say, hey, there's this guy with a gun on the loose in our neighborhood?
Talking about at the moment when I'm by the car?
When you get back to the house.
Sir, we heard sirens. We heard helicopters. We even heard a neighbor that came outside that said, call the cops. And before we heard those, you got to remember, they yelling, we on Demon Town, y'all niggas gonna die really loud. And there's a lot of commotion going on during the fight. So it was common sense thinking that neighbors heard it. They woke our neighbors up. So it's like,
How would the police know where Tyler Robinson ran if you didn't tell them? Who else saw that?
sir, I can't testify on the police half. I can only testify on my behalf.
Right. So you said the reason you didn't call 911 is because you just heard sirens and figured the cops were coming, right?
That's correct.
How would they have learned about the gunman that just ran into somebody's yard if you don't tell them that?
Sir, I can't testify on their behalf.
No, I'm asking you, sir. All right, I'll phrase it this way. You didn't tell the police that Tyler Robinson ran off into someone else's yard with a gun, ever, did you?
No, sir.
You didn't call 911 to tell them, hey, there's a man on the loose in our neighborhood and he just threatened us with guns. You never did that either, right?
Never.
You never called the police to say, hey, there's this black Cadillac that just sped off and I don't know where it went and they just tried to kill us. You never called the police to tell them that, did you?
No, sir. I was traumatized.
Okay. Well, in terms of your neighborhood, that Cadillac kind of went around a curve, that Sable curve, right?
Yes, sir.
Went out of sight.
Yes, sir.
It's possible, given how your neighborhood's set up, that a person could just go around that curve and end up coming right past your house again, right? You can just do a big circle and come right back around, right?
Yes, sir.
At that point in time, you don't know whether anybody's been shot inside that car, right?
That's correct.
You don't know if anybody's been killed inside that car.
That's correct.
You don't know what they're thinking inside of that car, right?
I mean, I knew what they was thinking, to be honest.
Okay.
They was thinking the words that they were saying went through the whole fight that we gonna die.
Exactly. So at that time, you're thinking they might still want to kill me, right?
Yes, sir.
They might come right back around and try to do it again, right? Because I don't know where they're going.
At that point, I thought the threat was over.
Why?
After my brother got him away, I thought everything was over.
How did you know that they weren't going to come back?
Sir, you want an explanation?
Please. Why did you think they weren't just going to come right back and start shooting you up with those guns?
I wouldn't come back after no 39 shots. I mean, that sounds stupid if they did.
Right. Your brother made sure
honest
they
with you.
weren't going to come back, right?
Yes, sir. He got the third away.
Okay. So you just walk back to your house, right?
Yes, sir.
You don't run back to your house, do you?
So wait, can you repeat the question?
After all this happens, the car drives away, Tyler runs away. You just walk right back to your house, right?
I walked back. I can't remember what I did. I can't remember if I ran or walked.
Okay. If it's on video, you don't doubt that the video is what the video is, right?
I mean, yes, sir.
All right.
No doubt.
So if that video shows you just walking back to your house, you have no reason to doubt that, right?
No reason at all. If that's what I did, and that's what the video say, then that's what I did, sir.
So you just decided to walk back to your house after all this happened? You weren't afraid that maybe Tyler's just waiting in a bush, ready to shoot you?
Sir, I was afraid the whole time. My heart was beating, sir. Like, you know, and when we went in the house, we was, sir, look, me and my brother sitting here crying like we got guns pointing at us. So
did you run back to your house to get to safety?
Sir, we went back to our house. We were afraid, sir. Like, I don't get what you.
My question is, sir, did you run back to the safety?
No, sir. Sir, I can't remember if I ran or not. You got to show me the video.
All right. Now, when you get back in the house, you said you talk with Travis about what had just happened, right?
Yes, sir.
Talk to your mom about what had just happened, right?
Yes, sir.
Everybody was very upset, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, at that time, when police officers are outside, you do not voluntarily come out and say anything to them, do you?
No, sir.
Okay. You'd agree with me that it would have been very easy to come out of the house and say at least one sentence. That sentence being, they had guns. You agree that would have been very easy, right?
Can you repeat the question?
You could have came outside that house to any one of those law enforcement officers that were outside, and all you would have had to say, or one of the things you at least could have said, was they had guns.
Sir, so you want an explanation?
Could you have done that?
Sir, why would I talk to them when they had made my brother walk out with his hands up and did all that? Like,
when did that happen, sir? When did your brother get arrested? Was it right away?
Sir, yes, sir.
So
Before
literally,
I came out, he did.
well, the cops get there and they just put him in cuffs. There wasn't any cops just waiting outside during that point in time.
Sir, as far as I remember, sir, they basically detained him right then. So
it's your
they treated us like they treated me, my brother, as well as my mother, like we was criminals or something. So
How long afterwards did your brother get, or were you asked to come outside after the shooting happened? Do you remember?
can you repeat the question?
How long after this shooting occurred did it take to the point where your brother was asked and you were asked and your mother were asked to come outside on that loudspeaker?
Can you repeat the question one more time?
Yes, sir. From the moment the shooting happened, okay, to the point where your brother is being detained by the officers and put in handcuffs.
Correct.
How long did that take?
I can't remember the exact amount of minutes, sir.
Okay, maybe longer than a half hour at least, right? Before that actually happened?
I can't remember the exact amount of time, sir. I was too shooken up by the whole situation.
Okay. But in any event, before that happens, you never come outside. Before your brother gets arrested, according to you, you never came outside and told anybody a single sentence as simple as they had guns, did you?
You're saying before my brother came outside?
Yep.
Sir, I didn't come out before my brother, so I didn't have time to like what are you?
Right. You never came outside to try to flag down a police officer, right?
No, sir.
Never tried to speak to a police officer, right?
No, sir.
Didn't try to motion for a police officer to come to your front door so you could talk to him there, right?
No, sir.
And you didn't know any of these police officers, right?
That's correct.
They responded to your location, right?
Yes, sir.
Where you are saying you were the victim along with your brother, right?
Yes, sir.
And never once do you tell those police officers that are responding that these men had guns, did you?
No, sir.
All right. In retrospect, do you think you should have went outside and told them that?
Sir, if I had a lawyer present, I would.
Let's talk about that. Is it
Exactly.
true that one of the reasons you said that you did not want to go outside and talk to police is because you didn't want to incriminate yourself without a lawyer?
I knew you were going to say it, sir. You got to understand, sir. I said that word and
Judge, non-responsive, objection.
Oh, shut the.
Just, if you remember the question, please just
I'm gonna
answer
mute
it.
myself again.
yes, sir. I remember I said that.
You cannot
During your
hold that
testimony,
against him.
Now we're talking
period.
about when we're down by the
Period.
car, almost when those shots start to be fired. All right. Just want to be clear. You said you saw two firearms pointed at you and your brother, right?
That's correct.
One of those was Sebastien pointing through the windshield, right?
Yes, sir.
Tyler, how was he pointing the gun at you?
He was pointing like straight, like kind of demonstrate.
Yeah.
Like directly at me like that.
Right. So you were standing where, well, we talked about, right? And he was pointing it at you.
Exactly.
Tyler doing the same thing?
Yes, sir.
All right. And at that point, you said that you were to your brother's right side, right?
Yes, sir.
Judge, may I reference?
Would you trust this police department from what we've seen? Would you trust them?
All right.
You cannot fault somebody for holding for
You may assist.
their
yes.
Fifth Amendment rights. You cannot.
You may.
It's not allowed.
Mhm. All right, I can't remember if this is one that helps with the lights dimmed. Okay. Mr. Rudolph, you can step down too, if you like. It's up to you. If you can see better down there, that's fine.
I'll do a poll. Y'all are going to vote by hitting the wrong button. You always do. But we'll try anyway. What are we doing? A guilty, not guilty poll? Is that what y'all want?
See that, sir, that flashlight that just came out on that videotape?
I don't think he's done. Mr. Rudolph?
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Make sure you use the pointer, however, because you're going to block the view of the jurors.
Yes, sir. All right. So this is stopped at 12:11:13 a.m. on this timestamp. You'd agree with me, right?
Thank you,
That's your
Nancy
brother right
Jennings.
there, right?
Use the pointer. It's right behind you. There you
And
go.
you're right.
And Mr.
Gentleman shooting a firearm. Is that your brother? All right. Now stay right there.
Well, actually, Mr. Rudolph, you can use a pointer as well if you need it. It's right there on the table in front of Mr. Shiner. Okay? Right, there you go. Okay. Possibly, yeah.
I want you to keep watching here, okay? Who's that right there? Who's that, Mr. Rudolph? Walking right there.
Yeah. So when you ask a question, pause for a moment, hand the microphone to Mr. Rudolph so we don't miss his answer. All right, so now we got to worry about wires. Be careful.
All right. So on this side, you see your brother shooting the gun, right?
Not right now.
Let me play it. Just tell me as it's playing, you can see your brother shooting that gun.
Thank you, Nurse for God. Thank you.
Yeah, I see it now. Yes, sir.
Now, what I'd like you to do, I'm going to pull it back. I want you to watch right in this section right here. All right? Watch right here. Do you not see a person moving right here?
No, sir. You got to play it one more time. Can you really?
See that person moving right to the right, coming on screen? Right here. Who is it? Well, let's do a process of elimination. It's not your mother, right?
No, sir.
It's not your brother, right? Because he's shooting, right?
Correct.
It's not any one of the four boys because they're either in the car or right near the car, right?
You mean the 4 grown men?
4 grown men. They're either in the car or near the car, right?
I like that he's
Sure.
corrected them.
I have no clue.
Okay. So you're telling this jury that you don't know whether those 4 men that came over and assaulted you at this point in the video are either in the car or near the car. Is that your testimony, sir?
Sir, got to repeat your question again.
At this point in time, as the car is leaving, is it your testimony that those 4 men that came over and attacked you and your brother, that they're either in the car or near the car?
They was in the car trying to shoot at us.
Okay.
So
This person moving over here can't be any of them, right?
sir, I don't know who that is.
It's you, isn't it?
No, sir.
Okay, let's keep watching. You saw Tyler Robinson run away, right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I'm going to end this poll, and I'm going to assume that the one that voted, all those people,
Is that this position?
hit the wrong button again.
Still saying that's not you, Mr. Rudolph?
Sir, if I ran after Tyler, how could it be me? It don't make sense.
Is this you right here, sir?
No, sir.
Okay.
Teresa Blake just gifted a membership. Thank you so much, Teresa Blake. Let's see. May W was gifted that membership. Thank you, Teresa Blake. We appreciate it. And Nurse for God gifted a membership. And it went to Ivy Berlin. Welcome. Yes. You know,
The individual run this way?
No, sir. You could play it back one more time.
Yes, sir. Can you see somebody running there?
Play it back one more time, because I ain't seen anybody.
That's the
Yeah. I saw like a little shadow.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's got to be Tyler Robinson, right? That's exactly where he started running, right?
I assume that's him. I can't really testify from this video. It's not like a clear.
Okay, do it from your memory. Did Tyler Robinson run in this direction after the shooting occurred?
Yeah, I remember he ran off to the right somewhere.
So wouldn't that be Tyler Robinson? Isn't that the direction he ran?
Yes, sir.
Okay. See another person running now in the same direction? I can play it back if you need to.
You play
this
it back.
attorney is awful. He's awful. I think they are. I think the state's trying to throw the case.
See it right there?
Yeah, I see it.
That's you, right? Running after Tyler. Right?
Yeah, I know it was dumb. I don't know why I did it.
Okay. And there was nobody else outside that you remember, right? Other than the people we talked about.
To my brother Cotton, I guess.
So isn't it true that this is you that comes on screen? I think it's at 12, 11, 18 right here. That has to be you, right?
Sir, I don't know who on that side. All I know is I was on the right side of the car, so I don't know how I could get that way and then go. It don't make sense.
Right. It doesn't.
So I don't know who that could be.
This person right here certainly isn't to your brother's right side, right? He's on the left side, right?
Can you repeat the question?
This person right here would have been on your brother's left-hand side, right? Not his right-hand side.
I can't, sir. I was so traumatized. I can't think of.
Okay. You can take your seat, sir.
Yeah.
Watch your step going back up.
Come over just needs to sit down and shut up. I'm breaking my own rules, and I'm aware.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell us one time during any of those text messages you had with Dominique that you wrote the word gun.
Did I wrote the word gun? I don't think not one time.
Okay. So you don't think or you know that you never wrote the word gun when you're talking about what had just happened, right?
That's correct. I know I ain't mentioned that.
Okay. The only things that you said was, why didn't you tell them the truth? Them N-word dead ass wrong for pulling up at my mama crib trying to jump my little brother. You remember texting that, right?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Nowhere in there do you mention that you had a gun 10 inches away from your head, right?
No, sir.
Sustained.
I'm referring to his text messages, Judge. At this
Hearing
It overruled.
Come
At
over
no
read
point
those texts
in the text message, right?
makes him sound even more ridiculous.
You said, I don't know who them N-words is and what the fuck you and Travis got going on, but I don't like how you got them N-words to disrespect my mama's crib. You texted that, right?
Yes, sir.
Nowhere in there do you say that you or your brother's life was threatened with any type of firearm, right?
That's correct.
Next text message, you said, Dominique, on some real N-word shit, forget what the fuck you and Travis got going on. I understand, but them N-words, I swear on my life, they disrespected my mama crib. Fuck this shit. That text message, never mention a gun, do you?
No, sir.
He ain't gonna read that part.
Next text message. Nah, fuck that shit, bro. I saw you as a sister. Them N-words came to my mama crib where I lay my head trying to jump my little brother in front of my mama. Fuck that shit. Do you remember sending that?
Yes, sir.
That text message doesn't talk about any threats or guns or nothing, does it?
Yes, sir.
Next text message you send to Dominique. Now, this text message that we're going to talk about, this is after, according to you, Dominique physically assaulted your brother, right?
Right.
This is after she broke his PlayStation,
Yes, sir.
after he broke the charger, according to you, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you guys have a house phone at your residence, right?
That's correct.
Could have used that phone to call the police, right?
Yes, sir.
Didn't do it, did you?
No, sir.
All right. So even after all that stuff that you say Dominique did, your next text message at 12:59 in the morning is, I would have done the same for my sister, but the way that situation was handled was wrong as fuck, and know it, them N-words about my mama, and to it, it's a wrap. That's what you said, right?
Yes, sir.
So you even say after all of this happened that you would have done what they did, just in a different fashion, right?
Same text, it says, like you said, I would have felt the same out the false allegations that Dominique made, but I would not have handled it the way that they handled it.
Exactly.
Your later text message says, and I just say, Dominique, I understand why your brothers pulled up, because they sister.
Yeah,
You texted that, right?
Yes, sir.
But not holding a gun in his
You
head.
understand why they pulled up to the house at 12 at midnight, right?
That don't mean I agree with what they did. Like the way they did the situation, I don't agree with it at all.
Okay. But you understand why they did it, right?
I understand why Keyshawn wanted to do it. He just handled it the wrong way.
Right. But according to you, the way he handled it is two of those people ended up pulling out guns and threatening you guys.
Exactly. The other guys that won Dominique real brother.
Okay. Last text message you send to Dominique is, get the fuck off my phone. You sent them N-words over here to jump me at my house when my mother was here, and I was trying to diffuse this situation. You remember saying that?
Yes, sir.
Whatever y'all got going on, don't bring that shit to my house. I didn't ever do a fuck thing to you, Dominique, or anybody. I'll be in my room minding my business. You remember saying that?
Yes, sir.
Nowhere. Jury takes a look at this exhibit. Not once. You text back and forth with Dominique, right?
That's correct.
You are giving details about what had happened at the house, aren't you?
Not all of them.
Yeah, but you're giving some, right?
Some of it.
Right?
That's correct.
The detail you left out in all of these text messages, never once do you say to Dominique that you got threatened with a gun, did you?
That's correct.
Never once do you say Travis got threatened with a gun, did you?
That's correct.
You had every opportunity to text Dominique and tell her what, according to you, really happened,
Oh,
right?
Jesus.
Correct.
Just like the police, right?
That's correct.
And you never did it, did you?
No, sir.
Whose text was it, though, that it sent? Y'all will know.
Just for
There
clarification,
was a text that said you had them show
because
up
of
at my
that video
mom's.
that we saw, is it your
Jump
testimony
us.
to this jury that you have no idea who that person is that comes into Travis's right, or excuse me, Travis's left when he's shooting that gun, right?
Look, that's correct.
Neighbor outside that you didn't see?
That's correct.
Sustained.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
All right.
Who was it that sent the text, and who did it go to? There was a text that said you had them show up at my mom's, jump us, and point guns at my head. Who did he send that to? He might not have sent it to her, but he freaking sent it. Who did he send that to?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, unless you need a longer break, take a stand up and stretch 90-second break before
He sent
redirect.
that to somebody. He's picking apart. Okay, first of all, chasing him means nothing. I was in a very violent relationship. My jaw still pops when I eat. I got the crap beat out of me. How many times did I go to the hospital? None. Well, one, I got taken there, but I don't remember it. That's the only reason I ended up going. How many times did I call the police? None. It was so insane that I still have scars, and like I said, my jaw still pops. And I didn't call the police, and I didn't go to the hospital. That doesn't make it not domestic violence. For him to say, "Oh well, he called her the B word," so it was automatic reaction to slap, right? She called him a broke B word first, and he didn't knock her out, did he? This guy is, if even one of those jury members has ever been victim of domestic violence. And then the whole chasing him thing, after my whole violent relationship, I was in a gas station one time pumping gas, and I saw this guy. This was about less than a year later, and I still had PTSD. I saw him hit her. I chased after this dude, 6'4" dude in a parking lot. I took off, left my gas pump, and chased this dude. When adrenaline's going, you don't know what you're doing. This guy's an idiot. Sorry, mods, I'm breaking my own rules. Look, and I was saying we could all just breathe and get through this, and look at me. The victim blaming is triggering. If Travis had reacted by being called the B word and reached over and smacked her the way that she did with him, and he got up here and said, well, that's a natural reaction, isn't it? Of course he's going to lean over and
As good a
slap
time
her.
as any to discuss that. So I've looked at my docket for Monday morning. I think I can handle it and be done by 10. So that's when I'm going to have you all come back, sign in, and down to the jury office and come back up here to reassemble by 10 o'clock. Okay? Monday, yeah. We're going to, whatever the reasonable redirect examination of Mr. Rudolph is, will be the end of the day today.
And if any of y'all in chat blame the victims, you're gone, just so we're clear. Any of the, it's okay for that disrespectful crap, that's triggering to anybody who's been through domestic violence. This prosecutor's awful. I need another drink.
All right, Mr. Shiner, you may inquire. Yes.
All right, let me ask you this. You were asked about page 117 of your statement on March 8th of 2022. Remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I guess you read something that, and the prosecutor read, I can't remember, that it was just a little argument, right?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
I'll put this in the proper context on page 116, lines 19 to 25. Turn to line 19 to 25 on that.
19 through
On
25.
that page. What was the rest of the statement you made about this argument or little argument? What else did you say about it?
Basically, I said was she was basically beating up on Travis.
All right, so it was more than just a little argument, right?
Exactly.
You can close that, thank you. And I think you asked a question about calling the police on Valentine's Day incident. Explain to us why you didn't call the police on Dominique.
I didn't want to get Dominique in trouble. I mean, I saw her as a little sister, and I just didn't want her to get in trouble.
Your brother didn't want her to get arrested either?
Or he just didn't want to get her in trouble, and him too.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'll calm down now.
You asked about more threats from other people, not Dominique, that you heard from other people that she was sending her brothers over to kill your brother, right?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you hear that from?
My sister.
Okay. When did you hear that?
I heard that when she called Travis' phone. Well, called the house phone, actually.
And was that on speakerphone?
Yes, sir.
So you knew from your sister that there was more threats about death threats to your brother.
That's correct.
And who else did you hear it from?
My mother.
And did Dominique make death threats to your brother through your mom?
Yes, sir.
Still didn't take it serious even after all that.
Yeah. To this day, I'm like, I really can't believe we're even sitting here right now. To this day, it's like a nightmare, to be honest with you. Yeah.
Mentioned something about Travis showing you his phone. Tell us the context. What happened about that?
He was showing me that the girl like broke his phone, like he couldn't use it.
Was this later on before your mom came home?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned that he tried to use it in front of you.
Yes, sir.
What happened when he tried to use it?
It didn't work. He couldn't use it. The touch screen was messed up.
All right. There was Mr. Colossi mentioned to you there was a text message that, or a call rather, that was rejected according to the phone records. Do you have any? Did you see your brother rejecting any calls?
No, sir.
Ever hear that phone ring again after Dominic broke it?
No, sir.
Well, you don't really know Dominic broke it. You didn't see that, right?
That's correct.
You were told that.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you ever hear it ring or see the screen ever light up again?
No, sir.
You know if the internal phone was working, that it could still receive calls, but you just couldn't hear them or see them?
That's correct.
You know that?
No, sir.
Did your brother owe Keyshawn Jones an explanation about what happened?
No, sir.
You said you had some serious injuries, but didn't require hospitalization.
That's correct.
All right. What was hurting? You said you were sore and what's
Yeah.
going on?
My head, my back, my chest, my eye, my face, just sore all over.
How long did it last?
It lasted for approximately about six days.
Okay. You're asked by the prosecutor. You never went inside to try to grab a gun, right? Remember those questions?
That's correct.
You not even shoot a gun?
Uh,
Oh, you pull the trigger, but do you have any experience in doing that?
yes, sir.
All right, then why didn't you go inside? Were you able to go inside?
No, sir.
Did you even think about it, or you weren't even?
I was afraid
Why?
because I was surrounded.
Did you have guns?
No, sir.
Did you know where your brother's guns were when you were outside?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever have an opportunity to possibly run inside the house and try to get a gun?
No, sir.
If you did have that opportunity, would you have acted upon it?
Yes, sir.
And just so we're clear, when Sebastian and Chris were beating you up, those are your words,
That's correct.
at the time they stopped beating you, is that when you saw your brother running towards you?
Yes, sir.
Did you get there at the exact same time?
Yes, sir.
Did the shooting happen within a couple of seconds from that, or was it longer?
It was like after they
Right,
got to the car.
seconds, minutes,
I say like seconds.
couple of seconds, or more than that?
Yeah, like a couple of seconds.
Very
Yeah.
quick.
Very quick.
Do you have time to dive on the ground when the guns are pointed on you?
No, sir.
You have time to turn your back and run home?
No, sir.
Why?
Because I was traumatized and I got two guns pointed at me, so I was in a state of shock.
I need to clear up where the guns were. One, you obviously said multiple times it was through the windshield, right?
Correct.
From Sebastian.
That's correct.
The other one in the car pointed at you or out of the car pointed at you?
The other one was out of the car pointing at me.
No doubt about that?
That's correct.
You asked all these questions about Sebastian and Tyler having time to shoot back at your brother.
That's correct.
Your brother started unloading his gun very quickly when you saw the guns?
Yes, sir.
You
Yes, sir.
know if they had time really or didn't have time or what was going through their mind while your brother is shooting them?
No, sir.
You know if the first bullet may have struck Sebastian and he was paralyzed or unable to even shoot back?
No, sir.
You asked about the police outside before they made your brother come outside, about you not coming out and saying anything. Remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
Were you worried about going outside?
Yes, sir.
Why? What did you think could happen to you?
I get shot at, get killed.
By who?
by the four strangers that came over earlier.
I'm talking after this happened, when the police are outside,
Mhm.
those questions. Remember those questions that the prosecutor asked you? That you saw the police were outside, is what he said, and you agreed.
Okay.
Remember that?
Yes, sir.
He was trying to figure out why you didn't come out then and say, hey, this is what just happened. Remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
Why didn't you walk outside then and try to find a police officer?
Oh, because to my when there was Daryl one day was.
Well, I don't know. I'm just going back by his questions. He said, the police are outside. And this was before your brother was arrested. Were there police outside your door?
Oh, no, I didn't see no police outside at that time.
There was a word that incriminated came out, and it was a yes or no question.
Correct.
Remember that?
Yes, sir.
What did you mean by that?
Basically, like the same way how they did my brother. I mean, you know, like sometimes officers may try to twist things and try to, you know, and it's like they just jump to conclusions with my brother. So I feel if I talk to him, they'll try to like do me the same way as they did my brother.
You'll be charged with murder.
That's correct.
That's why you wanted a lawyer, to make sure you were treated fairly?
Yes, sir.
You were asked all these questions about the text and read each one.
That's correct.
If there was more text than that, or no, or you don't know?
No, not sure.
Oh,
Don't remember.
that was kind of heated.
Yes, sir.
Well, why didn't you start telling her every detail about what happened, about them pulling up, a gun pointed at you by Tyler, the two guys pointed guns at you and your brother shot back,
Mhm.
not first rather, well, maybe shot back, I don't know, but why didn't you do that?
Just interest talking to him because I didn't have a lawyer present.
Dominique.
Oh, Dominique?
Why didn't you try to explain all the details to her?
I mean, she orchestrated the whole thing, so I thought it was self-explanatory that she knew what happened. I mean, she the reason why we all sitting here in this courtroom. She's the reason why the jury there. She's the reason why Sebastian's side of the family there. She's the reason why my side of the family here. She's the reason why my brother here. So she orchestrated the whole thing. So you would think that the person that orchestrated the whole thing, it would be some things just self-explanatory. So I thought it was self-explanatory that she will understand like what happened.
Any doubt in your mind, sir, that two guns were pointed at you?
That's correct.
No, any doubt in your mind?
No doubt at all.
Any doubt in your mind that Travis Rudo is your hero?
That's correct.
Oh,
All right, thank you very much, folks. I promise you we'll be done by 5. We're just about done for the day.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir. You can't talk to me right now, all right? Go ahead and step down, go on to the council's table. If there's something that Mr. Shiner wants to bring to my attention, he knows how to do it, okay? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I did have a chance to go through my docket for Monday. Like I said before, I'm pretty confident I'll be able to finish my 8:30 docket by 10 o'clock so we can get going with this trial. I'm anticipating that Monday will be the last day of trial. You've been through 11 days of trial so far. You've heard from 23 witnesses, 2 of whom were defense witnesses, and you've heard a whole lot of information. But you've still not heard it all. So I still would like you, please, 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 to keep an open mind. Do not do any research. If you are inadvertently exposed to any press coverage of this or any coverage of this trial through social media, try your best to duck it. Do not take any information from anyone or any source about this trial or the people and places involved in the trial. All right. And like I said, keep an open mind. And finally, penultimately, do not discuss this case with anyone. Keep an open mind. Let's see, I guess I covered those 3. The last one is, if you happen to see one of us out and about over the weekend, you duck us, we'll duck you, and everything will be fine. So if I buy donuts for you all and have them for you Monday morning, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I mean, some people love donuts, other people will pass them. All right, looks like, all right, I'll buy donuts for you. All right, see you at 10 o'clock then, please, on Monday. And stay safe, folks. See you then.
well. I lost my shish a little bit there, but overall we did good.
Let's see. Lawyers, you want to come up to the bench for a minute, please?
Yeah,
To the bench, please.
that was a trial day. Boy, was it ever. I was not sure how he would do on cross not because I didn't think he was going to be, respectful, or that I thought him being respectful during direct was an act, but you never know. Cross is when it all comes out. But especially with him being, look how red my face is. I'm still pissed. But especially with the emotion involved, like he said, he just lost his dad. Jams, I will retweet. I have rules for the chat to keep it calm so that we don't fight, but I don't have rules for Twitter. I will retweet. So you do you, boo. I'll be there in a minute right behind you. With him just losing his dad and, staying there to take care of his mom and, having that traumatic, his dad, he just lost his dad because of, a gun, getting a gun. His dad shot in the head and now he's got 2 guns pointed at his head and he just, got jumped. Doesn't know why, still doesn't doesn't, isn't registering none of that stuff was real or whatever. Then, they're talking about him dying and his brother dying and stuff. And as traumatic as that was, and then, just having been attacked and gone through all that, they don't know, they know that they shot did the shots to get them away and keep them away, but he doesn't know who got hit, if anybody got hit, what happened. They don't know anything like that. All they're doing is going back to the house. He said, they're crying. They're trying to, gather their composure. When the police get there, after going through all of that, when the police get there, instead of coming in, finding out, hey, what happened when y'all got attacked? What happened when, this happened? They come out pointing guns at them. So why would he have any inkling to go out there and talk to him? Why? Them wanting attorneys was the smartest thing that they could have done. And any attorney will tell you that, whether you're, guilty or innocent, any attorney will tell you that. Look at the job that this police department did and tell me that it would have been smart for them to just go out and talk to him. Every single thing that they said would have been twisted, changed, used against them. Every single thing. You never speak to the police. You always get an attorney is the number one thing we hear in every court case. How many times have we seen somebody get convicted because they talking to the police? So it's not, thank you, Elizabeth Evans. Thank you. This is not something that's new, and especially in his position. So with him getting up there, and he stayed so respectful, and he stayed, and that's the thing is all the rest of them that got up there, the story didn't make sense and the story changed. You know why his story didn't change? Because it's the truth. You don't change the truth. Even when he was talking about the fight, did you notice that when he's talking about the fight, he touched his face? When he said something about getting hit, he touched his face. That's because that is an actual memory. When I talk about, when I mentioned a minute ago about my jaw popping, when I talk about, my jaw popping, I touch I can remember that's not a hit you forget. I can remember that. And I can, as soon as I'm talking about it, I can immediately, I touch because it's just like a natural instinct. And he did that. He's lying. He's not lying. That he's not like the other ones that got up there and got busted in all their lies. So he did a great job. He stayed calm and respectful. And, God bless that boy's mama, because, oh man, I know that she's had, was out at Bible study when all that stuff was going on, and then has to deal with all this, and, worried about her kids and stuff. I can't even begin. Can't even begin. Oh, so sorry, I lost my shit. It happens. I do, I'm always honest with y'all. Like I said, our little chat has grown, but I still will always talk to y'all the same when there's a bunch of us in here as I did when there was, not a bunch of us. So, all right. So we will, Marilyn Skull, 1 month anniversary. It won't let me highlight it on here to put it on the screen for some reason, but I see it on this screen, not on this screen. Welcome to your 1 month anniversary. We are glad you're here. Oh, that's cool. We're really close to 7,000 subs. That's really cool. All right. So I appreciate everything. I am going to go to the music festival and dance it off. I will not be at Night Court tonight, but JT will be there, and it starts. He just portals in. It will be 8:45, 7:45 Central. I will be at the music festival, so I will miss tonight, and sadly, I will just have to catch it on replay. Yes, DJ is done. So, I look how red my face is, y'all. He really made me mad. Distant, I saw your comment. You need more muted, Brandi. I muted myself because I knew that I was getting to the point where I was not going to be able to hold my tongue. I knew it was coming. So I was like, you know what? We're just going to go ahead and take that off. And good thing I did, because this video would have been struck down from YouTube, but that's okay. Let's see. Any other things that we, let's see. Yeah, he did a great job. Oh, the Sunday show. The Sunday show is same time as WTF. So it's the 8:45, 7:45 Central, I think. Right? How do I forget things so easy? I believe so.
8:30.
Oh, 8:30, not 8:45. 8:30, 7:30 Central. And that one, y'all, the WTF for this week is going to be, because this is a 2-week show, it is going to be ridiculous. Because think about all the ridiculous moments that we've had here. It's going to be all that. Oh my gosh, it's going to be insane. Lucy was not covering her ears, but she did come around looking like, what's happening over there? Why are we mad? The first time she growled because she thought that I was yelling at somebody. So she growled. And then once she realized that I was just having a moment, then she was just staring at me. All right. So I am going to get out of here and start my weekend. I will be back. What time did they say? 10, did he say 10 o'clock? I'll pull the court papers to see what time the hearing notice is, but I think he said 10 o'clock. If not,
10 o'clock.
I thought so. I feel like JT's almost like, he's kind of like that stalker that like just pops up every once in a while and like answers a question, like just pops up behind your head and answers a question. But it's good. I need that. All right, so 10 o'clock Eastern on Monday. We will be back here. I will be calm by then. For a little while, even anyway. So I appreciate all y'all coming. Thank you so much. If you could give us a little like on your way out. And now, as they say, it's time to vacuum the carpet, shut off the chat lights, all that good stuff. Y'all don't forget about night court tonight. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for reporting to jury duty, and I will see y'all Monday.